never gonna see you again. That's what I always say. Even when I thought I'd just begin, it's just another day. Anyway, try to make me trip up my words and turn them back on me. Never giving up, never gonna find words. Oh yeah, one day you'll see. Feeding into the old behavior, falling back knowing you're my savior. Fuck it up, but I then forgave her, feeling like it's over soon. No matter if you love me or not, I'm going to ruin it. You're waiting just to give me a shot, but I've been shot to shit. Thinking how it wouldn't be so bad if I could die a bit. Nothing else would make you so mad. I can't go through with it. Feeding into the old behavior, falling back knowing you're my savior. Fuck it up, but I then forgave her, feeling like it's over soon.
Welcome out, gamers and gamettes, to day 2 of the RGL.GG Philadelphia LAN. I am Alto, Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera, as always, and thank you for tuning back in as we're about to bring you the bronze match for the season between Legacy and Froyotech. These two teams have played each other multiple times throughout the season. We saw Legacy take a hard-fought 2-1 over Froyo yesterday before moving up to the upper bracket finals, where they took a loss to Mama's Boys, who are awaiting them now in Grands. But before that, we do want to give a quick shout out to the merch, exclamation point merch in chat. Not only are there all of the merch items you've seen, but we also have raffles going on to get some signed items by all of the invite players here. Get these up. Got a mouse pad over here. Rump is holding up the t-shirt. And you do not have to be at the LAN to buy these items. So the tickets are being sold, but only for about another half hour before, nope, looks, I think we're going until 2 p.m. Eastern. So another hour and a half, but the sooner the better. So get in there. If you're interested, you know, you don't have to be here. We'll ship them to you. Check them out. But with that out of the way, Rumpus, how are we feeling coming into day 2?
Definitely excited for sure. I mean, we've seen that these top 3 teams that are still in competition are pretty close with each other. I mean, their matches have generally been within a round for the most part. So definitely looking forward to this lower bracket final, which is not only the bronze place match, but more notably, it decides who actually gets to play in Grands. So yeah, that's going to be big. Froyo versus Legacy. We saw Legacy, as you mentioned, already defeat Froyo not only in the regular season, but here yesterday. So whether Froyo can bounce back after, you know, their patented team talks, it remains to be seen, but it's definitely going to be some good TF2.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, as you said, really close maps yesterday. I think the scores went 2-1 on Sunshine, 3-2 on Snakewater, and then a 2-1 on Gully Wash to close things out. And that's going to be important because we have the maps for today. Starts out with a Legacy ban onto Product and a Froyo ban onto Granary. Not surprised we're seeing Granary banned as that map. Froyo lost it to Global Clan yesterday in the lower bracket, and Legacy 5-0'd Mama's Boys on Granary, which is maybe one of the biggest surprises of the day. Product, you know, not pretty standard ban, I think, if you don't want to have to deal with that sniper constantly. But Legacy, right back to picking Sunshine. Froyo, right back to picking Snakewater. So first 2 maps, we've got a run back from yesterday. You know, both incredibly close matches, so guaranteed to be a good watch. Then Legacy comes in with the Process ban, Froyo with the Metalworks ban, and we finally have some Koth coming in on stream with Koth Bagel as the last map, should we get there.
Yeah, Bagel's a banger. I hope we go to map 3. I mean, I always do just because it's, you know, more exciting that way, but Bagel's definitely a fun map to see in the really high stakes matches like we're about to see here. And yeah, you were talking about that upset, Mama's Boys getting 5-0'd on Gully Wash by Legacy. Of course, they proceeded to win the series afterwards, but it almost seemed like that was a warm-up game for them or something. They just were not playing to the same pace and not playing like Legacy were, and got kind of rolled for it until they caught their footing on map 2 and 3. And that makes me wonder if we might see a repeat here today as far as Grands is concerned, because if I'm on Mama's Boys, I want to make sure that I'm staying warm. I want to make sure that I am actually practiced. You know, in a scrim setting or just like a MGE setting, you're never going to be able to get as hot as having played like a close playoffs match. But you definitely don't want to be, you know, offering up a map 1 in Grands against a team that surely one of these, whichever team is going to win in lower bracket finals, is going to have to fight for it.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I think kind of going into that, as you said, it'd be one thing if they were playing these matches online, but you're in person, right? You know, there's been a lot of cheering from both the crowd and the players whenever any big moments happen. You know, I feel like Habib's kind of known for it on the side of Froyo. You're always able to tell when something's going on, and it's good for us casters because be like, wait, we missed something, you know, because we got to go check the kill feed. But yeah, if, for Mama's Boys in that case, staying kind of hot and with it is going to be really important because you do have the benefit of it being the best of 5 with map advantage in the Grands. So they're going to start up 1-0 in the maps. Even if they drop that first map, they can still come back from it. But that's 3 maps in a row. You're going to have to, or two maps you're going to have to rail off after already giving the other team momentum. And against these teams, that's not, a guarantee by any means.
Yeah, and speaking of upsets, I was completely writing off the Froyo versus Global Clan game because we did not cover it here on RGL. It was covered on Essentials TF, I believe. And yeah, I was kind of just like, yeah, it's not like Froyo versus Global Clan. What do you expect? I mean, Froyo is absolutely going to proceed. They did, but it was a close fought series. It went to map 3, which was not what I expected. And that's kind of scary if you're a fan of Froyotech because they looked kind of shaky. They honestly looked like they were maybe playing a little worse than they had the previous round against Legacy to get knocked out. So, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think, you can, if you're Legacy, right, you can kind of take that as something that's going to give you momentum. While you were Legacy unable to beat Mama's Boys in either of their regular season attempts at them, but played them incredibly close. The overall round score goes to them in part because it was a 5-0 on Granary, followed by two incredibly hard fought 2-1s after the fact. So while you've been struggling with the 1 seed, you can say, oh, well, we beat Froyo. They started struggling with the lower seed. But that's also a very dangerous mindset to get into because it's a new day. All the teams have had the time to go back. You're eating dinner with everyone. It's not every day you get to kind of be in person with the whole team like that. It's always going to help morale. Then you get a good night's sleep. You come back, you're well rested. First match of the day, come back in. It's a good reset.
Yeah, true. Now, I'm curious to see how these teams have adjusted on both Sunshine here and Snakewater, which were in the previous series. Because Sunshine, one of the main points that we were seeing, well, for starters, there were probably too many failed last pushes from Legacy that can just be tweaked a little bit to start getting more consistency with them. Because it was really just like one or two things per push that was enough to turn it into a hold rather than a round. So just a little bit of tweaking and suddenly Legacy can score a lot more rounds. As far as Froyo's game, I mean, there was a lot of aggression from Froyo's combo and a lot of times where Fanny would be running in, hoping to find a pick and turn it into a good fight, but in many cases get focused down before being able to secure that and then turning it into a bad situation. So again, that's one thing where just a little bit of tweaking, things going a little bit different, will have kind of grand results overall.
And I mean, you don't have the numbers on it, but I know that one of the big things from Legacy we saw yesterday was this, especially against Freddy, their dominance on mids really felt like the majority of mid fights were going their favor pretty hard to the point where there's a lot of situations where you may have expected, oh, this is going to be a mid to last snowball. They're going to get in, really just snag a quick round here off of a lot of, they're able to fully wipe Froyo off the mid and only lose one or two people, keep Uberad going up, and then just, as you said, fail that last push.
Yeah.
The round scores yesterday, despite being so close, we had a 2-1, a 3-2, a 2-1. Felt like for most of those maps, Legacy was in control. They had far more opportunities to push into last with a pretty low success rate, whereas Froyo, playing on the back foot, in part because of all those mids, didn't really make it to Legacy's last too many times, but a lot of the times they did, they were successful in those pushes.
Yeah, true. And I mean, we were seeing some like really remarkable mids out of Legacy because the one on Sunshine that comes to mind is it was one of the earlier mids, I think, when Lol Guy ended up dying very early on. I think it was
I
the
think it was
first,
the first one, yeah.
as well as a soldier on his team. So 2 kills, one of which being a medic. 99% of the time, that's just going to be a done deal in a 1 mid. Now, granted, Froyo had rotated to the other team's side, so it's a little more awkward, but still, like, very straightforward mid to win. And yet they kind of rushed it and gave Legacy the opportunity to pull off the kind of salvage play, just trade picks down to the point where not only did Legacy secure the midpoint, but yeah, we're able to actually set up on mid for a disad hold rather than just give it up for free.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, okay, Froyo still has ad. They'll end up with mid sooner rather than later, but goes to show 4v6 with no med. Somehow they spin that into a cap.
Yeah.
Really showed that Legacy was coming out guns blazing. They weren't going to be a pushover. Froyo was going to have to fight for every inch, and it felt like they might have been a little surprised by how tenacious Legacy was being. on top of, as you mentioned, those aggressive plays from the Froyo combo, maybe hoping to catch them either lacking or maybe, sometimes I think when it comes to Froyo, they're so used to being a top team, they're used to taking fights that another team might have only a 50-50 shot, and their personal skills able to make that higher. But Legacy's matching them shot for shot. And when you have that happening, suddenly some of these aggressive plays they're maybe used to taking don't work as well. Banny's getting aggressive, immediately gets shut down, and it leads to, poor results. Had Legacy's last pushes, I think, been more solid, you could have seen a much more lopsided score yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think that some of it is just fundamentals, to be honest, where it almost seems like there's so many different ideas of players trying to, win the last on their own in a sense. As in, like, I need to make the play and be the one who's doing something different than a normal last to be the difference maker. When I think everyone just like playing their good roles. I mean, it's not impossible to push last with that. It's actually, you know, in the grand scheme of things, relatively consistent. I would have much. I'd feel much more comfortable betting on a team scoring around by pushing into last with ad than winning just a mid fight, for example. Um, and yeah, just simple stuff. I mean, if the players are in spawn, you can keep them in there and cap, draw picks to the point. Cap pressure in general is just really powerful as a means to control where the opponents are going to go, because you draw in soldier bombs and you draw in like scouts and demos if there's no soldiers alive, if you're standing on the point. And that's very easy to kill players if you have good positioning. So yeah, it's just simple stuff, I think.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, it almost felt like as we got later, especially in the Mama's Boys versus Legacy game, it felt like the preferred way of pushing last was not get ad to push into last or mid to last, but get to their last four-man sack, give it up, bait them out into second, and then try to wipe them on second because you can't wipe them on last, and then pushing from there. Which, yeah, it feels like that's shouldn't really be. It should be easier. And I feel like a lot of the times when Legacy was finding success on those last pushes yesterday, they were doing exactly that. They were getting to point. This wasn't a case of, okay, we're going to Uber in, use the whole Uber on the gun, and then get into a standoff with them on opposite sides of the last. We're going to get the gun quickly, just, send our bombers in fast, get that pressure going. At the same time, you've got a scout who's edging point. Now suddenly it's, do we look at the soldier that's in the middle of our team, or do we look at the point? Make them make those tough choices rather than try to play it slow and methodical and give them the time to respond, because ultimately a 6v6 where one team has to stand in a small box to win and the other team just has to shoot the box, defense is going to win that always.
Yeah, plus, I mean, the defending team always just has the advantage of your spawners are immediately in the fight effectively, whereas the spawners of the attacking team have to roll out, on top of the fact that defenders just have a resupply closet. They can just go in, hit a resupply bind, and they're good to go. Now, granted, when a player is doing that, they can't stop points. You have to kind of juggle things correctly there, but still, like, long term, as you were saying, it favors the defenders. So it's really a matter of pacing. And I do think that in some cases, we were seeing rushed pushes where soldiers, for example, are bombing in to the combo and the heavy when the combo who just took the Uber is not quite ready yet. And honestly, that's an issue that a lot of teams have at lower levels, is kind of pacing those Ubers, because it's very, very easy to just kind of always be doing something, when sometimes taking a breather and just being able to set up on your side and establish that positioning, let your demo reload. Maybe your scout took some spam by pressuring the point earlier. You give them a bow or something like that. Suddenly you are just way better equipped, and also setting the stage for more coordination. Because if you're trying to have everything go nonstop and you don't take a time to slow and then, okay, now we go, then you're kind of trusting that everyone is going at the same time. Maybe your flank got shoved a little bit and had to slow. It's like, I don't know. The pacing is a big deal.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, I think too is we saw some creative attempts to try to get around those difficulties. We saw the crits coming out. We saw
Yes.
a lot of sniper. I mean, ironically, I think we saw the sap and sack on Metalworks last, that even though I think that was intended to be a sack, ended up being converted into a push. So that, came out there. So they're trying, whether or not it's working remains to be seen, but there's definitely a lot you can do there. Some more spy action. We saw a pyro on second at one point. I think to try to help force like a stalemate in order to get back to mid. So definitely some unique strategies to look at as well. But really, I think it's as you said, it's about the pacing, and just having and pacing doesn't mean you just have to play slower, you just have to play faster, right? It's about you play slow to get everyone ready, get everyone set, make sure your flanks exactly where your caller thinks they are, then you go fast. This is not, they just need to play slower overall, they need to play faster. It's take your time, get set, and then blitz, rather than try to keep a fast pace all around.
Yeah, true. And sometimes taking the time to kind of reset and regroup actually enables those following moments of aggression to be stronger and more aggressive and faster. Because, for example, well, let's not talk about lasts because it's been such a common example here. But even on on a mid fight, your demo's playing the initial spam, get some damage, and you want to bomb. Well, your soldiers don't just go instantly. They let the team know they're about to go. And then suddenly that gives people the time to kind of collect themselves and understand what's about to happen. As a demo, if you reload 2 stickies, that can be an extra 200 damage that you're dealing that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise if your soldiers just went instantly. So yeah, it can enable the aggression sometimes to sort of just coordinate things.
Yeah, and I mean, the coordination and some of the focus fire too. A lot of fights I think we saw yesterday where, check the damage chart, the team who lost the fight may have done more damage, but then we're looking, we've got the spectator HUD up and we see, oh, every single player on one team is all in red health, whereas the other team has 3 people that are dead and 3 people at full. That ability to just focus fire, have those strong comms coming in, especially when you're on a LAN setting like this. If you're, you can almost hear your teammates calling right there. You're all right there. You can feel the energy. I think we talked yesterday about how that is probably spurring these teams to be a little bit more aggressive than they might be normally. But that aggression, again, needs to be controlled. It needs to be precise. And just sending everyone in to go take their own 1v1s usually isn't a winning strategy. If you can get those focus calls and ensure that, you're really lasering down a demo or you're lasering down a scout right off the bat who's a little bit out of position, you can start snowballing that as opposed to having 4 people who are all hurt and you're hearing, oh, they're all so hurt and you don't know who to focus. And then you say, the famous giggly guy dissertation on damage numbers, how hurt is hurt, right? You're saying they're all hurt, but I just hit one guy for 30 and he died, and then I hit another guy for 100 and he's still alive. What does hurt mean?
And there are fights that we have seen where I suppose the health is going to be on the casting HUD, so the viewers at home can pay attention to that if they want, where if there are 3 players against 1 scout and the scout is healthy and the 3 players have like a collective 100 HP, that's like an uneven fight. Because if each of them just dies, scout is just such a good cleanup class that that health advantage can make a big deal. And we see fights that really could go either way. It's just a matter of who hits that first shot to find the kill, who's able to actually convert the kills when everyone on the both teams are extremely weak.
And especially there were a couple of fights I know that felt a little bit tragic where you've got this like 11 HP scout against a soldier and a demo. And it's like, well, he's 11, but he might as well be 90 because, either the demo's going to hit a pipe or he doesn't. It almost feels like it doesn't matter if he's 99 HP or if he's 1 HP.
Yeah.
The dynamic of that fight's still the same. Same with the rockets. You hit the rocket or you don't. Splash damage makes it a little easier, but definitely you think, oh man, if that guy took one more pistol bullet, we would have won this fight already. And instead, now he's getting a montage clip that's probably going to go in the LAN frag video at some point.
Yeah, true. That reminds me of that Gungan clip on Gully Wash that resulted actually in him popping off hard enough to break the computer. So we are actually going live here. This is losers bracket finals. Winner of this will go into grands. Loser gonna be in 3rd place. Froyotech versus Legacy.
Yep, right here on CP Sunshine will be Legacy on the red team, Froyo on blue. Both demos coming into mid. A little bit of a health add for Logan right now as Speedy gets a little bit forward on to the blue Lego. Patty playing in Cafe. Soldiers all both jumping at the same time, coming in. Logan gets nuked right off the map. There's that focus fire we were talking about earlier. Patty
Froyo's on the
going to
wrong
do
side,
next.
too.
Yep, and it's going to be hard for them to back out right now. It looks like, ooh, Kobe in the midst of them will get taken out. So Hubert getting out through Valley, but Stevie trying to catch. Hubert does get taken out. Zam as well. So actually a 3v3, but Froyo got chased so far off the mid,
Yeah.
just going
We
over in
might
favor
see
of
a
Legacy.
refight here just based on the fact that Froyo had deaths early, which means their spawners are going to show up sooner. And there's a bit of that just poking around. Looks like will be taking space choke. Hubert actually eating some damage. Will use Uber. It is an Uber in exchange, but with Banny dying, that means that the post probably going to be favorable here for the red team on Legacy. Actually, Hubert pretty weak in the post Uber as well. Might need to play a little more passively for a pack. In the meantime, oh, we have an immediate pause, actually. And I hear Habib across the venue screaming fear.
Yeah, that, from what we can see in chat, that was a tack pause caused by Gungan. So not sure if they just want to, start using these a little bit early, or, there's something going on, something, maybe some miscommunication. They want to take out, each team has 2 of these tacks to use for each map, 90 seconds long, and they can call them whenever. So I think we'll get word if there ended up being a technical issue or not, but I think for now we can just assume this is a straight tactical. So just going to make sure they're all on the same page.
Also, I see chat just exploding with their grantings and their Froyo Banny exclamation point pause. No, this is Gungan pause in chat. This is Legacy's pause. And I mean, they're in a pretty decent position right now to make something happen on 2. It's even Ubers, but Ubers aren't in play. As in, okay, I'm being told it was supposed to be a technical pause, but mistyped in chat as a tack. So some technical issue on the stage. Stuff like that happens. But Legacy have a decent opportunity here in a second. No Ubers in play, meaning that if things go poorly for Froyo, they can't just reset things with an Uber exchange and then kind of reestablish positioning, let the guy who is weak get a pack and show back up. No, you kind of just have to leave or lose players. And we'll see what kind of play Legacy go for.
Yep, and we are back live. I was actually a little disappointed. I was hoping that's attack. Feel like it's something that we don't see often enough from TF2 players in general. But as you said, slight ads here. I think Hubert finally going to regen back up, so no longer forced to play in fear. Benny doing a little bit of building as well. Try to get that just a second or so faster. But it looks like we're settling into a pretty standard stalemate right here, mid into second. Legacy not feeling confident enough in the slightest of kind of health and positioning advantages they had. We've seen spam going back and forth and choke.
Yeah, and that's kind of the double-edged sword of there not being Ubers, because yes, the defending team can't really neutralize things with an Uber exchange, but likewise, if you as the attacking team try and pressure an area and get a little overzealous and your med gets bombed, well, they can't save themselves with Uber, and suddenly that turns very poorly. So I understand in such a high-stakes match, especially at the start, once Legacy have this foothold, having mid, being in a commanding position to start, kind of want to just relish the moment, I suppose, as they actually find a kill onto Logan, and space is being taken, and like I said, Lolguy getting bombed here, but able to save himself, and Hubert drops in the meantime a pipe from Psy Guy across the map, gonna find that, and yeah, down Hubert, down 3, second still needs to get capped off, but we already see Legacy players peeking into last.
They're taking positioning Zam up on that catwalk behind the point. Laz going to counterbomb him, though. Air shot misses from Speedy, so he will go down as well. Maybe a little bit too aggressive considering there were only 2 down, but you can't blame them. You see, you got a med drop like that. You're not going to have many opportunities that big. Try to sneak it around early, and, worst case, Lolguy still stays alive. They're still going to be ad. Habib getting caught out here as well means that this recap could be contestable due to the numbers advantage right now. It looks like they're going to start working in.
Lolguy at 80% as well. Like, this is very well paced, because that means that this refight really didn't cost them any of their ad. The ad is only going to be dwindling once Lolguy gets Uber. It's going to be 30 ad, and yep, as they're ready to take it, popping in through top right. There is no gun to be seen. in the sight line. So much cap time, actually. That's going to draw in both soldiers bombing. However, both soldiers go down for Legacy. The heavy is in position to shoot point now. Lol guy goes down in the post. Psy guy was healthy, gets a kill, but will get traded out. And unfortunately, it's looking like a failed last push. There's some scouts running around, maybe threatening a back cap, but I don't think Froyo are going to let that happen.
Exactly. Yeah, I was scared they were going to get that right off the bat. You know, no real even contest coming in from Froyo, but soldiers are able to clear it in just enough time. And yeah, that heavy coming in, doing so much work to just, you know, create areas of denial that people can't be in. Now, the Uber coming back out onto second, actually, Hubert took some damage, so very well may have been a force. But, you know, for Legacy, that means that they're going to be sitting on ad. They will have the advantage in the midpoint right now. So,
yeah, with
Froyo
Kobe down,
decides the pressure. It looks like they are.
yeah. Because Lol guy not having Uber here, you don't have to worry about getting, you know, popped into. And with Kobe down, I mean, it can just be a nice fight. But Zam with the spoon. And that's exactly why it can be risky to pressure into the next point, because if you're committing your med through a choke point, it's a choke point for a reason. A soldier can bomb, and as we saw, Zam with the Market Garden just turned this around into a fantastic position yet again for Legacy. They have beefed a last push already, we just saw, but this is definitely going to be a much easier one to take. It's not 30 ad, this is full Uber advantage into last. If they want to wait for Speedy to roll out and even give him a buff, that is on the table, but they basically have the luxury to take this push however they want.
Yeah, the last ad they used right when Hubert was at 75 or so, so that, you know, they had the ad, they had to use it. They couldn't do as much setup, they couldn't scout out, you know, is there a gun, where are they playing? They kind of wasted some of that Uber early, but they are going to come in now through that left side. Gun gets taken out already, Gungan edging
So
point, and that's just going to be around.
Yeah, there just wasn't a soldier in position to be able to stop the point. Okay, and now, yeah, chat, now you can post your grantings. Now you can post your pause, copy pastas, because this is a Froyotech tactical pause. And yeah, I mean, that last push, it really just was capping. I mean, we were talking before the game even started about how important cap pressure can be, and having cap time, even without necessarily converting the point, just having some cap time for later in the push is a really valuable resource to have. And in this case, it's almost like Froyo soldiers kind of assumed that Gungan would stop baiting the point. So a lot of the time when you're getting bombed there, you kind of want to duck off, maybe get a flash and then shoot the soldier after. But no, you just kind of commit to the cap, and there was no one really in a position to be able to stop it.
I mean, that's CS logic coming in. Pros never fake.
Mm-hmm.
Gungan just said, you know, honestly, I think in that first push, Gungan may have been able to get the cap if he just stayed on it, because it got so close. And this time says, yeah, you know, make them kill me, put the ball in their court. I'm not going to give them a free reprieve. And that's exactly what happens. You know, no one in position. You know, I think they had, as you said, that full ad this time. It wasn't a 20% window where you've got to go fast. They knew there was a gun on the left side. They could Uber in from left, get that gun quickly, already start capping while the Uber is still going, force those soldiers to jump in to the Uber rather than jump in the post. And, you know, we see ourselves a very quick round. And I mean, really, though, you got to give that spoon coming in from Zam is just
It is really
massive.
easy as Froyo to just be focused on that last hold or the failed attempt at one and what went wrong there, when in reality, I think where the thread really started unraveling was in that attempted dry fight into mid, losing Hubert. Basically everything fell apart after that. But we are looking at mid number 2 now.
Exactly. And yep, Speedy going to get on top of the Blue Cafe early. Laz going in for a big bomb as well. Going to be a large amount of players going down at once. Hubert, though, gets taken out by Zam. Lol guy going to be the trade back, so no meds, but better health on the side of Legacy. Logan's gotten a pack. Banny's sitting only on 30, can't fight too much, and they find Logan in the Red Valley. So this should be eventually a mid win. Banny, though, has gotten a pack. Saido coming back in at full, going to be enough to scare him out. And, you know, much closer of a mid this time. Both meds dying means that you're not going to see any real snowball potential, but Legacy again continuing their legacy of strong mid fights.
Yeah, and it's situations like that that just make you so happy to have Kobe 1920 on your team if you're Legacy, because if I had to pick any player in a scrappy fight where no one has a buff to just collect kills, It's absolutely Kobe, and we did see that, him just running around, cleaning things up, not even giving Froyo the opportunity to take a refight on the even players. But as you mentioned, even Ubers here. We did see a pretty successful pressure last time around. It's actually going to be a pop through. This is a build check. Lolguy assuming he has slight ad over Hubert, and it is the case. They're finding 2 kills, not finding the medic. Hubert is going to be getting Uber on last. So this is the type of situation in which it looks like Legacy are trying to get a force out of Hubert in order to actually sustain ad, but so much cap time!
Just gonna get the round.
Speedy just occupying both scouts on point. Keep in mind, Froyo's down 2 still, so there's just fewer bodies that can stop the point, and Kobe just runs to cap. No one can stop him in time, and Legacy getting some momentum now.
Legacy had their Wheaties for breakfast this morning is really all I can think of, because that was such an incredibly sharp play. The build check, as you said, Lolguy probably dying a little earlier than Hubert, maybe getting a little bit better building coming in from spawn, and able to just snowball that into the win. Hubert pops Uber and they cap during the Uber. Just completely caught out, and now an incredibly aggressive mid coming out of Froyo, but Laz and Logan are already down. Patty's going to be next, only 1 kill back. Hubert getting collapsed on in cafe. Kobe's going to land that shot eventually, and that is nearly a wipe. Habib, the only survivor, backing out into last. Kobe on the chase. Looks like he's losing that fight.
Wants this 1v1.
But he's got to give it up. But I mean, 5 for 1 on the mid. Legacy are hitting a different gear right now. Hubert still isn't even up yet.
Yeah, and that's that late medic death, and that's, you know, evidence of why players like to quote-unquote pet medics and kind of keep them alive if you know they're caught anyway, because, you know, what would have been, you know, only 60 ad or something is actually instead going to be 80. Not that those margins matter here, but in other situations they will.
Yep, Froyo coming in now with the NG and the heavy right now. They know there's the full ad. Benny's gun already up at level 2, and they're going to take that Uber in through left side again. Gungan got on a flash, so couldn't edge as much as he wanted, but the stickies would have stopped him regardless. Zam jumping in, but really no frags to be found. The collapse coming in now. Zam levitated by the heavy. Frags starting to trade it back and forth. Cap time a little bit from Lolguy, but he's hit low. Forced to kite back behind the point, and the frags are heading in Legacy's favor, however. The scouts causing havoc in the back line. Lolguy going to be the one getting the cap, and forget what you heard. This is a different version of Legacy coming out here on day 2, really putting their stamp on this map.
And that was just perfect textbook example of pacing. They got really nothing with the Uber. All they got with the Uber is what the Uber needs to get to not just immediately leave, which is the gun and a side. But they waited, they collapsed together, focused down the heavy, and then just focused fire down picks from there.
Yep, we come now into another mid here. Froyo's going to need something to go their favor if they don't want this to get away from quickly. Hubert already hit half, hit even lower, forced out of Cafe directly into the waiting arms of Kobe. He is going to be the first kill for Legacy. Now the desperation sacks coming in. Lolguy popped up and choked. There is the rocket from Patty to take out Lolguy, but it's only a salvage. Now both scouts up for Froyo with the health dis-add. It's going to be on the projectile quests of Legacy to just land the shot here. Banny forced out to second the Habib on his own. Ooh, gets just out in time with his life. But, you know, the mids get closer and closer, but Legacy's still the one getting that cap time at the end of the day.
Yeah, true. And Hubert honestly doesn't even have that much ad despite dying earlier than Lolguy. They may have been on the same spawn timer. Actually catches a pipe here, which might slow down Froyo a little bit. I mean, they're already through the door, so we're just looking at mid-fight number 2. Will be Speedy taking some height, trying to get spammed out. So weak from Hubert and Logan and Bandy. Make that Habib. Habib goes down. Laz so weak as well. Patty's the only player on Froyo who has any health, and because of that, Froyo just gonna get out. And it will be off of that kind of second mid-fight. Legacy taking things with even Ubers.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, the pressure on Hubert has been non-stop. Either you've got Spoons coming in. He just eats a direct right there coming in from Valley, and that's going to be them coming in. Gungan and Laz both trading right here. But the pressure from Legacy is unrelenting. Kobe in, just going to assassinate Habib. Habib trying to get a kill of his own. Doesn't even see him coming. Eventually, it will be Speedy going down. So the numbers ad for Froyo. Uber popped out, as Lolguy had used earlier. No ad. He's kiting for his life, but gonna go down eventually.
Okay, I was gonna say, if Banny does not get that, There was a flank happening during that. Looks like, yeah, Kobe was actually rotating over towards Valley again. Just kind of split with Lolguy as the Uber was taken. And the post, Uber survived as well. So using
Kobe's
Uber, getting a medic
on a
kill,
flank here.
going to be like 40 ad for them.
That looks like Kobe was spotted in Valley. Banny likely going to come take him out. Yep, get some good damage onto the scouts while he's at it, but not going to keep his life. And now Froyo will, on a bit of a delay, end up coming in, taking their mid, which I think this is their first mid cap of the map so far.
You might be right with that. Now, you don't like the realization that you only capped mid once after you're already down 3-0. It's very much a, you look at the scoreboard and someone has 0 points after a couple of rounds type of deal. But nonetheless, Froyo are pressuring. Flank shove immediately, though, in response from Kobe. Just going to find Laz. Habib does trade that out, but the bomb in from Speedy. Down goes Habib. In the meantime, Froyo's combo have been getting very aggressive. They have taken space through Cafe. And actually, it was ad there. For, oh, right, it was 40 ad for Froyo all along. So the flank shove makes much more sense as a play there. That being said, not finding Lolguy and still using Uber means it's now ad for Legacy, and they are re-fighting with it, trying to vie for platform positioning. Froyo slowly but surely backing up while spamming. Looks like Legacy don't really want to pop an Uber here, would much rather use this Uber advantage into mid.
And they may be doing exactly that. Popped out right through choke. Habib going to be the first target, getting chased out, knows he's gone and gives himself up. But good counter kill onto Stam, getting a little bit too aggressive into choke. So they get the space with it. They'll likely get the mid cap, but no momentum into second. And now Uber leapfrog back in favor of Hubert.
Ooh, Laz.
Laz coming in from behind, going to gank Speedy up on top of the point, forces him out. Not enough to stop the cap, but Kobe caught out now. Will be the frag, so 6v4 for the time being. Zam a respawner. Lolguy with the arrow kill onto Danny. That's going to be a meaningful kill here. One less scout to chase in on this Uber coming out of Hubert. They'll get Gungan, and I think Zam's just going to start dancing for his life.
Yeah, and it looks like Speedy is behind as well, which having Uber advantage and a player behind the other team, especially a soldier with splash damage that can shoot in the choke point, very, very potent. Looks like Speedy will be waiting out. Banny is going to get the forward spawn and roll out. Speedy absolutely does not want to be spotted here. I don't think Froyo is aware necessarily. So even just like a pop through play or just identify where the combo is playing to lead from. In this case, it's Cafe. Just have the soldier waiting in that door, and it's almost a guaranteed med kill with your Uber. And it looks like Uber does get popped, and they will be leaving Cafe. And just like that, Speedy is ready. And just like clockwork, very straightforward kill there onto Hubert. That being said, they lose 2 soldiers. Guy goes down as well. So this post-Hubert fight with the back cap, I was actually missing that. Flank shove from Froyo definitely bailed them out here. Lolguy might go down, does. The sword from Habib. Very clutch play here from Froyo's flank to bail them out of what was a catastrophic situation.
Yeah, I mean, really good pressure. They almost had that point, and Legacy correctly splits up to get that, but it leaves Lolguy kind of in no man's land. Habib just not getting taken out fast enough. Yeah, pulls out the sword, manages to get that kill onto Lolguy. Not too often you're going to see that in the kill feed, but really, really good salvage play from Froyo. It allows them to keep the mid. Now they have a small but potentially workable ad to push into second here. Things are finally looking up for them.
Yeah, and I think Froyo are absolutely going to want to play this. Oh my god, Kobe just close choke, peeks the corner, 2 shots Banny, who's trying to clear traps. Goes even further, ends up getting traded out. But this stalling is doing pretty decently as far as letting Lolguy build Uber. Because if this is happening, if Hubert kind of has to bow people and focus healing people, peeking choke and taking fire, oh man, Uber actually just getting popped through choke from Froyotech, but Lolguy, again, because of that building, already has now. With Habib dying to a trap as Uber is popped, this is a much, much better Uber for the red team, and Hubert is caught in the post to Gungan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a kill bind or what might have caused the crater there, but I do not think Froyo was expecting that Uber to come back so quickly, but they had more time. Habib, as you said, getting caught out, already put that Uber on the back foot, and then the immediate pop back from Lolguy, just a dominant win for Legacy here. They're going to be taking the mid with Banny still down. We'll likely see some pressure coming into second. I think Hubert really just getting back with the team, so buffs only starting to get spread now.
and Vanny is dead, which means it's going to be a little easier to get through. Laz is committing to the choke. Actually surviving there, well, for the time being. Might get cleaned up still. 7 HP. Looks like he will get out. And that was a decent stalling measure, because if Legacy were able to get through this cleanly, given the fact that Lol Guy doesn't have an Uber, meaning you can kind of play aggressively and not get punished for it up until he actually gets, and that time would be now. In which case the Uber does get popped, and we can see that forward positioning from Laz getting punished, as well as Habib. 2 kills for the Uber, losing the demo for it. Not super worth it for Legacy. I mean, they'll take it. They have the point. Froyo on last. Last is a tough point to push out of. But yeah, Legacy in the driver's seat a little bit for the time being.
Exactly, yeah. So, Hubert there's Froyo playing aggro in lobby right now with Kobe still dead and Habib on the shorter spawn. Seeing a lot of pressure coming up from Dungeon trying to get in, and yeah, I think Legacy knows they're down. They know they're looking at an Uber. Zam gonna get caught out as well in choke, trying to back out, and Froyo gonna successfully be pushing out of last. They're already getting into mid here. No one behind. Threatening a back cap. Banny though hit up low, gonna be popped to save him, and great pipes coming in from Logan onto Kobe to protect his med. Side gonna be next, and Froyo's managed to take this slight ad that they got and push back into mid with it. They've got a lot of momentum into second too.
Yeah, I think if Kobe gets denied here, which he does, we might see Legacy wait for him to show up before doing too much. They are going to start going Cafe now. Still 50 ad for the time being, so what Legacy chooses to do with the Uber is up to them. The flip-flops haven't been horrible, at least not catastrophic for them. So it looks like they do kind of want to pop choke. At least that's what Sai is kind of gesturing towards. Oh, looking like a dry push for the time being. High bomb in. Okay, Uber does get popped. Both of Froyo's soldiers are behind, as well as a scout. A 3-man back cap shove. This is definitely a all or nothing play from Froyo. They find a kill on Kobe, and it looks like the Froyo team is doing quite well against the flankers of Legacy. Finding some kills, getting the second. Habib off to last, probably too weak to actually cap it, but a lot of cap time, and that brought back the entire Legacy combo.
Here comes the Uber!
Gets popped, and the Uber into last, which finds so many kills. This should just be over.
It's just Kobe and Gungan, but Gungan, as you said, you know, just 3 people
God.
low against the Scout might be in the Scout's favor, and Gungan and Kobe gonna find themselves a hat trick onto the Froyo cappers right there. Just a shot of adrenaline into that match. The heads-up play from Froyo to get the back cap going. I think Habib might have kited off the point a little early, may have found himself getting it. Gives just enough time for the players of Legacy to come back in, but fighting's not done here on second. Laz bombing in, gonna go down. Banny caught out next. Speedy will be the trade, but Habib low, backing out from Valley. No chasers from Legacy right now. So I think we may finally have a bit of a breather out of this chaotic last 2 minutes.
I think if you're Froyo, you absolutely just wanted to win that, because you're not going to be presented that opportunity all that often, where the 3-man back cap shove works out so well, finds kills, and your combo is able to run all the way to last and pop in with ad when the other team's not even set up. The fact that Kobe and Gungan were able to clutch that up is absolutely a testament to kind of how locked in Legacy are right now.
Yep, and I mean, as you said, you know, it's funny you said that in the beginning. A full HP scout against 3 damaged players might be in an even fight, and we saw that with Kobe and Gungan right there. There's a point that was like a 4v2 with an Uber, gave just enough time for one of the scouts to spawn up, and they were able to clean up in just the nick of time. But both meds now sitting on Uber. Froyo feels like kind of have woken up from whatever fugue state they were in for the first couple rounds, and we kind of got a match going now, but only 8.5 minutes until we reach continuous overtime. Froyo's really going to be looking to try to close that round gap before that.
Yep, and immediately getting a pick on the flank scout is definitely a good opportunity to start. Usually the team with mid is the one more comfortable losing that player. The defending team often only sends a sack in response to a sack being sent into them. And look at this, the flank getting shoved, catches Zam as well. So that's, I suppose, 2 kills. Kobe's on the way, but Gungan goes down. Froyo taking
Laz is waiting in lobby. Not sure if they even know about it. Lol Guy gonna get forced.
Just fantastic pressure there. Getting a pick on the flank and then waiting just long enough that they feel a little comfortable, then shoving it again, finding another kill, and the player behind. But Uber has been popped from Froyo. A lot of cap time coming in. Vanny getting flashed on point as the soldier bombs in. Sai is trying to stop it, but it's just not going to be enough. And Froyo on the board.
Yeah, things just going in their favor, push after push. Really heads up play, I think, from Laz, I think it was, to just, win that flank fight, sneak into lobby, get behind in shutter, waiting for Lolguy, force that Uber in a spot where there's really nothing you're gaining from that. Hubert's able to pop that ad, and I mean, they'd probably win that without the Uber anyway, but it just makes it, a surefire play.
Now, that being said, I mean, anything can happen on a mid, and we could easily see another round here from either team at that. Speedy's actually going to be going down quite low early on, but catching a bow. Bomb in now, Lolguy, 16 HP. Hubert quite weak as well. Lolguy is still committed and actually getting ran at by a couple scouts, going to get forced out of choke, and Froyo is going to take that opportunity to gather all the positioning. It's a little bit of a flank fight here from Kobe and Habib. They've been more than happy to 1v1 each other. In some cases, it's Habib winning. Other cases, it's Kobe. In this case, neither one wins.
Right, and I mean, Froyo finally coming alive on these mids as well. Get the one kill onto Zem. They know they've got damage on Lolguy. He's got to play passive, slowly edge their way out. Constant improvement from Froyo really makes those first 10 minutes or so kind of feel like a different game. Unfortunately for them, though, it is. Habib getting caught out. I think that's probably near Valley. Countersack now coming in. Zam getting in deep. Gonna get a little bit of damage out, but nothing too major as a countersack. And I mean, if you're Legacy right now, you're up 3-1. You're going to need at least another round at this point. You're pretty happy, I think, to just play slow, wait for that overtime to get in, make it so that you take the 3-1 in, and wager that you're going to get one round before Froyo's able to get 4.
Yeah, there really isn't that much of a rush for Legacy. And, I mean, that being said, Froyo have time to kind of figure things out. The clock isn't running against them. But you'd rather get those rounds sooner rather than later, feel a little more comfortable. Froyo tries to pressure in the exact same fashion as last time, only this time the reciprocation from Legacy is to bomb choke, and they find a kill on Vanny. They are aware that there are players behind. Oh my god, Gungan. Looks like Laz and Habib were trying to set up a 2v1 there, but Gungan peeking immediately kills Laz, and then Habib unable to find a kill at all. So that's 2 kills on the flank of Froyo. And with Vanny only being a spawner, it will be space taken on mid from Legacy.
Yeah, Habib really needed to land that first meat shot and just didn't hit it. And oh, great rocket with Logan popped up. Gungan gonna get the final kill on that, but a great air shot as crowd caught. Uber's traded out on mids, but the numbers and health advantage all in favor of Legacy. Hubert cleaned up in the post fight, doesn't even make it into second. Cap's gonna come across quickly. Yeah. Do they get the denial onto Logan? I think they do. And that should be a pretty easy into second right now. No one on Froyo in any position to hold this. Plus, you're looking at about a 40 ad for Lolguy. Could potentially see another round in.
Yep. 40 ad is definitely holdable for Froyo. If you stall even a little bit, then you're med. Well, not even a little bit, but you stall a fair amount, you're med. It will be getting Uber in the post, with which you can defend. But it's also really attacker favored still. I mean, 40%, you are very happy to take into last. You don't really think twice about using that into last. It will be a dungeon Uber. Gonna pop through. See, it sounds like a left-sided gun. I don't even know where it is, but it's gone now. Some cap time, but it gets denied quite well from the soldiers, and actually down 2 for Legacy. Froyo health is real bad. Like, these picks could get traded out very easily, and actually does not happen. It's going to be a Zam and Laz trade. There was a real opportunity there, I think, to pressure point if Legacy had the knowledge of how weak players were. Habib doing a bit of a chase there, going to get shut down by Sai. Gungan will be dying for Sai guy to be able to get out. And Hubert now with 70 ad into mid.
And yeah, I mean, I think from those first 3 pushes we saw out of Legacy, it all involved early and aggressive cap time. Something that felt entirely missing there. I think the gun was on the right side, so maybe they weren't able to kill it as quickly. But, they just weren't able to get the cap time. They bleed players elsewhere. And as you said, all that damage feels like something we also talked about in Lean-In, right? Just not the focus fire you're expecting. The kills don't come through. Uber, though, pops out of Cafe, and a good sticky skyboxes Logan. Means there's basically no legs on this Uber whatsoever. It will get Froyo mid-cap, and the repop in from Lolguy. Bombers everywhere. Hubert nuked and choke. gonna go down almost immediately as that Uber comes out. Guy able to keep the ad so long as he survives in this post. There is, Benny had been behind, but he's been taken care of. And that's going to be Patty not getting anywhere near Guy's health bar. They still have control of mid too. And with 4 down, this has to be an automatic second.
And that's the scary thing about flip-flops is when they go back and forth too often, Ubers tend towards evening out long-term. And we saw here Froyo popping in as Guy close to like 90%. Well, how are you going to get the point? Ooh, actually, headshot ringing out there. Definitely an asset that Froyo needed to have for this hold. But yeah, I mean, if you're popping in, the other team is almost already having Uber and just need to back up for a second or two. How are you getting the point? You need to immediately back up. You're even giving them the opportunity to try push. It can be tough.
And I mean, unfortunately, though, that kill happened when they were only at 80%. So the Uber coming in now will get the gun. Kobe is the trade, but they have no cap time, no frags. They're just going to have to back out of this. Patty gets caught in the post fight. So 1-for-1 plus the gun, but this is a far cry from those, killer instinct Ubers we were seeing out of Legacy in the beginning. Froyo now looking to try to cap or edge out of last, and it looks like they've made it out through Shutter.
Yep. And it looks like Gungan actually peeking lower. Gets 2v1 there by Laz and Banny. But in the meantime, Banny too busy fighting Gungan. Zam getting the force on Hubert. Nice, effective two-man there from Legacy for the force. And Froyo, if they deny these two players, actually even before denying these two players, are already fighting into second. They get the denies anyway, no point stacking needed. So those spawners are going to be coming from... Actually, did they get denied? They're already here. Yeah. Nonetheless, Guy now getting Uber. Basically 70 ad into mid. They're going cafe with it. This is often a door you pop through, and we are seeing exactly that. Oh man, Sai getting juggled. I don't know if that was a sticky or a rocket or something, but Sai goes down. Oh, and Gungan might follow as well. At least finds the kill onto Habib, but definitely not the Uber that Legacy wanted here.
Right, they got some damage into Hubert early as well, but could not nuke him out like they did in the previous one. And now Frag going in Froyo's favor in this post fight. Speedy getting in, trying to find Hubert in cafe. One rocket gets the second, assassinated in the middle of his own team. Speedy really pulling out a huge salvage right there. Keeps Guy's ad in favor, draws players back. All of the hurt players on Froyo going to need to scavenge for packs, and they keep the mid. But right as overtime ticks in, win limit set to 4, things looking up for Legacy.
Yeah, and I don't even know how a play like that can happen where Froyo are up players. I mean, it's not like Guy's dead, so you're just they're trying to salvage our med mode, but you have a player advantage. How a soldier is able to bomb in and then re-bomb and your medic is completely alone, I just don't know. But this is still 50 ad for Legacy. They pop it through cafe. We're maybe thinking about a dry push, but there was a little too much resistance. They figure, hey, maybe some people are caught. That was not the case. At this point, Hubert now at 70%. Froyo, based on Hubert's positioning, wants to get Uber before pressuring. They have been burned in the past this map by trying to peek a little too early, a little bit before actually getting that Uber. Now that they have, it looks like they're going to be peek and choke with it.
Yep, going to be peeking that there, but Hubert having the ad means it's going to be a potential just bully out here. I mean, if you're Legacy, you're really just looking to make sure you get that force. Don't let Froyo get any extra momentum. But Speedy ganked on top of the point, going to go down immediately. Really, that seems to be it. No pressure in. Hubert not forced to use that Uber. Will have it to go into second. But Guy able to stall long enough, comes up on Uber of his own. So we're evens here. Yep. Speedy coming up in 3. Froyo getting aggressive right now, looking to potentially push off of that as Laz coming in deep, going to get the trade with Zam, but Kobe dead as well. Habib gets taken out in exchange, so 4v4 have had the spawn in from Speedy right now, but great pipes from Guy onto Banny, takes him out. Numbers now in favor of Legacy, and they're going to look to probably swarm into mid. They already have Gungan aggressives on the point.
Yeah, Sai bombing in as well. Not early enough to catch players in the doorway, but definitely more than early enough to lock out the door. Habib was in a little bit early and got focused down before his combo can get in and coordinate that. So now Froyo are just kind of committed to this fight while down a player. Lolgai is quite weak and probably forcible. We do see the exchange come out. Sai dies during this exchange, so that's definitely a disadvantage to have. But the players behind, look at that Speedy and Choke finding Logan. Hubert goes down. It's going to be a full wipe for Froyo. It's looking like Habib as the spawner is the only one alive. And Lolgai going to have probably 50 ad here to potentially push into last with and close out this game.
Yeah, Laz as well in that jumped back into Legacy's Valley, went for a large flank, wrapping through second into Cafe. But in the time that happened, it was more than enough for Legacy to just wipe up all the remaining Froyo members. You know, the flanks like that can only work if your team's able to live without you, and they didn't have the numbers to sustain that. Both soldiers really, I think, going for flanks when just the med and the two scouts got collapsed on instantly. So
Yeah.
Legacy with a real chance to end this map right here.
Yeah, so the building was, I suppose, pretty even between the two teams. It was looking a little worse for Legacy for a moment, but they did end up getting that 50 out in the end. Pop through left side, get the gun down immediately. Saigai will be bombing across. They find a kill on the cross, and Laz is next to go. Kobe did die in the meantime. Banny is on heavy. Down goes Patty. No soldiers for Froyotech. It's just a matter of if Banny can get focused down on heavy in time. Hubert gets forced by Speedy, and at this point, Legacy could just vacate if they wanted to. If Lolgai gets out, it's still 30 ad, but no!
Gungan just through the front door. Banny wrapping around the pillar, waits until he doesn't have the sight line onto the point, chooses his moment to pounce, gets on. Banny, I think, smelled the frags in the water, didn't want to let them out, but that as he pushes forward, he loses angle onto the point. Gungan capitalizes on that, and we have a 4-1 here on Sunshine.
If you removed the rounds where a scout from Legacy just stood on point and no one on Froyo was able to react in time, then this would have been a tie game. But somehow, Legacy were able to get 3 different rounds. The one we just saw, I believe their first round, where they just Ubered in and Gungan just stood on point. No one stopped him. And then that Uber into second they got with 2 kills and sent 3 players into last. 2 players were distracting the combo, and Kobe just stood on point. That was just such a consistent problem for Froyo and ended up just hemorrhaging so many rounds for them.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talked about him in the lead-in, right? You can't cap last if you don't actually stand on the point. Play the objective. Good things are going to happen. In the very first last push of the game, feels like I think it was either Kobe or Gungi that got the point capped at 90%, voluntarily left because he was fearing the bombers, when could have just stayed on and capped. And I think we should be good to go on to second map immediately, I think, as looks like the teams should be ready as well. So no break right now. We'll be switching over to CP Snakewater, which in yesterday's game, Froyo managed to win 3-2. But worth noting, I think basically every single mid went heavily in favor of Legacy. They had a number of full ad pushes into last they weren't able to capitalize on. So I'm very interested to see what version of Legacy we see. Is it the 3 rounds, blitzkrieg, get your scouts in fast and early type of Legacy? Or is this going to be the use the Uber to get a gun and then try to win the 6v6 standoff version of Legacy we saw
and I mean
yesterday,
because we were bringing up their last pushes as a kind of problem point yesterday. And I mentioned it a little bit for Sunshine. I think it was particularly bad on Snakewater. And the fact that their Sunshine Ubers into last, they weren't 100% guaranteed. They missed a few, but I'd say overall, they were about as consistent as you can be happy with. I mean, they got 4 rounds when all was said and done. And if they are able to bring that kind of consistency into Snakewater, then it's going to be really difficult for Froyo, because Froyo was on the back foot yesterday a lot. I mean, for example, Legacy had the opportunity to just straight up win Snakewater yesterday off of an Uber drop from Hubert while Froyo was pushing out of second. I don't know how teams lose pushing out of Snakewater second just because they like lose 2 players and the spawns are too long and like the fight goes poorly on last. Being able to drop Uber while pushing out of Snakewater last and not lose the round is just remarkable. And I don't think that those are mistakes that the legacy we're seeing playing right now are gonna make in this upcoming Snakewater.
Agreed. I think they really have pulled themselves together. I mean, that Uber into second, you called it a build check, which is exactly what it was. They had a 10% ad, able to find the kill onto Hubert, keep the snowball going, and then I think Froyo's already caught out by this Uber where it's like they thought they're even, they're not going to see anything. Suddenly you've got 4 people flying through choke. Hubert gets himself killed. Surely they can't keep going, right? And they do. They send 3 players in, completely catches them off guard. Just one of the most beautiful sequences I've seen of a team. So just if they're able to keep that kind of killer instinct, I think good things are going to happen for Legacy.
And I think a build check absolutely shows a lot of confidence because that is an inherently risky play. There are going to be times where you have ad. For example, if Lolgai in that case did get one spawn cycle sooner than Hubert and was absolutely hard building the whole time, it's at least like 5 or 10 ad, which is still not much. But a lot of the time in a build check, you are kind of gambling that the other team's not building perfectly. Because if they are building well, then you're putting yourself in a really sketchy situation. I mean, we were seeing for the last ditch effort exchanges into last to avoid resets. It really never worked yesterday just because exchanging into another team when they have their positioning, you're walking through a choke point, you're usually engaging with using your Uber first. So just inherently, the other team doesn't have to move to have good positioning. They're going to be using second no matter what. So by default, unless they flash like way more than you, their Uber is going to end later, which is quite important. So those types of situations really don't favor the team popping in. And you're gambling that if you're build checking. The positives are massive because a team that thinks it's even is going to be playing very close to the chokes in order to hold those choke points. But if you're popping through, you're going to find a lot of players who are caught with a medic at 90% Uber who can't save that.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's funny how we talked about some of those aggro plays that Froyo was taking that felt like they weren't working out. And then to see Legacy take a very similar vein of play and have it directly lead to them taking a round kind of feels like the story of these 2 teams right now, where Legacy's really just coming, on the rise, playing some of the best TF2, they can. I mean, they played a really competitive match with Mama's Boys last night. Felt like they easily could have won that if a couple breaks go, in a different way. Come in today, and that was a pretty dominant performance. I mean, I think it's rare you see Froyo have that kind of game happen to them. We've seen them take losses, but rarely does it feel that one-sided. But for the time being, while we are waiting for the teams to get ready in between maps, we do want to plug the RGL merch for the LAN exclamation point merch in the chat. Still have all the great shirts, designs, stickers, what have you, as well as I believe, Dolphin, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got 30 minutes left on the raffle tickets for some of the signed merch by all of the invite players. We've got a mouse pad right here, t-shirt as well, signed by all of the invite teams here. So you do not have to be in person to purchase these. I think they'll be sold for another 30 minutes on the site. If you win and you're not here, we will mail them to you. So check those out. Some real premium pieces right here.
Well, Alto, what are your expectations for map 2 here?
I'm going to manifest that seeing what worked for them here on Sunshine, Legacy is going to keep up that style of play into Snakewater and realize that it all starts with cap time. It's great if you can Uber out of Shutter into Snakewater last and get the gun and get set up there, and you've got your demo with the stickies on the Shutter, right? But you need cap time. You need to force the defensive team to take action and capitalize on that. Froyo, even if they haven't looked their best, are not the type of team you can just say, we'll take a flat 6v6 against and win when we have to play an objective and they don't. I need to see more out of them. I need to see that aggression because I think some of the caps even yesterday from Snakewater happened because as they came in, Hobiergang got on the point, capped half of it. They had a soldier bombing into the Froyo combo at the same time. So you've got Zam in the middle of 5 people while a scout's capping. You're forcing Froyo to make these decisions of, making that quick snap judgment when all the pressure's on them. And it's hard for anyone to do that consistently and consecutively, Uber after Uber. But if you don't have that cap pressure, they don't have to. They say, okay, I'm going to kill the soldier. You're not capping. You're giving me all the time in the world.
Yeah, I think in general, if they have more consistent last pushes, it's looking over. I don't know. I mean, Froyo got around there in Sunshine, and it was a round they earned, to be fair, with a very well played flank shove pressure combination and even Ubers. Being able to have a pressure go so well in even Ubers that it transitions into last and into a round is good. So that was going well for them. But they had quite a few opportunities that did not go well at all. For example, that 3-man shove we saw that was going so well, it completely flips the state of Ubers from being disad to the other team popped through, and now they suddenly have to retreat just to stop the back half and just to prevent themselves from losing to the 3 players behind. And suddenly, Hubert with full ad able to push into last, but it didn't end up working out. And it didn't seem like outside of the one time that Froyo was able to get the round by being in the right place at the right time, felt like pretty much everywhere else they were kind of just fighting to keep up. And that Legacy, I don't know, they just looked so much stronger.
And I think I'm interested in how we've been seeing some of the flank be playing, because you think back to that time, I think it was you saw Legacy popping into mid. You saw Legacy popping through mid or through choke into mid. Then you see immediately, both scouts and a soldier look to jump behind them, go for that back cap on second, led to that Scooby-Doo chase sequence where they almost ended up getting around. And that's a good move from them. That was coordinated. It was done with intention, right? You know that, the 3 people on second are going to cap faster than the mid. But I saw a lot of flanking as well where it just felt way too like trying to find a hero play. I think one time Legacy pops into mid, you're looking at a 5v5. Taz speeds all the way behind into Legacy's Valley, rotates through second into Cafe, and by the time he comes out, Hubert, Banny, and Patty have gotten collapsed upon. I don't remember exactly who the players were, right? But he's effectively gone for that entire fight, wants to come back in and get this huge flank collapse, but the team can't survive without that pressure in the meantime. And it feels like if you want to pull off these crazy flanking plays, there needs to be a much higher degree of planning that go into them to make sure that, like, hey, look, we're pulling this off when we know we're in a survivable position, not like I'm going to go exploring into second, which is kind of what it felt like.
Yeah, there was a lot of flank action, and traditionally, I mean, the flank is a very fluid, kind of hard to not necessarily explain, but just define concept, because you really can go as fast or slow as you like, and there are merits to both. Because obviously, if you're going slower in the flank, you're probably not just going to randomly feed to someone you didn't expect being there that you lose a 1v1 or a 2v1 to. And that's obviously good for your team when you're not randomly feeding. However, sometimes there's just going to be a lot of pressure focused towards your combo, maybe less so on the flank, in which case you can be fast and find a good opportunity. I mean, we saw, honestly, both examples in Sunshine. One such example, Laz on mid, fast through Cafe, able to bomb in and get a force pretty much immediately as Froyo were trying to fight. On the flip side, Habib in through Cafe, coincidentally enough, was a little too early and ended up dying before anyone else could get in. And it's all about kind of playing that fine line. But a lot of the time, the point I was trying to make here is that when you end up feeding on the flank, you kind of internalize those levels of aggression that you should be locking into against that particular team. And I was watching Kobe just completely disregard that. because there were times where he just fed on the flank and things didn't work out and it went poorly for Legacy. And next time around, he shoved flank just as angrily and just as aggressively. And the other time it worked out. So like he was really just not relenting with being able to shove and being willing to just make action happen.
And as you can see on screen, looks like Froyo have potentially, they may have been having one of those famous team talks that we hear about as they've now returned to the stage. Looks like they're all getting in to the blue team as we speak. So thinking we should be going live sooner rather than later, as they just needed to probably reset after that. Not the type of loss they're expected to take, and really want to make sure that they can get that mental reset coming into it, because this is a map they won yesterday, but as we've been saying,
Yeah.
maybe was more legacy sided for the majority of it. Did feel a little bit like they stole it away in terms of the caps they were able to get. And I think we have to talk about Hubert a little bit. I mean, Zam comes in, gets a drop with the spoon. You're not banking on that. That was a low percentage play that happened to work in the biggest of moments, right? You're not saying that's a problem, but feels like he has a little bit been a target, and it feels like Legacy knows they can maybe expect to catch him in situations where LOL guy isn't as vulnerable.
Yeah.
You go.
And I actually want to look at the log here because I was seeing some, I guess, for lack of a better term, gossip in chat. Because I think that a team like Legacy thrives very, very well in chaos, and that they are particularly good at finding a way to salvage on medics, which works out quite well against Froyo. But, well, and in their regular season game on Snakewater, the most recent one, I believe, they just kind of won off of killing Hubert over and over. Actually, did they even? No, I don't think they actually ended up winning. Whatever. But they just killed Hubert nonstop. It was like 5 or 6 drops. Just unbelievable. And this time around, I mean, Hubert is dying a lot more than LOL guy is. That is true. But I don't really think it's like Hubert failing mechanically, because there's so many times where, oh, we're actually live here. There's so many times where Hubert just seems to be completely left alone with Banny just gunning it in.
Yep, as we are coming into the first mid right here, Laz gonna be going down, Kobe dead as well. Lots of action happening on towards the point. Patty getting even more forward. Zam coming in over the top, gonna land, gets one rocket onto Patty, but goes down through the lock and load. Froyo looking really solid on this mid here, able to bait in that aggression and deal with it accordingly. And we will see the cap come out right here as they're already getting forward into second. Both meds have Uber right now, but I think Legacy's just giving it up. They're right back to last.
Yeah, still no side guy, so not really a fruitful fight on second. And here we are in Snakewater last. I mean, Froyo wants to do things while, there's no real setup, and while the gun isn't built and things of that nature. They haven't sent a guy, however, so at this point, gun is gonna get moved towards the lovingly called Banny spot. Just one of the hardest sentry guns to deal with. Actually, I take that back, because peeking top left, he can actually take space, then it's pretty spammable. There are some lasts where you just kind of can't do a single thing. But that doesn't make Snakewater last very easy to pressure into. At the moment, Froyo just cooking.
Yep, Kobe on that sniper will land the shot onto Patty, so been on it for a while. Probably may have known it or was at least scouting it out, but they know they're looking. Kobe getting more forward on the angle, which you love to see, trying to get shots into second proper. Find anyone playing a little bit too far forward, but I don't think we'll find anything. Goes down, and great pipe from Logan right onto Sai, so no demo on the defense. They have this gun up. It's going to have to be doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. And Zam going to be next. Already a 6v3 as the Ubers come out. Gun has gone down, and Gungan gets dropped right to point. Habib going to be going there. LOL guy able to block it, but this Uber fading. And so is Legacy's hopes in this round. A couple spawns coming up, though. They're able to get Habib, but the numbers just are not in their favor. Going to be Kobe going down on point, and it will happen. Takes a little bit longer than expected, but Froyo putting that first map behind them, coming out incredibly strong here on Snake.
Yeah, and I think that they kind of just told Legacy, like, hey, you guys like actually need to play to beat us, because to be honest, they were getting a little silly there. I mean, not to call out Zam, but he basically just bombed a scout trying to spoon Banny, really for no other reason, I imagine, than it's Banny and he would love to have spooned him there. But Froyo gonna take an early round. We are in another mid now. Both teams just playing the spam game. Bomb comes in now from Speedy, will be a fade, followed up by a fade from Zam. Both soldiers quite weak, and it's both scouts from Legacy dying on point. Legacy very low health overall. Sai is actually caught with a nice pipe onto Logan, gonna find a trade, which is definitely all Sai could honestly hope for there. Logai is quite weak on the retreat, but has a player with him, so will not be going down. But back to last again for Legacy. And this time around, they're going to want to actually have a real hold.
Honestly, felt like on those mids, we saw all 4 soldiers play fade bombs right there, but it felt like the Legacy scouts didn't know that was the plan. Maybe got baited by their own soldiers a little bit too aggressive, get collapsed upon, and when both your scouts go down a second apart from each other, you know, you got to sound the retreat. They're lucky that Lolgai's able to stay alive here. I think, you know, those great pipes from Sai are going to be contributing to that, but it is a mid for Froyo. They did pick up some kills on people chasing a little bit too far, and Hubert had actually used there. So,
yeah, the refight on 2 went very, very well for Legacy. I don't know if Froyo was prepared, but they got the force on Hubert, and Lolgai did not use. So, yeah, still 50 ad now after capping, or after having capped time on mid, and they're moving into second with it.
Yep, mid already capped up, good pressure as well into second, getting lobby control as the second cap goes through. This we'll have to see if they decide to go into last with this, as they still have about 15% until Hubert gets. I'm seeing some jumpers coming in, getting up on the spawn, but Speedy goes down. I think they don't have a great rocket out of Sam. Oh, that was girthy, a girthy air shot right there.
Oh, and Uber actually
Uber
going to take it pretty aggressively out of last year from Froyo. Some flashes. Yeah.
Oh, the back cap though. Kobe trying, gets the kill onto Habib, but will get taken out. Gets some cap time there though. Yeah, now the soldiers are spawning up, coming in right now for Legacy. Still 6 seconds on Habib, 13 now on Banny. They have an opportunity to get in here. None of the off class is set up. Patty popped up, hit low. And here come the pressure. Great pipe onto Speedy to shut him down. Patty will go down, but that's going to be Habib as well. The cap time starting to come out. Baits Laz into the bomb, and now Gungan committing to it. Gonna tie the game up right there.
Yeah, and a nice thing about having both kills on scouts means it's pretty unlikely that there's going to be a sniper on last. Usually it's scouts off-classing to that class, so you can feel a little more comfortable about taking space top left and, you know, pressing that advantage a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting decisions there from Froyo to push out with that Uber, go for the exchange into second. You know, it's a good thing that Logan was staying behind to stop the back cap, otherwise Kobe may have taken the round. But we'll see a mid Froyo now flipping the script, being dominant in these, but a lot more pressure. Logan nuked out already. Many players incredibly deep into Froyo's second already. Only going to be a 1-for-1 for now, but Lolgai collapsed upon in the meantime. Vanny getting in deep, going to find him and Gungan. Kroby gonna go down as well, make it a wipe for Froyotech onto Legacy. They're gonna be moving into second and looking at a potential mid to last situation.
Yeah, and that's where we see the just run in and try and kill them strat really working out well for Froyo, because by all effects, if Vanny does not get kills there, then he is just leading himself and Hubert into death, even if he finds Lolgai. But not only did he get the kill on the Lolgai, but found more on top of that and was able to keep Hubert alive. Eyes on Gungan actually here, who not something you see too often, and I'm curious as well if his little robot cosmetic might peek out if he's looking the other direction. Because, yeah, not playing on the shutter itself, playing a little more passively, kind of in between holding the door and playing with the gun. Froyo Arga just going to dry push through the door, end up popping, find a kill onto Speedy. Pyro is not really stuffing because Froyo didn't really want to cross anyway. They turn back actually and find a kill onto Zam. 3 kills now for Froyo. This is not looking good at all for Legacy.
Yep, Gungan coming in, that flamethrower not going to do too much. Guy going down at 97. If he's able to get that, then maybe there's a chance for a miracle. But Froyo really tightening up their play right now. Gonna, see that Legacy get the round back. They're gonna say, nope, we're staying one ahead no matter what you guys do. They really want to make sure that we take this to a map 3.
Yep, and rounds kind of changing hands pretty quickly here. Froyo with a mid to last. But here we are in another mid. Froyo leading one round, 2-1. So last mid around. Actually, last mid, Legacy Soldiers did commit the mid before they faded. Let's see what they opt to do this time. It's actually Gungan furthest forward on point. Looks like Zan going to be chilling in kitchen, committing through now. Is going to get focused down and killed. In the meantime, Speedy actually faded. Logan does go down, and down goes Laz. So picks in the favor of Legacy, and Froyo don't like that fact. They're just going to get out, not commit to a losing fight.
Yep, the seesaw of these continue. Actually, first mid, I think, for Legacy here. Both soldiers going to jump over each other. Coming in super deep is, I think that was Speedy, potentially. I think he actually caught an arrow up top and will make it out as well. Kobe, the one gonna get caught in deep and collapsed upon. Speedy now coming in, gets the force out of Hubert. Guy fleeing for his life, wanting to keep this Uber. If they're able to escape and not lose anyone else, that'll be a pretty successful sack.
Yeah, and this is usually... Oh, and Habib going down there is definitely not what Froyo wanted. At the very least, Laz is able to find a trade, I suppose. I mean, down 3 for Legacy. They might want to use this Uber. Oh, Sai actually gets dropped. Okay, Uber's still preserved here, and honestly, this is a decision that a medic can make to Oh, wow, Logan. Finding the kill onto Kobe. But notably, Logai still has this Uber advantage, and that's a decision you can make. If you can drop players and preserve the Uber advantage, then in some cases, that's going to be worth it. And I dare say in this case, it was worth it as well. There's always the risk because those players that you're dropping are often the ones protecting you, but in this case, it's worked out quite well for Logai.
Uber now coming up through Cheese. Laz caught out behind as well. Great pipes from Sai to help take him out. With the Uber getting further in, Guy with some med-on-med violence takes out Hubert. The cap coming through. Froyo's only 2 up. They will get spawners in shortly, but Speedy already bombing in, gonna be creating some havoc. Cap will be nothing but a breeze, and Legacy keeping this round seesaw going. I'm love to see it.
Yeah, and honestly, like, for seasons and seasons, there's been talks of, well, it's been usually decided who the best medic in the game is, and often they've played for Froyo. And it hasn't been so conclusively decided as being Guy for really no reason, because from what I can tell, he is, like, by far just the most consistent and brings so much to a team comms-wise. Actually, Banny going down early in this next mid.
Yep, gonna be the first kill going across. That immediately puts Froyo on the back foot, not willing to let this play out in a snowball. Will back out, concede the mid, make sure Hubert stays alive. Very slight disad, but nothing. That would be a crazy build check if your Legacy to push off of both meds should come up on Uber. No problem right now as we just start seeing a bit of a stalemate.
Yep, so just chilling Saw at the moment, getting players healthy for the impending pressure. Getting Kobe buffed as well. Actually, Kobe's the one player without a buff. Never mind. It's actually Speedy trying to get through, but yeah, getting dealt with pretty easily. Somehow living. Definitely an impressive live there. And
Sam gonna try his luck next, and not so lucky.
Yeah. So Laz here in Saw, trying to peek around a little bit. Went a little early. Actually ended up dying. Kobe shoving lower in the meantime. Laz thought that window was safe to drop out, but it was not. And that's effectively the counter sack wasted. Gungan, however, dying to a trap. Down goes Kobe. No scouts now for Legacy. Very sketchy situation. You can effectively either exchange in the doorway itself or kind of back up and leave, because you're not going to be able to deny bombs quite well. Speedy is taking this opportunity. Oh, and with the pipe. Yeah, Speedy gets that force. Very nice play there from Sai hitting the pipe, but Speedy finding a nice little flank timing was just kind of given the perfect force.
Even putting the fear into chat. Lol guy again backing out at the second, holding this Uber instead of going for the exchange. We saw how well it worked for them the last round. Now they will have the ad coming back in here. Speedy is back up, so 6v6 in a moment.
Set up here.
Looking for a little gank coming out of kitchen. They're getting forward. Kobe, though, smartly senses something's up, backs off. Patty getting a little aggro into Saw, trying to scout it out. Some low health bars all around right now. Laz coming in, just anti-air down. Doesn't even get to touch the ground. Kobe waiting to get a little bit more beam, and they're just going to bully Froyo out of mid. See if they take the aggression into second with the little bit of ad they have remaining. Doesn't quite look like it, though.
Yeah, things might even out here. And usually when you're a medic and a soldier's bombing you, you're expected to be able to hit at least a decent surf, maybe juke a rocket, and your scout will take it from there. Actually, Uber gets... Or, never mind. Say I'm just sacking it. I am confused here. But when Gungan is your scout, soldiers die before they even hit the ground, and you don't even have to do anything past that. So maybe all that lol guy's the best medic I was talking about earlier was actually just Gungan making his job easy.
Nothing I love more as a medic than not needing to, you know, play how many rockets will this soldier get off on me before my team kills him when it remains at 0. But, ooh,
Wow.
a good rocket going to take out Laz. Kobe as well will eventually get taken out. I saw the good rocket to crater him into the ground there. I'm surprised he lived that. But Hubert, bit of a collapse coming in right there. Hubert will be
Logan's
able to
caught.
not take any damage, but Logan, yeah. Not Logan, excuse me. Habib going down. That's one scout less to pressure with, but great collapse on the side guy. Nuked off of the map, and now Gungan and Lol guy still in here. Maybe smell some low health bars, but not low enough to justify staying. Lol guy being forced will get that Uber out. Hubert trying to milk it, and Gungan coming in will be able to force
this
it.
is
Lol
great
guy
for
now
Froyo.
running for his
Oh,
life, but
Laz-
Laz into the waiting arms of Laz on mid will find the med kill right
Okay.
there. And Froyo
Is
now looking at him.
behind, tasked with a 2v1. Does not work out. And that was such a well-played fight on second from Froyo. Logan looked completely caught, and it looked so sketchy the fact that Hubert and Banny kind of were obligated to walk forward to save Logan, maybe take an exchange. But not only did they not have to exchange, but ended up forcing Lolguy to take a sketchy exchange that Froyo could milk and end up catching Lolguy in the post on top of all of that.
And I mean, it definitely felt like a little bit of a flip from yesterday in terms of last pretty dominant pushes in. You know, it feels like anyone gets an Uber in with any ad or someone, and it's getting tapped, which far cry from yesterday, but would rather have it be this way than the opposite. That said, though, bodes poorly for Legacy in terms of their odds of defending this. They have Kobe on the Pyro again. Uber coming Shutter as well, so we'll be able to get that stuff. Pops Logan up, stopping him, and will not be able to make it back to spawn. Already 2 dead, but low health bars on the side of Froyo. Gonna see if Gungan can stay alive. Good rocket in, gonna hit him even lower. Sai taken out. Kobe already. Zem and Gungan fighting for their lives right now. Lol guy, and that is a wipe from Froyo. Will be the 3-2 for Froyo. 13 minutes left until overtime, and this is still anyone's game, but the numbers leaning on Froyo's side.
And we are more than halfway through regulation time here, so the team in the lead, of course, only going to have to score one more round when we hit overtime. But the way rounds have been going, I don't even know if we'll need overtime. We might be hitting 5 rounds before then. But nonetheless, close game here, and it's going to be a catwalk rollout from Froyotech. Definitely a plan early on a mid that is strong against very early soldier aggression, which does not happen, so Hubert drops down and plays more standard positioning to be able to support the right side of mid with more heals. Speedy baiting in the other team's kitchen. That kind of play threatens to go behind through lower, bomb in from lower. Lol guy actually catching a pipe, just going to get the pack immediately. But yeah, from kitchen you can go behind lower, or you can recommit out of kitchen. Gets spotted peeking lower, Banny going to go deal with that, but it opens up an opportunity for some aggression from Legacy. Bomb in actually from Laz. Turns into an exchange. Not too often you see a mid last so long that the medics get Ubers, but Logan dies during the exchange, so down a demo at the very least for Froyotech, and down Hubert. Things are going so poorly. At least they find the lol guy pick, but suddenly, just blink of an eye, Froyotech just losing so many players there in that post-Uber.
Yeah, I don't know if Froyo had a I'm bored, let's push mentality going on there, but it really, I mean, I think what may have happened is they caught Speedy in lower, maybe trying to get that flank off and thought, okay, if we push forward, we've got a 6v5. But with the Ubers coming up, you know, that time delay is enough for Speedy to meet back up. Now they're the ones overextended, a little bit too deep, and oh, the pipes coming in from side. We'll find Patty, but it's otherwise a route for Froyotech. Wall guy will be forced to back off with Speedy, and I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a 4-man sack or what.
Yeah, I think that was just overzealotry from Legacy. They seem to want, I mean, they capped off too, I suppose, but you're not usually expecting to be able to get second when your med is dying on mid, on Snakewater. Maybe those players just lingered a little too long. I think Patty hit a nice air shot onto Sai. But at this point, it is even, oh, no, it was, in fact, Disad. Froyo popping through, find 2 kills on both soldiers. However, they lose Laz and Logan in the meantime. Counter Uber does get popped from Lol Guy. Froyo are looking to refight this. At this point, whichever picks go in favor of one team or the other is really going to decide this fight. Ends up being trades. It is a 2v2, but the team with more combat players are able to focus down Bandy. Hubert, of course, not able to apply any meaningful damage in a fight like that. So with Psy Guy and Kobe both able to hit shots on Bandy is more than enough to win that fight and secure a little bit of ad here for Legacy.
Yeah, Banny's hope there is just that Sai's not able to contribute any meaningful damage, and he's able to slowly chip down the other scout. But I think we saw some demo damage coming across there. So will be both of them sleeping with the fishes. Hubert with his own kind, as it would be. A little bit of a fight in kitchen. I'm seeing Kobe able to clean up Laz and survive. Get some good damage on Habib, but otherwise fragged in favor of Froyo. Gonna see a good pipe to help Speedy trade out with Logan, but that will be the second cap coming through. Lol Guy does escape with this Uber ad, but if he's forced into last, only gonna be so much he's gonna be able to do with it.
Yeah, and I mean, yet again, trying to take that fight into mid without having Uber yet. Very slight ad. Froyo are by no means obligated to give it up. I mean, ad doesn't really exist functionally until the team actually has their Uber. And the spam was just too good for Froyo. They were able to collect some kills, trade down when it mattered, and as a result, not only hold mid, but actually transition into second as well.
Oh, and yeah, that Uber ad for Lol Guy not going to come of anything. They do have the sniper and the engineer up, which I think probably a safer off-class bet than the pyro. I think they tried that, probably could experimentally determine really wasn't adding too much to their defense. Now they'll have the gun, they'll have the sniper, makes things a little bit difficult. But again, it remains to be seen. You know, I don't think we've seen too many last pushes fail so far. So it'll be on Legacy to have that start.
Good down.
Spam.
Interesting. Patty tried to get through here. He's so weak, though. Might just go down. Habib is committed as well. Headshot gonna pick up Logan. It's a 3-man for Froyo. Valiant effort, in all honesty. I mean, they got the gun relatively easily. That bodes well for their chances here. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the time. With 3 picks, Legacy are trying to push out a last. Down goes Laz. Banny quite weak on the retreat. Able to catch a bow, so will survive. But Legacy are able to cap off second and stabilize on this point.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to that last set pressure from Froyo. Not the last time I saw 2 level 1 gun kills in the kill feed at the same time. As they got the gun, but the rebuild came in quickly enough that we've now transitioned out of last. And I mean, still though, with, you know, the time sitting the way it is, just under 8 minutes until continuous overtime, I think you really don't want to give up any more rounds here if your Legacy, you know, going into overtime down 3-2, not preferred, but 4-2 feels nearly insurmountable. So you'd love to grab another round, snag it, make it 3-3, but, you know, don't want to take too many risks to let that happen.
Yeah, at this point, Froyo can kind of cook. They have not only mid, but a round advantage at the time being. Patty going to jump in, bait Africa, draw some players onto the low ground to try and fight him. And Saw is wide open. Habib getting through as well as Laz. Laz finds a nice bomb onto Lol Guy, hits a rocket. Lol Guy with the surf. A lot of medics might force there. soldier in your face who can shoot a rocket. Can you react to it in time or not? But Lol Guy, he's at land. He knows if that rocket is going to hit me, I will know I can pop in time. And the bomb in from Speedy going to find the force onto Hubert. And Speedy living as well. Zam does go down, but Froyo are shoving both scouts behind. This is Disad, and at the moment, Gungan is dealing with the scouts quite well without having to use Uber. Lol Guy does end up using, I think that may have been a force. And actually, all things considered, this is now looking kind of bad for Legacy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what made them use that Uber. It's like, okay, you can lose a couple people if you hold on to it, but they get forced by something there. Lol Guy was at 134, so I'm not sure if he just thought there was going to be damage coming his way or what, but went from a really promising situation for Legacy right back to Froyo advantage, and now they're parked back on last. Slight ad for Hubert here. I'm interested to see if they push off of the 20%. Or if
So
they know
based
it,
on-
but ooh,
Based on what Banny's doing, I don't think that this ad is being played. I think they're trying to take maybe space with which they can pressure. Actually looks like they think it's dead evens, which, well, no, Hubert, they choose to play dead evens. They know that it was slight ad there. But never mind, Banny ready to go for a play. And right on Lol Guy, pistol out, bomb in as well. Laz, Lol Guy stuck in the corner, does not use so much trust in his teammates. To be fair, Laz had just shot a rocket, so he has a little bit of time to react before he can even shoot another one, at which point you can be like, okay, another rocket might come out now. But still, what a close attempt. Lol Guy dropping!
The trap! There must have been a trap set up near the pack somewhere. Just Logan, gets the pipes onto Obi, I think, and then the trap to even that out. Lol Guy can, be the best net and invite regardless, but nothing about an uncalled trap he's going to be able to do about. The Uber now popped in from Hubert just to get the space into
Hubert getting
last.
forced means this is like now holdable.
Yeah, but there's already so much cap time. Lol Guy forced to surf off of it. No heals, and Froyo will manage to take the 4-2. Just Logan, it feels like really putting that round on his back.
Yeah, 4-2 game now. Froyo 1 round away from winning. They do not need overtime to do so. Meanwhile, Legacy need 3 rounds if they want to close out this series here on map 2. Going to a new mid, though.
Yep, continuous overtime happening in just under 5 minutes, but really not too meaningful right now because the win limit is going to stay at 5 regardless, with Froyo having these 4 rounds. So next round from Froyo, regardless of when that happens, is going to take it. We'll need to see 3 uncontested from Legacy. They want to wrap it up here and avoid a map 3. We did see Legacy turn things around on the mid last time where they had been struggling, but it remains to be seen if Froyo is going to make that same mistake again.
A lot of height control from Legacy. They do choose to bomb over to their right side of mid. Find a trade with Speedy and Laz. Counter bomb from Patty onto height. Does get bombed in turn from Zam. Patty very low. Can he get focused down by Kobe in time? He does. Unable to catch a bow before Kobe collects that kill. Kobe is very aggro, trying to find a med kill, but unfortunately just goes down. And Gungan catching a bow might be living here. If he dies, then Froyo for sure have a fight into mid. But things are looking to settle down with no picks going for either team's favor. Both teams are okay with settling down here. Even Ubers on second.
See which team wants to blink first here. Froyo has kind of the rounds to play with here. So this isn't a situation where if they want to take a risk, try to push out, get some extra space, and they lose, you don't want to, obviously don't want to give a round up for nothing, right? But you do have some breathing room here. That said, 3 rounds is a lot to take here, and if you're Legacy, you got to get started sooner rather than later.
Yep, and we do have Kobe rolling out sniper. Going for a lower peak first, it would appear. And immediately finds Habib. That's going to open things up for sure. And down a scout means bombs are going to be much better. Looks like Froyo are maybe thinking about shoving Saw with their combo. However, the flank from... Actually, Saigai is trapping Saw during this. High bomb now. Meanwhile, Speedy just lands on Logan, finds the kill. Uber gets popped from Lol Guy, but nonetheless, with 2 kills, this is more than enough for Legacy to take second and be happy. Froyo might get aggressive early. I mean, it'd be so scary to do anything into the sniper, onto, down to. At the very least, they're going to wait for their spawners. But now Froyo tasked with the prospect of pushing out of Snakewater last. Against the sniper, they just choose not to. Banny spawning up on Engineer will be... Someone was on Sniper for a moment, Habib. I think Habib is only going to go Sniper once that gun is actually fully built. But yeah, I mean, you can see in some cases like this, using an Uber, you can just get away with it for free if the push out for the other team is just too scary.
And I mean, all the credit to it. I believe it was Speedy that just perfectly synced onto Logan. I mean, that was an orbital strike with how far up he came and how coordinated those rockets were. Really, really solid play right there. And yeah, Ubers are going to even out right now. Danny on the NG, as you said, Habib with that gun built up, going to the sniper, and the SVS win for Kobe onto Habib could open up this right side right now for them to get a little bit aggressive in, but it will be Laz finding the kill onto Kobe, trying to get a little too cute in the shutter, so evened out there. Some banter back and forth between Kobe and Habib in chat. All dead.
Yeah, Kobe and Habib have had fun interactions this whole series as the two flank scouts that are just not scared of anything and really willing to take 1v1s have been trading back and forth. So this time around, Kobe is rolling out yet again. It's actually going to be Habib going down to a trap. I think probably... Was that still in shutter, or maybe Habib was peeking aggressively? I think it's more... Yep, Habib was peeking aggressively there. It's not the expectation of the shutter peek. A lot of damage in lobby. Speedy actually goes down the force on the lull guy. Patty finding a wonderful timing there. But speaking of timings, sometimes when things go poorly for your team, then being in a position like Kobe is right now ends up being kind of advantageous. But Froyo, they seem to just not be reacting to the fact that it is Uber advantage. I don't know if they off-class checked, but it doesn't seem like they're playing like it.
We have gone into overtime, although again, really no change. Just marking that half-hour point in the map. Kobe is behind, and yeah, as long as that gun's up, it's going to be difficult to just put any point pressure. You're going to have to try to find a kill somewhere, but not anywhere near. I'm interested. It doesn't seem like Froyo's really caught on to the fact that they haven't seen anyone.
Oh,
Gonna
man,
get bumped by Logan.
A
Oh,
little too...
that feels so bad,
Oh
but he
my
gets
god,
the
he
gun
gets the kill and the
and
taunt.
pulls off the taunt. Logan, but nah.
It's
In
two
chat.
kills as well for Legacy. They're taking space. They have used Uber. The gun did go down. I mean, this is really anyone's post. Actually, oh, never mind. No kills quite yet. We have to wait for the post Uber for
Habib
something to
caught
happen.
out though,
Laz
so that's
does
a
bomb
scout
in.
dead. Laz
Down
creating a
goes
lot of
Banny,
havoc.
down goes Laz.
Cap
So much
time.
cap
It's
time.
just Hubert.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think that's how Legacy drafted up that spy play
No.
with the taunt included, but you'll take it. Get the kill onto the demo, bait people to kill your taunting spy, take advantage of the Uber, and win the post.
I mean,
It's
a spy
just
for
that
demo
simple.
trade is value. But honestly, I think Kobe just got kind of bored there and got a little out of position somewhere where he could get bumped. But nonetheless, we are looking at yet another mid. Legacy are still down a round, and they need to claw this together in overtime if they want to win.
Yep, I think either team are, aware of how much is at stake here. But Habib getting caught out a little too aggressive up top means that scout going down is just so much fragging potential lost. Should any big fights break out. So Froyo sound the retreat. They know they still do have one round to play with. Reminder that the loser of this match, their season is over. Zam getting in super deep behind. Gonna draw a lot of pressure back. Will get taken out, but it's allowed the rest of the team to start walking forward. They try to get a second onto Hubert. Nothing, and that's going to be both soldiers dead for Legacy.
Yeah, that was a nice live from Hubert because Banny just full sent behind to get the Zam kill. And Speedy did land basically on Hubert and wasn't able to connect the rockets. There's an interesting little exchange shove there, and somehow finding a kill, losing both Lol Guy and Gungan in the post. Not really what Legacy wanted there at all. Got a little bit eager to make something happen, taking just a solo scout shove while, down two soldiers. didn't end up working out. So Froyo are going to have some slight ad here, about 40%, as you would expect when both meds use and one of them dies. And yeah, I mean, if Froyo plays this ad well into second, they're already trying to dry push into 2, then this ad could be played into last for the game.
Exactly, and Legacy probably gonna really, it will remains to be seen how hard they'll fight for this, right? They want to risk going back to last, or are they going to fight for second, knowing that this ad is looming? Hubert likely going to get, I think they're just regrouping, waiting for the Habib spawn. Wall guy shouldn't have in time, but if they can get the Uber forced out in second without really, losing any more than 1 or 2 bodies, it'll set them up for a good last. Well, the Uber actually popped out from Hubert on almost no one, it looks like. The back cap attempt coming in will result in both scouts going down, but as we said, that Uber flushed out of Hubert. Lol guy about to come up with it. So, I think Legacy really looking to just kind of bunker down on last here. Little things out. Great sack, though, coming in from Patty. The air shot from Sai, feels great, but ultimately they still lose that Uber, and it's ad back in favor of Hubert.
Yeah, Froyo is playing this quite well. I mean, choosing to pop through rather than just try and dry push with the 40 ad before getting, and turning around and killing the flank, having those 2 kills, getting the force into last, basically just granted them 50 ad into last. No dry push into second required.
Granted them 50 ad. Interesting word choice. But Kobe does have the gun up to level 2. Be interesting to see if we see a sniper come up as well. Doesn't look like it as Froyo is walking in. Hubert hit low, will force that Uber out. Wall guy on 95, and I think is safe in spawn, so we'll pop it right back immediately. Frag's already in favor of Legacy, and they're going to be able to clean more up as well. It's going to be Saiga getting popped up, but Logan goes down eventually. It is a 2 for 4, and this should be an easy push back out in 2 seconds for Legacy. No longer against the wall on this map. Coming through, could have some momentum into mid potentially as well. But Hubert actually, with that ad, due to the fact that he popped first, so...
Yeah, I mean, Uber's got popped pretty close together, so I expect Froyo is going to play this as evens. They're either going to build check or play it as evens. But I would assume more of the latter. They are peaking Saw now at 90%, just kind of trying to vibe check, see if Legacy are playing passive, seeing if the beam is caught for a pop, and they do end up popping through, maybe thinking that the resistance they saw was enough to catch picks. They find they find Psy Guy, but Hubert is caught to the counter pop. At this point, as long as Legacy don't just lose a bunch of combat players right now, then they should be fine. So far, players are weak. It is anyone's game. Bomb in now on Lol Guy. Somehow Lol Guy is alive. Somehow Lol Guy survives the 3-man salvage on 30 HP.
Just the twinkle toes on this man are insane. 3 players collapsing on him. Duck, dip, dive, dodging anything he can to stay alive, and will manage to keep that Uber. Things that look pretty bad for Froyo, but you thought, okay, at least they'll be able to get the salvage. Hubert might have a slight ad. Lol Guy pulling out, keeps holding on to this 40% ad for dear life. And Legacy now have an opportunity to try to get Froyo back into last.
Like they want a saw pop. But, oh man, Gungan peeking it without Uber being popped, eats a ton of damage. They're a little slow now, so this will not be enough Uber advantage to play into last. Sai actually going down last, finding a nice trade there. And at this point, Froyo have done a good job of stalling. Hubert already at 95. We might see an exchange come out. Ooh, especially if Zam goes down. He is able to get re-healed. Yeah, at this point, there are players in position for Legacy to actually hold the doors, so Froyo will not take a refight out of last. They will just set up on last. Even Ubers.
Exactly, yep. Banny already on the engineer, building up that gun. Probably see the Habib sniper eventually. And Kobe, yep, running back to spawn for the sniper off class right now. Already got 1 round with the spy. Wants to try it on the sniper right now. See if he's able to find something. Habib probably getting ready to switch to sniper himself. No, looks like he's staying on scout for the time being.
Yep. And I wonder where Kobe wants to peek. His in lobby now. I mean, like, drop down and shutter are pretty intuitive places to scope up. Seems to be the case here. And Legacy are kind of saying, like, hey, were trying to peek a sniper. I think Froyo picked up on that. But yet
SPS again.
yeah. And I do think that that peek is generally favored to the sniper in spawn because you have that one-way window. You can kind of choose when to open the shutter or not. But Kobe doing quite well. Getting some damage on Logan as well might open up the left side here.
If they got some spam onto the gun as well, Benny will heal that back up, and it will be Speedy and Kobe both getting caught in lobby as Laz pushes in from the shutter. So with the 6v4, Froyo definitely getting a little antsy, but Benny staying on the engineer. Has the gun up to level 3 as well, potentially noteworthy as Gungan getting collapsed upon. The Uber gets forced out. Wall guy popped up into the sky and will have to use that. Hubert safe in last with his own ad. Does Froyo feel committed enough to try to push out of this, or are they happy to just maybe keep playing the
if
time
Froyo
and look
does
to
not
force a
push
stalemate?
out here, then you have to ask, why did you counter sack? Because all you're doing is giving up players for the opportunity of not pushing out after getting the force, right? This is kind of weird from them. Letting Lol Guy just build Uber again and letting Legacy have another chance into last, which keep in mind the last time that Froyo had basically full ad on last and chose not to push out, then Legacy got the kill, or didn't get the kill, got the spy trade onto the demo and were able to convert that into a round.
Big props to Gungan playing in the crowd right there. If you were curious about that audio right there, gonna get in position right now as it looks like they're getting ready to go in. There is the sap onto the gun. Gungan though gonna get wiped out. Yep, perfect execution on the sap and sack right there. They lose Gungan, they lose Zam, but if they're able to hold on to Lolga, they'd set themselves up here to potentially tie this score up.
Only 2 for the force is lovely there. And I cannot help but sit here kind of shocked that Froyo is not just off-class checking. Yes, you're up a round, but this is loser's bracket. You are down a map. Why are you not just finding out if they have a spy every time someone spawns when you've already lost a round to a spy play?
Exactly, yep, and Gungan will not be remaining on the spy coming in. The pressure coming in right here, forcing everyone back into spawn. The early cap time, that's what we like to see. Forces Laz to bomb in. They've already got it halfway. Kills onto Banny and Patty. Laz gonna be next. Will be the last classes flooding out, but will not be enough. And we are tied up 4-4 here on Snakewater. This is match point for Legacy. They've come back from down 4-2. If they win this, they are moving on to Brands, and they eliminate Froyotech. If Froyo wins, we go to Koth Bagel.
Yeah, and as much as I would love to see more tension, I wouldn't mind a mid to last here now that we know it's going to be a 5-4 because I would appreciate a short break, I think. But Banny's going to be getting aggressive across point early on in what might be the last mid of not only this map, but this series. Yeah, more duking under the point. Actually, Habib taking a ton of damage and catches another rocket. Zam with a nice direct there. And that's going to open up the window for, ooh, and a pipe as well, going to clean up Patty. So down 2 for Froyo. That should be more than enough for Legacy to feel comfortable fighting in second. And Froyo do not even want to peek. They just want to try and hold last here and potentially make something happen. This time around, okay, Banny is, actually playing this class out of last. This is definitely a risky play to make, but I do like this timing. I could see it working out against, yep, fine side guy. Beautiful.
There's our first stab of land, fellas. Banny on to Psy Guy. He keeps his life as well. Doesn't run back to spawn, stays on it. May have just bumped Kobe. Not sure if he actually got the glimmer or not. Shimmer. But will, I think, go back to spawn. You know, really just feels like style points at that rate. As
yeah, I mean, just finding a kill on the demo on your own last, like, you're not going to be able to do too much as a team about that. It's kind of just like being like, hey, just giving that demo the middle finger.
Yeah, which, I mean, hey, the mental warfare is just as valid as the physical kind. That said, no off classes other than Banny's engineer at the time being. Gonna have to see if they're willing to just take an Uber, an even exchange in right now. Maybe try to get some spam onto the gun. I'm gonna slipping through. We'll get the trap cleared out. But not too much doing right now. Ooh. Sam gonna get popped up, tries to go in. Good damage coming in from Froyo to deny that sack, but just the one. We'll have to see now if he chooses to remain on Soldier.
I would like to see the standard class lineups here because the spy could work, I suppose, but point being, I'd rather not see Legacy play sniper pacing right now because so far their pressures into last have been pretty decently consistent. So it looks like Sam did hold the shutter open, and yet again, no off-class checking from Froyotech. I genuinely don't understand what the benefit of Habib just jumping around, looking around is, when instead there's valuable information that you could glean. Not about what classes people are on, but also about what classes people are not on, and how to play around that.
Exactly, and we've seen, this a couple times right now. The deep hook coming in, Sap onto the gun. Duncan and Zam gonna go down. No sack coming out this time,
man.
though. Hubert able to keep his ad. And 3 down right now for Legacy. Should be a push out, you would have to imagine.
Yeah, minute 30 left, though, and Legacy might not mind Froyo capping second tier. Because, I mean, you're just resetting the clock, giving them more opportunities to pressure into last. Exchange actually getting taken. I think they were trying to find a demo kill during that. They do find a soldier trade, I suppose. But in the post, anything can happen. Froyo down an extra player, and everyone is committed. It's down 4 for Froyo. Potentially soon to be 5 with Patty
so
stuck
hurt,
on
he
that.
can't even
And
jump.
keep in mind, 2 never got capped.
Logan!
A nice
don't
fight there
ever!
from Logan, but it still might not. Wait a minute. They're not going last. Okay. I suppose they just assumed that the spawners would be up in time, which I think is the correct assumption there. But 2 never got capped, meaning that there's now only 45 seconds left in the round. So with cap time, the round timer hits overtime. But that's basically the time left for Legacy to try and take this Uber advantage into last to close out the map.
Yep, Guy on 75. We'll likely see just this last Uber before either, either this match ends or we'll likely end up resetting back on to mid. 95 up, just the engineer as an off-class. Uber pop through shutter. Soldiers kiting back. Gun will go down. No early cap time as the soldiers now start their bomb in, trying to collapse in, but great protection from Gungan. Cap time starting to come up. Danny's blocking it. Laz and Logan coming up next. They're all up on point, but Hubert's already dead. That health is not going back up. Logan's alone against Lol Guy. Oh, and hits the pipe. Would have been the clutch of the century for Lol Guy if he were to win the 1v1.
Okay.
But this match is too good to end without at least one stalemate.
And we're still going here.
Could have been the clip of a lifetime. That said, Legacy has started to reverse their fortunes on mid here. After losing, I think, the first 3 or 4, have won the past handful of mids right now, usually by catching out one of the Froyo scouts. I'd like to make sure Habib plays a little bit more passive this time, make sure he's not eating unnecessary damage, because he's been the one getting focused on these mids, it feels like, either by choice or by opportunity. And cap time a little bit going over in Legacy's favor, as Danny just spammed out from Side Guy out of nowhere. The bomb coming in from Patty, I think, just going to have to be aborted. Now, Gungan getting aggressive towards the window, not going to see anything to collapse in on, but Legacy continuing now their mid streak. Froyo potentially caught in an interesting spot by Saw. Laz jumping in. We'll end up trading with Kobe. Patty in to get the force. Hubert forced as well. Doesn't have anyone to Uber. It'll be just Patty. Logan too far back to contribute. Danny as well playing on the outskirts of this fight as Patty surfs out. I think that air shot may have given them a boost out.
Yeah, Froyo are out and now down 2. I mean, these spawners are going to be up by the time anything happens, but yeah, I mean, even Ubers, it's time for Legacy to cook.
Yep, we've seen them, been pretty keen to pull out the spy. The decloak onto the revolver demo kill worked once, the sap and sack worked another. Third time wasn't really the charm there, but you will have to see what goes on right now as Zam gonna be getting caught out. It looks like that was in towards lobby as no one else really that far forward. Could have been down below. Not sure where that rocket launcher is. As Froyo playing a little bit forward into the lower area. Lolguy now up on Uber. We'll have to see. Zam is spawning back up. Kobe waiting at the spawn as well. So interesting choices here right now from Legacy with what they decide to run with. Once again, Habib on the sniper, getting a little forward up the drop down though area right now, seeing if he can get a cheeky shot into lobby on anyone that might be just caught unawares. Still in there trying to play footsies with someone. I think they just got wind of him right as Lolguy was potentially about to peek. So great spotting from Legacy right now. We have Kobe in position for anything, not quite yet. Still working his way through as Gungan taken out by Stickies on the left side. Now, I mean, this is where things start to get tense. You know that the next winner here, Froyo's LAN hopes could be over if they give up this cap. So everyone really making sure that they're playing at their best. Habib now playing that one-way window into the spawn. Kobe sneaking closer as it looks like they've now gotten Gungan to spawn back up. Buffs are spread around. I think Froyo may be beginning to sniff something may be amiss here as there is the decloak coming in. They do get the sap onto the gun. Sack coming in, gets the force out of Hubert. Banny goes down as well. So 3 for 1 and the Uber on the sap and sack right here. Lolguy is kiting out all the way into yard and even into mid as Froyo will recap second here. Backs no longer against the wall, have a little bit more breathing time, but the ad for Lolguy looms heavy over their heads.
Yeah, and that's absolutely scary in a position like this because, yet again, I mean, Froyo on second, if this ad can be transitioned into 2 cleanly or with enough kills, then it has absolute implications into last. It's like an attempted dry push from Legacy going lower here. At this point, Hubert already at 70%, so if Froyo can stall things a little bit, and it looks like they will be going for a flank shove, in fact, but there's no one saw. So I don't even know if the flank has been identified as shoved or not. Looks like Zam is maybe looking behind. I think they know something's up. Yeah, they are well aware that at least Laz is behind, and if they can find these 2 kills on Froyo without giving up the doors in front, then that's just 2 kills into last, which is definitely potent.
Yeah, Froyo really playing with fire right here. It could be a good way of getting them out if they're able to start trading things. There goes Zam coming in, and Kobe will help him clean up. That is both players down. No trades for Froyo. Heels coming back in. It is now 6v4.
And Froyo never built a gun either. Oh,
so
man.
This could be it. Already coming into last. Gungan gets taken out by the trap. Speedy in deep onto the truck. Will get Hubert to force. The cap time already coming through, and Patty gets taken out. Kobe will be the first trade. Lolguy still holding on to Uber. He's not even near. That was a 4-man. That fooled Froyo, and that fooled us.
I love, wow, what a debt. And Logan gonna crater as well. Wow. I really like that leave there because you had cap time, no longer cap time after Froyo recaps too, but I don't know, just playing the ad seems so much better into last rather than try and take a sketchy fight, save players, only to find out that the post is pretty neutral. Logan is still dead. He's going to be a little slow to get traps on point. And with Habib dying recently, pretty safe assumption there's no gun, which is correct. Oh, man. Saigai almost catching a player on the retreat there. Second finally gets finished off, so last is now on the table for pressure. Ooh, Speedy trying to jump in, but getting pretty decently denied. Still no cap time for Froyo.
From the other spawn
runs out of the other spawn, yeah. Oh, Froyo getting Uber means this should be a hold. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Oh, Kobe? No way. No way. This can't. Okay, thank you. That could not lead to anything. Would refuse to accept that's how this match ends. And I mean, it felt like maybe a little fast on the pacing from Legacy, and Bean gonna find Gungan pulled out the taunt to the cheers of the crowd. Lolguy held on to that Uber for nearly 4 minutes.
Yeah, true. That is a long time, actually. Well, Froyo now have a little bit of ad into mid. Don't have Uber quite yet, so Legacy are wisely holding the doors as per usual. Looks like Hubert is in Saw. Very close to getting now, so now Lolguy retreats towards the exit door of choice, which will be kitchen. Uber gets popped. We see a big wrap as well. Oh, and it looks like Sai might be caught. This is 3 kills with the Uber. Sai could do something very funny here in kitchen, but unfortunately does not get any damage onto Hubert. And yeah, successful Uber there, I would say, with the 3 kills for 1 and converting mid pretty decisively.
I mean, if you're Froyo, this has to feel so good. You've had your backs against the wall, LAN hopes on the line in last for such a long time, through multiple stalemates, multiple mid. Finally getting that cap onto mid, and Lolguy has ad here. I think he just caught a pipe. So he will get that pack, and you're expecting to see them look to convert that, not have to be forced onto second as they start into Saw right here. Patty just scouting that out.
Yeah,
I'm sure they know
it's
where
that
the Uber.
sketchy territory
Uber
though.
popped
Hubert's
out.
already at 90, so you have to be really worried about an immediate repop. Because yeah, Froyo, they aren't even leaving Saw, and they're right back in. They pop through. Looks like no one is caught in the immediate moment. Gunga goes down, traded out with Laz, excuse me. But
Man,
Lolguy
he
goes
finds
down.
Lolguy. Yeah, I think he just got in, straight through the front door, takes him out. Low HP everywhere on the side of Legacy. Zam gonna go and try to get some damage, but as long as Hubert stays alive, that can be healed out. Kobe still deep on some undercover agent work right there. Gonna have to see. He's trying to get back caps onto mid, fighting Laz, but I think Laz is winning that 1v1. Banny coming in to assist. So manages to pull a couple people back, stalls any potential second cap for a bit, enough to get spawners up. Second's still going to be going over, but they'll have a little bit of time to get set up on last then.
Yeah, and Froyo are very close to closing it out here. The way they've played these past few fights tells me I don't think they're going to let this opportunity slip. This might be the last push of Snakewater, and we might be going to Bagel. But in any case, Uber gets popped.
Immediate Uber.
Shutter.
But
Habib goes
Kobe.
down.
Yep, gets the headshot in. Going to be switching off. Zam will be the trade, but so far only 1 for 1. Logan assassinated by Kobe on the left side. Hubert as well down by Dungeon. This isn't quite an easy defense. Lolguy hits the surf as Patty comes in. Banny, the only survivor, getting chased out by Kobe and gets him with the bleed. Bit of a delayed ace there. I think Habib came up in time, but not quite the last push of Snakewater.
Yeah, I guess I was completely dead wrong there. But in my defense, were Froyo not just playing the last few fights so well, and then it all just falls apart when it matters. Kobe actually
losing a
dying here
scout
trying
early
to peek.
really
Habib
stings
shut
there.
the flank in the meantime.
He lives.
Some damage, but yeah, looks like
the Uber
it's gonna
coming
be
out from
popping Uber
Lolguy.
from Legacy.
Habib is still alive behind Zam. Finally takes him out. Bit of some borrowed time right there. They will move forward. Hubert now only on 50 this time, so no immediate threat of a repush. Time for players to get their spawns back up. Will be ad, however, for Froyo, so likely to be a 6v6 push this time instead of anyone being down. But Legacy temporarily in the driver's seat, as long as they control mid.
Yep, and Patty still has to roll out, which if you wait for Patty to show up completely, then you're actually just going to be dealing with even slimmer Uber margins. Because it's already, 40% here as
There's
Uber
the
gets
pop.
popped lower. Not much of a bomb from Logan either. I think he got juggled, so no kills to be found. At least on the plus side, Lolguy, it being 40 ad, only at 80% now, so you don't have to worry about that immediate repop. You can actually set up on mid. As Zam actually a little bit forward there and Saw getting focused down. So now it's down a soldier with the prospect of pushing with ad for Legacy.
Yeah, oh, and Patty onto Kobe as well. You'd really like to have these numbers up to use that Uber back, sooner and have those bigger margins to work with, but will take some time for the spawners to come back in. Ad's great, but 4v6 ad doesn't really mean too much. Hubert now already on 55, will likely be closer to 70 by the time Kobe gets back in. So what seemed like a potentially really big window to push will now turn into a very slim one, may even go even.
I think Hubert's building here was just not that great, so Legacy assumed it would have already been evens by now, which is probably the correct, not probably, that is just the correct assumption to make, because how are you going to know that in just some random stalemate, the other team just happens to not build well? So since it is now even Ubers, Patty getting dead
launched
on.
forward.
Unfortunate.
Catapulted into the little barrel there. Kobe now getting some chip damage with Banny, but nothing to the middle. I mean, this is one of the tenser, I think, games we've seen. Just with the 4-4, I mean, there's been so much play here. There's so much at stake. No team wants to be the one making that kind of whoopsie that potentially either extends this, because you have no idea how Bagel's going to go, right? If you're Legacy, you still know this is still your best chance to win, because it's just one round as opposed to a whole map. Who knows how things can go? Sometimes you pick a map, you think you're good with it, and then you get 5-0'd in 17 minutes, as Mama's boys found out last night.
And I'm actually, well, I'm not going to make any judgments about what I would or would not think about Bagel, because it's really not a foregone conclusion that we're going there. Froyo have been in the lead or tied for the entire map, but it does feel like the opportunities that Legacy have had, like even Ubers into last, they've really capitalized. They've been consistent at getting forces, been quite nice at that. We do see a flank shove here and Saw. Full chaos, 3 players from Legacy going in there. Kobe goes down, so does Zam. They do not find any trades despite enough damage for that to have been the case. And now down 2, Legacy just gonna get out of there with Froyo not really even sacking, kind of just sitting around making Legacy bored.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it did feel kind of like a I'm bored, let's sack, or, you know, play up, which, you know, Legacy would be happy with a reset there. But Kobe again with the SVS win onto Habib. Laz going to go down as well. Zam is the trade, but numbers right now for Legacy switching off of Sniper immediately as they try to retake lobby control right now. They know really no threats of a back cap for the time being, trying to get forward, see if they can edge their way back into second, but I don't think they want to risk it, and they're going to back up to last. Duncan on the engineer really signifying that, yep, we're going to wait for the push.
Absolutely. Yeah, gun getting built up. We'll see how Froyo try and break this. Froyo have had the opportunity into last defense, I believe, but I don't remember exactly how things transpired. Yeah, 3 minutes left. Enough time to cook, but still not enough time to twiddle your thumbs and not know what you're doing. Looks like Froyo trying to peek over towards Shutter's side.
Yep, and Logan even trying to come up through drop down. Laz jumping through should likely lead off a push here. Gun gonna be taken out without the Uber needing to be popped. Laz going in, get some good damage, but both soldiers already dead. I think they're just looked like they were, you know, positioning that to be an Uber, but I think they're gonna just call it a double sack and head out for now. Pressure though coming out from Legacy. Already we see Zam pretty far forward, jumping in, buying space, and I think Froyo is probably going to be forced back here unless they take the exchange. And there they do.
Exchange being taken here. And actually Logan going down means that no demo in the post Hubert for Froyo, and Hubert is full committed, goes down. This is at the very least. Oh wait, is that Habib going to last? It is Habib going to last. Can't
not there fast enough.
Not get it in time. Man, that could have been very bad if there was better coordination for a stop or something like that. But nonetheless, Habib is known to be behind now, so he's more of a liability at the moment than an asset, considering the fact that it's an Uber advantage for Lolgai.
Yep, they're just going to keep tapping up and speeding forward. They know they've got a scout behind it. It looks like they're now going to dedicate the resources to find him, and find him they do. He's just going to take the immediate 2-shot onto Kobe, though, and run away. Zam not willing to chase. So the ad's still there, and with Habib behind, you know, it's kind of 5v5 in a sense. But
yeah, the worst thing you could do here as Froyo is get a little overconfident at the fact that Habib just like won a 1v1 behind and he's still living behind doing things. Because if you try and peek into Lolgai right now, you are going to get used in on and you are going to wipe. So Froyo, I think, playing this well just by letting Habib do his thing, because they are more than happy to let Ubers just even out here. Because otherwise, they probably would have lost second. So Habib actually doing a nice job behind in stalling there.
Yeah, turn that ad into an even situation. And I mean, Bill back there. This is one of the longer undercover missions. They're really setting people for him. Almost gets a kill onto Kobe, but will finally go down that, you know, got in there a bit like a fungus and finally being removed from the sides of Legacy, as now they can look to move forward a bit. But I mean, he's almost already spawned back up. In goes Zam. Kobe dead as well. Trying to get the sack onto Hubert. Good surf by him. Stays alive. And that's with 3 dead. They're probably going to have to seed mid off of this.
Yeah, 3-man into second. Definitely more than enough for mid to be pretty easy to dry push in turn. So Froyo are going to cap this off. Let's see if they deny any players. It's going to be close. They do. They deny 2 soldiers. So we might see some early Froyo aggression here, trying to take advantage of that fact. And he is going to be clearing some traps lower. At this point, the soldiers have rolled out, so that temporary advantage is gone. However, Froyo taking a bunch of space. Kobe goes down, but Hubert drops. Speedy.
Able to really be the difference maker right there. Felt like we've been waiting for someone to go big somewhere. That said, though, Habib and Banny teaming up to get a number of kills, and even pressure coming in from Habib onto Lolguy from behind. Logan coming in, lands the pipe. The taunt coming out from Habib, the drop onto Hubert, not enough. Froyo still manages to win the fight. Great heads up play by Habib to flank through the window, get pressure in onto Lolguy. Speedy gonna find only a respawn timer. They get the kill onto Habib finally, but Laz will avenge him. Cap time just now starting up, and Lolguy only starting to build. So we're looking at a potential another ad for Froyo coming into Laz.
Yeah, because of that death being so late for Lolguy, this is more than enough ad for Froyo to push into last with. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make any comments on what I expect here because I guess I've already jinxed it once, but I will say the stakes, which is that Froyo winning this round means that they get to continue, they get to go to a map 3, and they have a shot at making it to grand finals.
Meanwhile, Legacy, once again, you don't want to risk Bagel. No idea how that goes. The Uber, though, going to come in from Dungeon Gun, taken out immediately. Banny already on point, trying to get cap time. Great rockets, and going to take out 3 already. No frags to be found. Lolguy on 90, the heavy from Gungan, just unmovable on this last point. They tried to just blitz it in, hope to get a quick cap, but Patty as well going to get taken out. So Laz, the only survivor, and
I don't even know how it's going so catastrophically bad because, like, not even getting trades, just basically a full wipe. Laz the only one getting out. Yeah, I don't know. Now it's going to be 80 ad into mid for Lolguy.
I just don't think they're scouting it enough. They're playing so passive by the spawn to get ready to catch Uber. As Laz coming in will get the force on to Lolguy. So Banny goes down as well, but no longer have that full ad to kind of bully them out with. Mid cap will go through pressure, gain into second, but at least not anything you have to worry about on last. Good stickies from Sai to find Logan a little bit late on the back out. So 40% ad for Hubert, but they're already getting pressure into mid. They know there's a demo dead. This could potentially be it. I doubt it with how slow the cap time is. Gonna be Speedy just barely living out through Shutter. Habib on the chase will give it up, and yeah, I think they wanted to see if they could catch anyone unawares, but Froyo ready, not, again, backs against the wall here. So
yeah, and they will just be setting up on last. If that same play had happened when second was already capped with Logan being a late spawner, then things could have been really sketchy for Froyotech. But fortunately for them, they don't really have to be that on top of things. They don't need to worry about the point. They can kind of just hide and spawn and wait things out. So things do, in fact, even out here. Keep in mind, Froyo giving up the advantage again. I believe last time around, they were able to survive the storm and I think push out of last. Actually, no. They, I think long-term things still ended up going poorly after a failed push out of second. So, yeah, I mean, with that in mind, you have to question if Legacy are consistent enough at pressuring last and evens and getting those forces. Then yeah, what can you do?
Well, you know exactly what Legacy's trying to do with the snipe onto the demo man. Kobe getting a revenge of his own on one of the most important classes you can find.
Exchange
the gun
lobby, I think.
Still alive, but the Uber's going to come in from lower. Yeah, they're getting aggressive here, but just Lolguy now getting into last, still hasn't used. They have the inside track and the gun's down here. The Froyo combo is caught behind right now. They're just going to get sandwiched. Kobe not exactly the most threatening player on Sniper, but they will find Hubert right there. Froyo possessed by...
Okay, there might be a fight now. Before that kill, I think kill Hubert, back up makes sense, but now with 3 kills in the last... Ooh, Kobe dying,
Kobe's the only one dead. I mean, in comes the soldier bomb to start things off.
Soldiers are committing. Scouts committing.
Not long. Laz gonna get taken out next. Just a scout and a soldier right here. but not enough players. And
High
Long guy got
bombing
caught out
point.
as well. Sai can't make it in. So I'm not sure of the theory behind that push out from Froyo right there, but all's well that ends well. They have made it out of last. Hubert has an ad, and they can look to continue to push him to mid right now.
Yeah, true. Now, keep in mind, Hubert only at around 60% here, so no Uber to pop if the heals from the other team are playing particularly close. As we have
We
a
have a tech.
technical pause,
Oh,
and just like that, the tension is slowly but surely being alleviated from what's looking like a really stellar game here.
this has gone on for quite some time. With, I mean, how many last pushes have we seen at 4-4? Feels like it's got to be at least 3 from each team.
There's been a handful, to say the least. And man, some of them have been so close. I don't fault Legacy for going for that play they just did that unfortunately did not work out, because sometimes like switches just flip, you know, when you get the kill in what is otherwise a kind of iffy situation, you're not sure, it's just flipping the on switch. Likewise, when you lose a player in that same type of situation, it's just flipping the off switch of like get out. You see this on mid fights. You see this a lot in like should we push, should we not type of deal. And we saw it there. I think it was a sound attempt. They were relatively close to being able to close it out there, but just were unable to do so.
I mean, I'd love to hear Froyo's theory on Ubering up from dungeon into lobby and getting
Yeah,
caught as a method of pushing out into second. But I think just maybe a little bit of confusion. You know, if Legacy knew that was coming, maybe they react a little bit faster to get into last, and that could have been it. But just chaos really unfolding. I don't think they knew entirely what was going on. And they managed to just
honestly,
barely
like
hold it out.
the exchange went surprisingly well for the circumstances under which it was started. Because after having your demo die to the sniper, it really looked like Froyo just wanted to shove lower and make something happen, hope to get an exchange. But in reality, they just got forced by a soldier. Got the kill, sure. It did benefit them that Legacy were committed enough to where they really didn't have another option besides take that exchange, having already lost the soldier. And yeah, having the 300 health soldier in the post Uber for Froyo was actually kind of beneficial. But I think in other circumstances that are just slightly different, where maybe Legacy find more value either going forward or are passive enough to be able to leave, like through cheese, for example, then that's just Froyo kind of gifting them full ad.
Yeah, and it just feels like you got the combo behind. You already have a demo dead. All signs point to pushing to last, but I think it had taken such a while. Logan's able to respawn, come back in, start getting pressure on, and the flank kills Kobe, so he's. I'm looking on our third person HUD, and I'm seeing it's Hubert and I don't remember which soldier it was, frankly. That was such a blur. Getting sandwiched, and I'm like, wait, but the person sandwiching is a sniper with the SMG. Not exactly the most threatening
Yeah.
person to find running up behind you. And I'm shocked we're still playing.
An exchange is a sound plan as well into a sniper, just because it's a class that does not do well close range and does not do well in like team fights. You're just better off sitting back where no one can shoot at you and taking shots. So I understand it from that perspective. Still, lower seems like such an odd door, because I don't understand what circumstances a team who just got a kill on a demo top left would not push that same door. Not only because that was the door that the player who died was on, but also because that's the door you would like to dry push or take space through the most often.
The sniper's going to be there as a kill, but I mean, I think we heard word we may be unpausing shortly. I hope that is the case. But we take a look at things right now. Legacy still has control of mid, but it is an ad for Hubert right now of about 45%. So we'll likely see some pressure in, and they're already pushing up through Saw, should be getting ready to push. And it's crazy how far back and forth we've gone on 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a banger, to say the least. I really didn't. I thought we were going to a map 3 when it was. I mean, even when Froyo got their first round, it was looking like not great. But especially when it was a 2-round deficit to be able to tie things up, it's like, yeah, are you really going to do that in overtime? And yeah, here we are. The 2-round deficit has been cleared, and now it's anyone's game. And that is both exciting and scary. I wouldn't mind seeing a map 3. I was a little break hungry earlier, and I had to run away to the bathroom, leave you solo casting for a bit. But now I'm feeling fresh. I'm ready for Bagel. I'm ready for a 3-4 on Bagel if need be.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I'm peeking at the log. So starting with Sunshine, coming in to Snakewater, the first 4 mids were won by Legacy. Froyo wins the last mid on Sunshine, despite ultimately losing. Then Froyo wins the first 3 mids on Snakewater, after which Legacy wins the next 6 mids in a row. So we are sitting currently, we're on the 10th round of Snakewater with one one reset. I know it had been sitting at 44 minutes of game time, as we are back live right now. Going to be Zam and Habib trading, so getting that scout is good for the side of Legacy. And actually, even with the ad, going to be a little bit difficult to kind of break through out of Saw with Legacy playing forward. So bit of a risky game, though, because now the Uber comes out and they're a little bit forward. Lolguy getting hit up, going to kite out to the pack and not going to be able to find him. I think Laz and Patty both getting in deep, but will not find that medic.
Oh,
He'll
Logan's so
leapfrog
forward,
Uber.
and the back cap as well, Kobe.
Kobe gets the back cap. Wow, I didn't even see that,
Yeah.
but it's going to completely stifle that push. Lolguy now coming up on Uber. Huge ad, but with 3 players still dead and spawning up, it should be an easy enough entry into second for Legacy. BD jumping forward on to the shed to just control some pressure. Lolguy, I think, really hoping that they're going to be able to take this point without needing to use the Uber.
Yeah, still no scouts for Legacy. Actually, Gungan has arrived now, so a little more robust against bombs. Uber actually just gets popped. Looks like Habib is behind enemy lines, as is Laz. If those 2 players die, that is more than enough to pressure into last with. And these spawners who are rolling out are doing a good job of focusing them down. They do not have the opportunity to retreat even further behind and survive and be a thorn in the sides of Legacy. Now Legacy with 2 kills, Hubert at 80%. Ooh, Kobe going down might stifle this aggression a little bit. And it looks like Legacy backing up a bit. We'll see if Froyo push out, though, because in positions like this in the past, they have chosen against it.
I think being this passive is the right call from Legacy. Those spawners are coming up as Hubert gets launched into the skybox, will be forced from that. They find Speedy and Zam. Lolguy, however, running out to mid with his life. So they lose second, keep the ad, however. He's about to come up on it. And yeah, just, those soldier spawns or those spawns of, I think it was Laz and Habib, would have come up during a potential fight. You probably see Hubert get Uber. Don't think it goes well. I think it's much better to go in. They are able to get the force out of him in second, which means now you take the ad coming in, side jumping in. They're going to find 1 kill onto Laz. I think that may be about it. It will get them second back as the leapfrog continues, but always means that pushing out of last has some risk entailed with it for Froyo. You'd rather keep this cycle going.
And again, the thing with those flip-flops is usually over time, Ubers get closer and closer to evens. This time around, it is only about 40 ad. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Banning hasn't switched to Engineer, so I presume that Froyo are trying to play this. Last time around, they almost tried to milk. Hubert kind of got knocked in the air before even using. This time around, I expect to pop through, as we do see exactly that. Looks like Lolguy is out of there. Nice and
already
safe.
on 90. This
committed.
is not. Speedy's committed and
Speedy's
escapes
living.
on just
Banny
8.
goes
Baits
down.
Banny in as well. Lolguy has Uber as well. Patty gonna go down. Second
my
never got
God.
capped up. This could be the end of Snakewater. 3 dead. No second cap waiting. Uber popped in. Laz gonna try to kite for his life, but will get taken down. The cap time's coming through. Habib can't block it. That will be the 5-4 coming out for Legacy. They eliminate Froyotech from Philadelphia LAN, move on to the grand finals against Mama's Boys.
Yeah, I mean, I can already see the threads being bumped on TFTV. It is third place Froyotech. And I gotta say, Legacy absolutely earned this win. I mean, not only were they dominant over on Sunshine, but this time around on Snakewater, they were behind the whole map up until overtime, up until just a few seconds ago when they brought it back and ended up clawing a victory to avoid Bagel and guarantee a spot in grand finals against Mama's Boys.
75 minutes and 44 seconds, say the logs. Kills only 6 apart. And I mean, just an absolute slugfest. I mean, punch after punch from both of these teams. They just managed to keep taking it. And it's as you said, right? Those Uber leapfrogs tend towards even. Every time you waste 2 or 3 seconds, it's another 10% that the other med's getting. So just, one after another eventually gets close enough, able to come flood back in. I think there was a lot of desperation from Froyo to try to get the pick onto Lol Guy, overextend a little bit. They don't even end up forcing the Uber back. They never get the second cap and all of that. That was from the last reset at 4-4 to the cap, 32 minutes of Snakewater gameplay.
Wow. You love to see it. And normally when you see a Snakewater log that's that long, you just know that all of it was on last. But honestly, the times that Legacy were pressuring into last, they got the ball rolling. They were either getting forces or like 3-manning and Froyo would push out. So there was still like TF2 happening, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of last to last. I mean, I'd be interested to see exactly how many last to lasts we really saw towards the end there, because it definitely got closer as the game went on. But I mean, just a really big congratulations to everyone on Legacy. They secured second place at a minimum. And as you said, who knows how many threads they've now spawned.
Yeah, agreed. Well, as far as we are concerned, Grand Finals is the next and presumably final match we'll be casting. That's going to be coming up at 4 p.m., which is roughly an hour from now, I believe. It's going to be a best of 5 series, but the winner's side team, aka Mama's Boys, are going to have a map advantage. So the series will start off 1-0.
Yep. And that said, we've got an hour in between then. So now's your time. Go grab lunch, go grab a drink, go grab a snack, go take a shower. If you were sweating as hard as we were on here watching the results of that match. So, get that ready to fuel up, because we've got a banger of a grand final coming back in an hour. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you then.
I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your protection. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there.
everybody, and welcome to Guess the Division. Today, we have a special guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm a AT or Zontarik. I play Team Fortress 2. I mainly play Demo Man around the mainish, advanced-ish division.
Awesome. My name is Dolphin, as you may or may not know, and I think we should just go ahead and jump right into the first clip.
Let's do it. All right, so it looks like to start off, we got some soldier gameplay on Bagel. Roll out here. See what we've got. Getting a little spam off.
Med dies to spam.
Med does go down to spam. Soldier gets a high bomb. Kind of a nuke here. Get the med too.
He does.
Oh my gosh.
And I believe
right.
that's, would you like to see it again? Or
I would like to see
how-
it again, yeah.
I mean, how are you feeling off of first impressions,
So,
though?
the first thing I was looking at was kind of the demo and scout positioning on the point, kind of seeing where they're playing, what they're watching, if they're playing together, because a lot of lower division teams aren't going to have the communication the same as the higher div team. So I think that's going to be one of my biggest giveaways in a lot of these.
Yeah, the rollout definitely.
Solid. The medic dying to spam as well is a little questionable.
Although it's entirely possible that he just got lock and loaded and then spammed.
Very true. This bomb looks really good, though.
I mean, what are you thinking? How are the mechanics versus positioning and the aim?
The positioning looks good. I mean, he's getting decent spam off. I don't know. I think the point positioning is telling me the most. But with the medic dying to the spam, I think I've got my answer.
Yeah?
I'm thinking I am.
I am.
I am.
Is that your final answer?
That's going to be the final answer, yes.
Would you like to guess a player?
I'm going to say Kateo.
Kateo. All right. Well, I've got to tell you, this is not I am.
Oh, no.
It's a bit lower
Is it?
in newcomer.
Actually.
Yes. It is newcomer.
Oh.
The player, Verpluxis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But yes, newcomer, Verpluxis, and I believe you're starting off with 0 points.
Unfortunate.
But hey, it's just beginning. It's the first round.
We got a couple more.
Of course. And now we can go ahead and start our second clip.
Bang. Got a scout on process playing out of the one door.
Got a nice 3K. Live with 2
Indeed.
HP. I mean, what are you thinking with all that's happening?
The biggest thing that I noticed was the aim when that first scout rushed the medic and won. It seemed like it took a lot of shots for that guy to go down, and it was both scouts shooting at him.
Yeah. But I mean, that's
But-
not.
True.
There are those moments in Invite that even, the best of the best miss all their
That
shots.
is also, yeah. I'd like to watch it again. I want to see the positioning from the other players here. Just
Yeah.
kind of keep an eye on that.
You think that's going to be really telling of what
I
division
think
it might
so,
be?
yeah. I think it's got to be, right?
That's something we can find out.
We'll see what the final score looks like. Yeah, because this all looks good. The demo's playing on the side of Spire. Scouts are both on height. We have a soldier getting some spam in, and then he bombs.
Seems like a soldier was called in IT, He didn't chase that frag.
Didn't go over. Yeah, he's not overly committing. He's kind of.
Could it just be being humble, or do you think it could be, cowardice? Not knowing
I
your
think it's.
your potential.
I think that's a good question. I think it seems like they know what they're doing. The positioning looks good. I think that aim at the beginning that might be a little questionable is just kind of a beef, which happens to all of us. I'm gonna guess it's the advanced division.
You're going to guess advanced. Would you like to guess a player?
I'm gonna say Kami.
Tommy, you're doing better.
Okay.
You're one division off. It's
Okay.
actually invite.
Okay.
Now that I've said invite, I'm gonna give you a second chance to guess the player. Not the points, but just for fun.
Just for fun. I don't even know. Let's say Banny. I feel like that's always a safe bet, right?
May or may not be, but at this time, it's not a safe bet because it is actually Mobe or Moby.
Really?
Yes, it is Mobe.
All right.
So
sitting
you're
right
getting
over there.
closer. You started, 2 divisions off. Now you're only 1. I think, clip 3, you might get the correct division.
Let's see.
Clip 4, you might get the correct player. Clip 5, you may just instantly know it before I start.
We're honing it in. We're honing it in.
But there's only one way to find out, and that's by starting clip 3.
Let's see what we got. We got some demo gameplay. Snake Water. Hanging out by Saw. See who he's shooting here. Solid pipe. Oh, does he walk this down?
You've got I mean, it definitely seems like I'm actually not sure if that was a mid fight or not. I did notice Blue had it captured.
Okay. Maybe a refight on a mid fight?
Yeah, we can watch it again, kind
I'd
of see
love
what
to,
we
yeah.
can gather from that. What are you looking at? What are you focusing this time?
I'm mainly looking at his sticky placement. I mean, the pipe he's shooting right in the middle. That's a safe bet. The biggest question that I have, somebody must have called that demo was low if this is a higher div. Because I feel like that's a risky fight for a demo to take alone.
Yeah, and a soldier seemingly appears out of nowhere.
Right. Probably a player down in lower or something. Yeah, this is a hard one. I think I'm just going to go right in the middle and say main. Give me newcomer, you give me invite. Let's go in the middle and say main.
Yeah?
I think so.
You think it's main?
I do think it's main. I don't, player-wise, I have no idea.
You're not even going to try to guess with that.
Oh, I'm going to guess. Thinking. Let's say Wild Rumpus.
Wild Rumpus, you're calling out one of the casters.
I am.
Well, I have to say, the division is advanced.
One off again. Got another
But
point.
you're getting closer. You guessed Wild Rumpus. He's over there behind the camera. The caster. The player. Jamond.
Really?
Yes, a fellow
Okay.
caster as well. So in a sense, you're getting closer.
We're getting in the area.
Yeah, if I could, I would give you 1.5 points for that, but I'm not the one in charge here. So you're getting closer. Let's see how close you can get with the 4th clip.
Let's see. Back on Snake Water yet again.
Looks like it is a respawn. Uber just popped.
Not a ton to work with yet. Getting on the medic. Get the med pick. Gonna get the demo. What else can we collect?
Scout.
Yep.
Gets another kill before going down.
Does. Play that one more time. I think I've got an idea already.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I don't know, the aim looks good. It does. I feel like he's hitting all the shots, but the positioning from their team seems really awkward.
Yeah, I think if you notice here, blue pops, and then
that's-
red ends up being on their second.
Right. I'm assuming this is flank scout because
There's already another
Yeah.
scout on the med.
yeah,
Very-
I mean, they got
Very
caught.
scrappy at the end there, so it could be hard to tell, but
I'm thinking I am.
I am.
I'm pretty quick on yeah, I was thinking AM initially because when they used the Uber on mid, the scout instead of going with the medic ran back through Saw, and I didn't see the other scout, so I thought he was the only scout, and that would be kind of an interesting play. But there is that other scout. He's a little slow on the rotation. I feel like we should have been watching the flank. We weren't. They were able to get onto our second and have a really good collapse. I'm thinking IM. And for player, I'm going to say Shocker.
True shocker. Well, I'm going to say you're regressing a little bit, but you're still one division off. It's actually main.
Okay.
So not too far off.
No.
And the player is Jums.
Okay.
Not too bad. You know,
We're
just
getting there. We're getting there.
you're getting there. You know, you're at a total of 3 points. Let's see if we can, I don't know, double your points with this next clip. Let's take a clip.
Anything's
Number 5.
possible, Dolphin. Got product demo. Okay.
It's like a rollout.
Oh, yeah, mid-fight. I love this aggressive mid-fight, too. We have a Pyro.
Along with, not sure if you noticed, but the entirety of blue team
spam.
rolled out Cliff.
Okay.
Hitting some nice shots there.
Hidden pipes. I like the positioning there. The rollout was a little risky. He went pretty far. But I like that he backed up and just kind of hung out in pocket, sitting there spamming, doing as much demo damage as he can.
Yeah, maybe he's just taking a risky mid. You know, he might have been down like a couple points at match point, trying to catch out the other team, do something surprising.
Exactly.
We see that in Invite. Could just be, you know, typical mid, but we also saw the Pyro.
True. The Pyro does raise some questions, I think, for sure. I don't know. Can we watch it one more time?
Certainly.
I also feel like the Pyro in the middle is a little strange because the Pyro was playing around rock. I feel like if I'm on Pyro in this situation, I'm gonna want to be on concrete, try to hold down that connector, you know?
Yeah. And it seems like the soldiers are very passive as well. That soldiers doesn't jump in until they were already
True.
at their cliff.
Yeah, I'm thinking. That's a good point with the soldiers. I'm thinking this is going to be a lower division. The spam from the demo doesn't seem that focused on like aiming. It's kind of just shooting stuff and let's see if it hits anything behind rock. There's a scout standing on top of rock. I think he could have pulled out his sticks and shot that. Demo's standing on point. Could have pulled out sticks and shot that. Instead, we're just kind of lobbing pipes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
How low?
Yeah, that's the hard part. I'm going to say IM.
You're going to say IM?
I'm going to say IM. I was thinking AM, but I'm going to lock in IM.
You got it. You got it. You're getting there.
Yeah?
You got 2 points.
Bang.
Now, what might be the difficult part? The player.
IM demo players. I'm thinking decent.
Remind you of anyone?
Thinking. Gosh, it's hard to think about IM demo players. I don't know many. I'm going to say myself.
You're going to say
Back
yourself.
from IM, yeah.
Well, is your name Gary?
No.
If so, you'd be correct. But it is Gary.
Okay.
Gary from IM is the answer.
Got it.
So, you just added 2 points to your total.
Perfect.
And hey, you got 5 points.
I'll take it. You know, there was somebody that was saying there was not a chance I was getting over 3, so I'll take the 5.
Yeah, you show them. I mean, what's the average score that we have on this?
That
You know,
around 5,
about
6.
5, 6.
I'll take it.
Pretty good. You know, sometimes it's okay to be average.
I think so.
But I think that's going to be it. Thank you so much for joining us on
Absolutely.
Guess the Division. We have seen some amazing players. You've guessed, you know, newcomer all the way up to invite.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that's going to be it. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And have a good one.
want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me, but I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
Welcome out, gamers and game vets, to this RGL.GG Guess the Div. We are here with the one, the only Spanish Inquisition, Inc. for short. Inc., how have you been enjoying LAN so far?
Oh, this has been great. It's really fun to watch. I'm more of a Highlander player, obviously, but six is kind of very fun to enjoy. The pacing can be much faster, can be much slower, but I've definitely enjoyed my time here.
Absolutely, yeah, and we've had some really, really good games thus far over the
Absolutely.
2 days. But now we are moving into Highlander a bit, as we've got HL clips for Guess the Div. As you can probably tell, if you can see the pyro on the screen behind us,
I'm ready.
realize there may be a little bit of glare there, but let's get right into it. Play the first clip.
Okay. Okay.
Any walk us through any thoughts that might be in your head thus far.
Well, I like the sniper positioning. This is very common for high div snipers to peek back here. Good kills. Very strong. Nice flicks as well. So right away, I'm kind of guessing this is going to be a higher division. Just the peeking from the back of Shutter. Can we watch that one more time?
Of course. This up once more.
Yeah, it looks like the team is just kind of in the right, at least the sniper's in the right place for this. So I can't really see the rest of their team, but kind of looks like the end of a hold here. So, yeah, really this could happen anywhere. Even lower div snipers can hit their shots. I don't really see anyone else here. It's tough to say because the rest of the team isn't around to find the positioning.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so not a
guess.
ton to go
I'm gonna
off.
guess advanced. I think
All right.
it's tough to say though.
Any potential player you want to call out?
Specific players. I don't think I know enough snipers. I only know my snipers. So
Well, I respect the hedge, and I think the logic was sound. However, this was the player Charge from Newcomer.
Wow. Okay.
So
Wow. Got me
really
there.
playing quite well. I'm absolutely with you there. I would have assumed. I probably would have
I
guessed the
do
same
think
thing.
the shutter peak is pretty normal for advanced and invite, though. I will say, just couldn't see the rest of the team.
All right, let's move on to the second clip then.
Heavy and
Here.
tiles here or clock, pretty normal. Again, don't see the rest of the team, but okay, that guy got rolled. Spy also kind of feeding. Looks like the team is pressuring carts. Soldier gets a flash up. Nice pick from the heavy there. This heavy is just doing everything right now. Again, yeah, this just the way that people try to contest him and just kind of instantly losing makes me think that, you know, this heavy was just in the right place, but the other players might not be too strong. So it's, you know, it's possible. I do see a lot of invite heavies play there. Can we watch it again?
Of course.
See if I can pick up on anything. The lower gun, maybe I should have noticed earlier. Yeah, I don't think many invite teams will put their gun underneath the spawn there, so it's really slow. A lot of cart pressure before they're shot at too. So I am leaning towards a lower div for this. I'm gonna say I am for this one, but kind of I wouldn't be surprised anywhere lower.
Well, I think there's been an issue with my key given here. The player here is Luigi.
Oh, really?
So I would assume this is probably advanced. However, my key says division heavy.
Well, if it's
Which-
Luigi, that's Home Depot, so that would be advanced.
Yeah, which not quite sure we've got a
If this
heavy
is from
division yet.
this previous season, then yeah. I mean, the heavy played
Right.
solid for sure. I was just
Yeah,
kind of thinking at the rest of the players. So
the lower gun
you know,
definitely. Yeah,
another
I'm
blunder.
looking at
Of
that.
course. Oh,
So
next
I
time. I'll
think
get the next one.
we'll
I'll get the next
say
one.
we'll say no points on that one. But
Unfortunate.
if there is a heavy division that we have and I'm not aware
Yeah,
of it,
that
I'd
guy
like to be
belongs in the heavy
informed.
division. This is Steel. We're just kind of
Steel
chilling.
Scout.
Ugh,
Uh-oh.
that's interesting. Quick pick there. Quick pick here. I mean, this scout on Steel is like the least prescribed class in existence. So, this was the red scout, right? I want to
Yeah,
see it
let's take a
again.
look at that again.
This
I
is
believe.
Red
Yeah,
Scout.
because it was the blue medic
Yeah,
getting.
yeah,
He's in the
of
red
course.
spawn, so of course.
Scout on what looks like an AE is basically doing his job. No, maybe it's not.
Toys.
Yeah,
I've noted.
that's true.
That
but
we've been able to see, although no
maybe
cappers
it's not
either.
an AE.
So
I guess it's tough to say. Blue team in Wishbone, maybe, but could be. I guess it could be. Could be anything. Yeah, I think that just from the scout gameplay, I see the red team setting up in Wish pretty solid, like positioning from the demo Pyro NG. I think like advanced invite. I think just based on how the red team combo plays, I think the medic just kind of got forced into spawn there. The blue medic. There's a little bit of an awkward position, but just being air blasted, but it's like pretty normal for some kind of AE attempt. I'm actually gonna say invite for this one.
any player you'd like to name them?
Any player on scout? Let me name an invite scout. Just trying to think of who played scout and invite this season, but I don't think maybe the only invite scout I'm thinking of is MKZ, so I'm just gonna say that. But I don't think that was him. Because they didn't play Steel Week, actually.
It
so
was
definitely
not
wasn't.
him. It was Smokey from IM.
Great. I'm doing
So-
really good so far. Great.
We know you did pretty well in the practice run on Friday though.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately,
points from
it's not
that.
coming together.
But we'll move on to clip 4.
usually it seems like strong teams would kite all the way to big door, which it looks like some of them do, but the demo is not with them, which is a little weird. This refight, kind of blue team just 9-man cart instead of being further up. Immediately, my impression is that it's not a higher div team. Just if I could see the blue team again, that would be great. Just like the blue team players kind of pushed in and then all went back to cart is what it looked like. So this Uber looks solid, and red team's kiting correctly.
Red Soldier has the
And then
banner
they-
popped here too.
Yeah, that's true. Look, like they have no space at all in the post. Maybe it's just a good collapse. Oh my god. You did point out the banner, so the banner that is like a really solid thing to be doing for red. And I guess if red just gets enough picks, it doesn't really matter where the demo goes. This one I really don't have a good idea. I think I'm just gonna say main. Like it really I think the collapse was good, so it can't be too bad. Maybe not as bad as I was initially thinking. I'll go with main, but if anything, my previous guesses say that's probably wrong. So
You would be correct about the latter part. That was, in fact, a Bingus Blast provided from Colin in invite.
great.
So
Great.
we have an invite
Well,
there.
I
and
guess blue team just got rolled there. It is what it is.
one last clip.
Okay. Okay. Nice stab. No one's really looking for spy. He literally just got a pick. No one turns for him. This is crazy. The pyro doesn't even what? This has got to be like newcomer or something. Somehow this is going to be like a dig at my team, and this is like a spy clipping us. So the temptation to say invite is there, but I have to say this is like a newcomer clip. Like that spy was undetected, unchecked for, and just kept getting more kills without even being contested. So yeah,
Final answer, or do you
final
want to
answer.
watch
I'll
it one
have
more
to
time?
say,
All right. Well, I won't ask you to name any newcomer players, but you are correct. That is newcomer.
okay.
That
At
was,
least I got the one.
and that
wow.
was provided by Buttoned Texas 66. And just for everyone else watching, I think we're gonna put that one on one more time, just to really
Yeah,
savor.
really, nobody is even looking behind.
You know, no flank players checking this, right?
The
Gets
heavy's
that. The
sitting on the
guns
gun,
playing
not
close.
inside. The combos.
Decloaks in the middle of the bridge. Med doesn't even turn.
After already having got a stab, still isn't being looked
the
at.
pyro is
Pyro
just
is.
doesn't
the-
even get set on fire.
I have to imagine the comms here are just everyone saying like spies on our combo, and the pyro's just flicking around looking. Where is he? Where? I can't find him. Oh my god, that's definitely a newcomer clip if I've ever seen one.
Definitely, yeah. Some crazy things can go on there.
Okay.
But congratulations on the last round.
Yeah.
Came back right at the end. So with one div correctly guessed, it'll be a score of 2
Unfortunate.
points.
Well, maybe I'll get him next time. Thanks for
Yep.
having me.
No problem. Thank you for showing
Appreciate
up.
it.
And this has
Hope
been
you enjoy the rest of
Guess the
LAN
Div.
also.
I hope you do as well. Grand final should be good. Thanks for stopping by, Ink.
way that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG Philadelphia LAN. We have made it through all of the bracket, and there's only one stop left, the grand finals between Mama's Boys and Legacy. Legacy taking a close win in the lower bracket finals earlier today over Froyotech, knocking them out at third as they move on to have a rematch with Mama's Boys from last night. I am Alto, Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera, as always. Rumpus, how we feeling going into Grants?
I mean, as always, still excited to see how this is going to go, or how it's going to, all fall into place, I suppose. Obviously, last time we saw kind of a similar matchup under similar circumstances where Mama's Boys in the winners bracket finals played against Legacy, and Legacy coming off of a lot of momentum from a prior close game, I suppose against Froyotech then as well. What we saw yesterday was Legacy with a really, really dominant 5-0 stomp on Granary. But once Mama's Boys started to warm up, then it was a lot more even, and Mama's Boys were able to clinch out the following two maps and take the series, which has earned them a map advantage here. But you have to wonder, with Legacy hot off of another Froyo victory, are maybe going to be a little bit warmer than Mama's Boys who haven't played today.
Definitely a consideration to make. And I mean, I think going into that Froyo Legacy game we just saw, one of the things we talked about was that for a lot of their games yesterday, it felt like Legacy was really controlling the pace of play. They had notably good mids, but were kind of failing in the execution when it came into those last pushes, be it with add or with even, weren't getting people close enough and on point, weren't forcing those tough decisions. Feels like we really saw a kind of turnaround on that. Sunshine, they came out to a blazing start. Really didn't have too much trouble with that one. And then Snakewater, despite Froyo taking an early, lead, I think 3-1, then 4-2 even, they were able to come back from 4-2, pull it to 5-4, and not even need to go on to map 3. So I think the version of Legacy we're seeing feels like they are on another level from what we saw yesterday, and they're going to need to be with Mama's Boys having been so dominant both yesterday and throughout the season.
Yeah, and I mean, especially considering the circumstances under which they beat Froyo on each map was different. One of them was just them being a stronger team. I mean, they were better at the mids. They were better at, actually transitioning advantages into rounds. So they were kind of ahead the whole time. But what we saw with Snakewater was they also have kind of the grit to make a comeback. Because there are teams that are kind of very flashy and they can have explosive moments. And when things line up well, it's like they can beat anyone. But teams like that aren't necessarily going to be consistent when things aren't going their way. And so far, from what we've seen against Froyo, at least today, Legacy are definitely not one of those teams. They have the mental to be able to like claw through a being behind, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy when you're in a land state to say, okay, we're down 4-2, we just hit overtime. We'll try. We won't exactly throw it, but we're probably going into Bagel. But they're going to say no. We don't want to take that gamble. We know we can beat them here. Dig their heels in, really show that grit, and that I think is going to be needed against Mama's Boys. If you want to check Dolphin, do we have word on the maps yet?
At the moment, Okay, so
All
it
right,
has been decided. We are not in the know quite yet. Do you have any predictions for what we might be seeing? Because there are a few notable maps that we've seen in many invite playoffs series that have been pretty absent. One of them being Bagel is a map that I think of being synonymous with invite grand finals. We haven't seen it yet in playoffs.
Seen Bagel, no process yet. No product either, for that matter. We've seen a couple sultries, couple sunshines, a lot of metal, a lot of snake. Feels like at least not on cast. I think there may have been a process in the Froyo Global Clan match in the lower bracket, but I haven't seen it, so it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But I think the one thing we can bank on is probably a Mama's Boys ban on Granary. After what we saw last night when Legacy pulled up with a
Yeah.
5-0 in about 17 minutes, I think that's probably a map. You got one night in between. You're not really going to be scrimming. Don't bother. Get it out of there.
Right.
Try any other map.
I think that's fair. And there's something you can say about having played it. You can kind of analyze what went wrong and like solve the problems. And I'm sure there's some element that you can just cope off to being cold and not being warmed up yet relative to the opponents. But unless it's like a really, really easy fix and you're very confident in it, then yeah, just banning it just seems so intuitive. Because I mean, we've all played on teams where you deliberate over the pick bans and you make up some reason to include a map that you probably shouldn't, and you have whatever justification it is, and then the second you lose on it, the first thing everyone thinks is, why didn't we ban that again?
Yeah, hindsight's always 2020, but you don't have the benefit of that when you're banning these maps. And actually, the funny thing about Granary, it was Mama's Boys pick. They came into that thinking that was a strong point, and they were very quickly proven wrong as Legacy came in and really blew them out on it. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, they played what, Metalworks and Sultry, I think were the other two maps, and both of those went 2-1. So close enough. I would imagine we'd probably see those again. I mean, Sultry, I think we're on the desk hoping to not see, given how long that played yesterday. And then the Twitch viewers may not be aware, but the Froyo Global Clan match also had Sultry as the third map, which went well into the night, long after the cast. So definitely developing a bit of a reputation for those long overtimes.
I will say one thing that I kept bringing up during the initial matchup of these two teams was, I mean, Mama's Boys were being extremely careful, extremely safe, extremely defensive on last, and there were a lot of opportunities they may have had to peek into two, see what's going on, and maybe be able to push out that they just didn't even really consider. And I was kind of hammering on Legacy for playing into that to some degree and being a little slow with sacking and more sniper pace and stuff like that. And they just walked into a lot of kind of panic resets with bad exchanges. But the Legacy we've seen today has been very, very different. They have pulled off much more consistent last breaking strategies. I mean, even against Froyotech, we saw like so many different spy plays that worked out. More than willingness to sack 3-4 players into last. And I think that could be a nice edge over Mama's Boys, because it really seemed like Mama's Boys last was where Legacy was just thudding into.
We do, though, however, have gotten word of the picks. So starting out, as we predicted, Mama's Boys first ban Granary, Legacy banning product back, which I think we also saw yesterday. Do not want to mess around with Sludnish on Sniper. Mama's Boys, though, giving what the people what they want, gonna first pick Bagel. And then
Okay.
Legacy pick Sunshine right back. I think they're probably feeling that map after how strong they played it against Froyotech. Gonna see Mama's Boys ban the Snake Water. Legacy banning Sultry once again, maybe giving the people what they want. With the last two maps coming in as Gully Wash and Metalworks. So for those of you not familiar with the bracket format, as the upper bracket team moving into Grand Finals is a best of 5, and Mama's Boys will have a 1-map advantage. So first to 3 maps will win. However, Mama's Boys starts up 1-0, hence only 4 maps to be played. So should Mama's Boys win on Bagel and Sunshine right off the bat, they'll take the 3-0, and that will be it. However, Legacy would need to win at least Bagel, Sunshine, and Gully Wash to close out finals as quickly as possible, with Metalworks being a potential decider.
Yeah, and Bagel is kind of a scary pick, to be honest. Because, I mean, when you think about Bagel, you think about a few things. You think about the house matchup in each house, and you think about the point matchup. And I think that having soldiers like Jay or High Five in the houses is going to be just such a massive asset to have for Mama's Boys. And I think they're going to have a level of, I guess, prestige, more experience, especially in like an invite soldier setting than the likes of Zam or Speedy. And that's definitely a good asset for Mama's Boys. However, on the flip side, like you're taking Kobe Scout to Bagel. And this is someone who I've seen get first picked in invite pugs on Scout just to play Bagel and just basically single-handedly carry the team. So that's a real X factor that I think Mama's Boys are going to need to account for, because if he's just allowed to run around and collect a lot of kills, then it's not going to be great for Mama's Boys.
I'm glad you pointed out an X factor, because I think, on a Koth map, it's just a smaller map overall. The teams are going to be fighting closer to each other, and as as the med main myself, I see that means more pressure on the medics, right? And I think that Wall Guy has proven himself time and time again to be a wizard at dodging bombs, dodging spam, pulling out some of those, survivals where you would really had written him off for dead. We saw that earlier. There was one pointing at collapsed on Snakewater second. 2 soldiers and a scout all bombing in on him, manages to survive over the course of 6 or 7 seconds, just shooting for his life. And I think that on a map like Bagel, where it's really one rocket is all it's going to take to get the soldiers from one side of the map to the other, having a medic that is going to be able to buy you those extra seconds to protect him, come out maybe with some Uber ads that you wouldn't have gotten with anyone else, I think could also kind of be that X factor. But I mean, Mama's Boys have been so strong all season, the caliber of player there with Jay, High Five, Chris, Thunder. I mean, all of them, right? I'm just doing the roster at this point.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I feel like the matchup of these two teams, the medics almost matter less than some other ones, just because relative to each other, they're more evenly matched. I mean, I was talking about earlier in the Legacy versus Froyo game that, in my opinion, Lil Guy's just the best medic playing the game. And not just because he's so talented mechanically, because of how much he brings to a team. Because I don't think a team like Legacy with these players would be able to be a coordinated grand finalist invite team without some guidance and some wrangling, as well as some playmaking that we've seen with like kills and whatnot from Lil Guy. On the flip side, as talented as Babo is, and he's also just a very smart player as well, very much on caliber with Lil Guy as far as the in-game performance that you're expecting, I still feel like the team of these 5 players can be coordinated enough and organized enough without a player like Babo and with some other medic kind of just waddling along. But again, I don't think that is necessarily the case for Legacy.
A good point. Yeah, because I think ultimately, it kind of comes down to the question of who has more control over the bomb, right? The medic being bombed or the soldiers bombing, and you do kind of have to leave the soldiers there, right? In general, even with projectiles, your movement can only be so good as the teams are readying up. So we are live, RGL Season 18 Invite Grand Finals here at local host Philly, the Philadelphia LAN, between Mama's Boys and Legacy. Compass, I'll let you take it first, man.
We've got a Quickie Bomb launcher out, actually, which this is probably the most viable map for Quickies. Just not going to be trapping very much, not going to be playing defensively very much. That extra damage on those charge stickies, and notably the extra speed on the charge, is definitely going to help. So Side Guy pulling that out here on Bagel. It's going to be early cap time for the red team. However, Gungan going down. Ooh, it might be followed up. Yep, is followed up by Zam dying to a house shove. So the point will go in the favor of Mama's Boys to start. Jay notably is behind. I think that, yeah, the team is aware. Bombing the medic. Oh my god, hits the rocket. And just like that, Mama's Boys off to a great start.
Yeah, you mentioned that early cap time coming. That's actually a drop coming in. I don't know if he just came up on the Uber and wasn't entirely prepared for it, or realized even if he uses, he's just going to run back to spawn. But hey, great start even for Mama's Boys. That early cap time, I think, just led the players being a little bit too aggressive, eating a little bit too much damage, and then Jay getting behind, able to have such a great collapse in. That said, a lot of immediate pressure back in from Legacy, getting cap time once again. Sam getting in forward, some good damage onto Chris, but will go down for it. Now I think they're just trying to sack. They will get the force out of Babo. Wall Guy going to be running for his life back to spawn. And with that, ad flips back in favor of the red team, but blue almost a minute off the clock already.
Yeah, so for anyone who is curious about what we just saw with the demo bombing in, that is a pretty common strat here on Koth of a sack wave. When it's uber disset, it's pretty difficult to contest the point, and kind of the main pull and push is whether you want to try to just cap the point if the opponent are playing particularly passively, or you just sack a bunch of players in, try and get the force, and just re-push later with your own advantage. And so it looked like a bit of the former early on, some attempted cap pressure, but then afterwards Legacy did go for the sack, they got the force, and they have just now recapped after successfully re-pushing with their uber advantage.
Exactly, and now it looks like Bobo just gonna hold up in spawn, get that Uber charged up, probably to take an exchange. And yeah, as you said, those sack waves more common on Koth, as the team without point, nothing to lose by sacking an entire team in, keeping one alive to heal with the medic. But it will be coming out to the lower side, all of Mama's boys with their Uber. Seems like evened up. Chris taking some heavy spam coming in. You want to get back up. Jay hit even lower, gonna go down to Gungan, just caught out. And that's gonna be Momo going down next, so no exchange even looking to happen right here as two players on Mama's boys picked off. And it's going to mean even more time to hold that objective for Legacy.
Yeah, and name of the game in Koth is absolutely different from that in 5CP, where time is very much the name of the game, and it really doesn't matter what happens so long as who has the point when it happens.
Exactly, that's
potential exchange territory, yep.
Both Ubers being popped out, and Speedy and Gungan both going to be getting caught out. I think Gungan got separated and body blocked out. Bombs now coming in, trying to get any salvage kills, but it will not result in anything. Lol guy on the escape, going back to spawn with Sai. Going to be slightly down in Uber percent right here. We'll see with Bobo not having Uber if Legacy decides to go for that sack wave or not, or just attempts to take a dry fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing another advantage of the quickie bombs is that it deletes stickies, which, in my opinion, it has no business doing, but it does make getting through Bagel much easier if the other team is forward holding, or rather holding the doors that you need to get through to, actually start fighting the point. Ubers are still even, Bobo taking a bit of spam, getting a pack. Doesn't buy so much time to be a lot of cap time. It's an attempted house shove, actually, by the red team. Jay is dead for the time being. And an Uber gets taken. Okay. Lol guy actually not having Uber can't save his demo, so Sai does get dropped. The counter pop will be a much longer Uber for red. Looks like Chris actually caught on the other side of the map, but the re-aggression finds Lol guy in the post. That is the important kill. I mean, medics are always important, but especially so in Koth. Sometimes finding combat picks, not so important if they're going to spawn in 5 seconds, but getting an extra 30 ad is really important.
Exactly, yeah, and for some history on these two teams in the regular season, Mama's boys pulled out a 4-1 on this map over Froyotech, whereas Legacy losing 4-2 to Global Clan on this. So, the history definitely favors Mama's boys, and we've been seeing that thus far. Cap time is going to be pretty good right now for Legacy, but sacks coming out on both sides. More players up for Legacy as they do get that cap. Another thing to remember on Koth is that spawn timers are determined by whoever has control of the point, where on average it's going to be 7 to 8 seconds if you don't have point, 17 to 18 if not longer if you do. So you may see some teams delay a cap to wait for spawners, not wanting to extend that. And any trades you make when you don't have the point are going to come out in your favor because you'll be back on the field 10 seconds earlier.
I think we're also about to see a pretty fundamental math equation to Koth, which is when you have overtime and ad, you just win. Unfortunately, in this case, Mama's boys actually wait so long to take their Uber that Lol guy gets. That being said, oh yeah, the 2 picks would probably have been enough to win the round, but converting an extra 2 on top of that, gonna be more than enough. But overtime is just a massive, massive advantage to have in Koth, because unlike having even just 1 second of a cushion with which you can back up off point if you want, if you need a bow, there's at least some margin of error there. In overtime, absolutely not. You get no breathing.
Something else to note too is that the point structure of Bagel means that on a lot of other Koth maps, when teams are getting down to the wire, you can back off, kite it, and just focus fire them as they come into point. But that tower on point prevents you from doing that and gives a lot more cover than you normally have. So the fights tend to be a little bit messier, a little bit bloodier, a little bit more aggressive. And Legacy, gonna have to kind of tap into that if they want to even up the score here. Early bomb coming in from Zam. Looks like he gets stopped up midway. Kobe gonna be the first one going down. Kill on to high five will go through, but numbers in favor of Molly's boys.
Yep, and with the extra pick, that's going to be more than enough to complete the point here. Another quirk about Bagel relative to some other Koth maps played in sixes is the point caps very quickly. So the fact that the geometry around the point offers a lot of cover and it caps so quickly means that teams can convert relatively small advantages into flipping the point. As we do see another quirk of Koth here in Uber exchanges, something we see, of course, in 5CP, but in Koth it is especially useful just as a means of stopping a team's efforts to cap the point. Fortunately, the post-Uber exchange not going to go so well for Mama's Boys here as they lose both soldiers. All those picks do get traded out, so we might see a more even fight here after all.
Exactly, yeah. And Kobe getting caught out, or outside, excuse me, going to be the really big frag there. No demo means that the point stays in Mama's Boys' control. Captain never enough comes through for Legacy to actually switch that over. And we're just about a minute off the clock already for Mama's Boys.
And not quite a forward hold here. Mama's Boys just unable to really set up a presence on the Valley side of things, so it will be Legacy getting through relatively cleanly, but still, round is firmly in the hands of Mama's Boys at the moment with more than a full minute advantage. Here we just see some cap blocking. Uber gets popped. Attempted exchange here, but Full Guy able to milk for quite some time, so this is going to be a longer Uber for Red. With there only being a soldier trade on the scoreboard, that's going to be enough of an advantage to flip the point back. So at the very least, the clock is ticking in Legacy's favor for the first time this round.
Exactly, yeah, but more than half the time already gone for Mama's Boys, and they're in a big hole. They will, however, get the kill onto Baba, which is huge if you want to get serious time gains on Koth. The key is continually keeping the enemy team's medic in the respawn chamber. You know, eventually, just between the faster spawn timers and Ubers, things are favored for the attacking team if left alone. So you need to be proactive on that defense. You need to be making sure that if you're in a situation like this, where you have the point and you have Uber, you're either making them take bad exchanges into you, or you use that ad to keep their medic dead and never actually end up getting Uber.
Baba's pretty committed here. If Lol Guy doesn't have Uber yet. Okay, so the positioning makes sense. But Bomo going down kind of dashes the efforts Mama's Boys had of trying to cap the point here. And again, you see this kind of cat and mouse game of, as Lol Guy, do you stand forward enough to be able to support points so the other team doesn't just cap it right in front of you? Or do you play a little further back so you're not just a guaranteed force if the other team decides to sack? In this case, honestly, Mama's Boys, I'd say, played the situation relatively well. Babo is going to be having Uber here in Uber advantage, and they have a lot of cap time, so transitioning the point should be relatively simple.
Yeah, you really want to get the force onto Babo here, and force they will. Zam coming in with a lot of damage side there just for assurance. The rest of the players on Legacy going to try to back out here. No one really too far out to get caught. Bit of a boost right there for Speedy as he hits the air vent inside of the house. But you know, I do think it was a little bit aggressive of a pop from Legacy. Could have held on to that Uber a little bit longer. Didn't really feel like Babo was in a position where you would be able to collapse on him. Didn't think there was too much pressure on Lol Guy either. But ultimately, it means we're about to see Mama's Boys just about under a minute left on the clock. Lol Guy coming up on Uber does have a pretty significant ad because of that, but it's a small window and they're going to have to go faster.
It's actually caught this Uber, but really the only important pick yet again is Babo, who seems to be getting out safely. Chris is still alive somehow. I don't know how that's a thing. Okay, dies on the pack. I don't even know how he got there. Last I saw he was like 30 HP on point. Nevertheless, it will be 4 kills for the Uber, but yet again, the important kill of Babo does not materialize. And when we're in a position like this, time is actually a little even, but if you have a strong enough time advantage, then just flipping the point back and forth with Ubers like this, long term, your timer's going to hit 0 before the other team's does. So it would favor Mama's Boys as long as the point is changing hands at a relatively even rate.
That said, though, I mean, Lol Guy's getting closer and closer to Uber. Going to need to see something in, and there is the force. Chris popped up, will stop him from getting too aggro, and almost an assassination attempt from Kobe onto the separated demo, but eventually he and Zam both will go down. Wall Guy, however, coming up on Uber right now, may not even wait for the spawners. They're in this a bit kind of half committed right now. They actually catch Slem in no man's land, so that's a pick already. They've got spawners behind them, and they have Uber. Should be a pretty quick trade. Sacks coming in. Yep, Gungan gonna go down. We will likely clean up these soldiers eventually. Babo long gone, only a memory back to spawn as the cap comes through. And they've managed to let Babo buy another 60% Uber here. So time probably going to tick back in favor of Legacy as we really get down to the wire here. But kind of the cards are still stacked in Mama's Boys'
Well, the
favor.
trouble here as well for Legacy is if Mama's Boys are fast enough, then I think their timer might be hitting 0 before Lol Guy can get Uber. The way things are going now, that's actually not looking particularly likely, as it's a right house Uber that finds 2 kills. That is obviously going to be enough to transition the point. 70% with 15 seconds left for Lol Guy. An Uber with some cap time in the overtime is looking achievable, but it's still Zam just now spawning. And keep in mind, with overtime, people have to stand on the point. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Lol Guy is getting Uber in that overtime, bringing it across. You got to make sure there's cap time, though, because if it hits 0, then you are screwed. They find Babo, however. It's a 3v2 at this point. Only combat left. It's just up to Speedy. Bomo will be finding that kill. And assuming Zam does not pull some miracle here, then it will be a much closer, but still round going in the favor of Mama's Boys.
Yep, and I believe, are we playing straight through here? I think we are. Use the Highlander where you've got a halftime after a team hits 2 rounds, but we are going straight through. And yeah, it felt like Legacy really had a chance in that round, but it was a little bit of a desperation play at the end. They really needed to both get the cap at the end and manage to get enough kills, which they just weren't able to juggle both balls, end up dropping them. And, you know, Legacy now are, or excuse me, Mama's Boys halfway to the map win. Good damage coming across from Legacy as well as good captain point yet to be unlocked, however. As just trading Zam back and forth, no one really committing to one side yet. Zam a little bit forward in his own left house, getting collapsed on by High Five and Bormo going to go down. Trade on to Jay on the other side, however. Legacy going to come out with the mid.
House shoves. I mean, your main job as a pocket soldier, or rather just a left house soldier on Bagel, is to watch it. You are the house watcher. You can get more aggressive and get some nice spam in, and you know, you kind of play around that type of positioning as we are seeing an Uber exchange here across point. But your main goal, stay alive, because as we saw there with Jay actually going down to the shove, got really good rockets on both the flankers shoving, but after going down, basically just immediately lost the point because there's just no presence left house.
Exactly, yeah. That said, after the post, those longer spawns mean all you got to do is just trade with the defensive team. You'll come out ahead, able to pull it back just over 30 seconds off the clock for Legacy. You know, a little bit on the shorter end of holds we've seen off of mid. They tend to go a minute 15 or so. But the pressure coming back in now from Legacy. High Five spawn getting put to that longer area means they suddenly have a numbers advantage. Great rocket coming in on to Slemnish. Bobo and Chris gonna fall out next. High Five goes out even further. Baba will survive with that 67%, but with no one to heal, it will take even longer to get to the Uber. Slemnish spawning up now to help him get that, and we should be seeing an exchange sooner rather than later.
Yep. And considering that Ubers are going to be close to even by the time anything happens here, it'll just be a matter of breaking the forward hold. And Chris, first one through, but meeting 2 aggressive soldiers is not what Mama's Boys wanted to see here. Now down at demo, trying to break through a forward hold. Good damage onto Speedy, but it's able to just back up, get re-healed. It's a bit of a reset. Now Chris has spawned. We're trying the other door. This is a very classic looking Bagel. Oh, actually a bit of a shove here at the other side of the lobby. Nope, will be aborted. Classic looking forward hold demo, trapping up Valley side of things. Double soldier holding on concrete side, supported by the heals. Mama's Boys are able to get through, but now at a minute deficit and still need to cap the point.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy really been looking a lot cleaner so far this round. Uber coming through, going to scatter everyone onto Mama's Boys. No kills coming across, and low health on Speedy and Kobe. Kobe going to be the first going down. Chris, I think, just got an arrow to keep himself alive. Potentially Slem now hitting low HP, but will be healed back up. So even numbers right now. High Five faster on the spawn. And they're going to be leveraging that pressure in order to get a lot of cap time. Cap yet still to come across. Trade from Speedy and Jay. Has Gungan, though, going to be the difference maker getting caught out, and that will be the point going over to Mama's Boys.
Yeah, and this is kind of how oh, man. Never mind. Oh, I was just about to say, I thought Bobo died. I'm like, no, call it off. But yeah, Kobe is finding that pick. So that is very influential to this game. And I wonder, because Legacy are going to be able to recap, obviously, right? And assuming that Low Guy doesn't get forced or killed or anything of that matter, which attempted. Okay, I spoke way too soon. Bomo from behind, able to just find that kill. And now it's kind of anyone's game. If Low Guy was living there, it would have been very, very difficult for Mama's Boys to win this round. It's still going to be difficult at this 1.5-minute deficit with only 30-ish seconds left on the clock for Legacy. But they at least have a foothold. They have ad, right? Yes, they still have ad. Okay, Bobo, 9 HP, preserving the ad. I almost don't want to talk about what Ubers are because it just keeps cursing these medics.
Definitely, yeah. But as you said, much easier for Mama's Boys now. Their fate is kind of in their own hands as opposed to needing some kind of miracle drop on to Lol Guy. Gungan looking to get a little bit spicy with it right now.
I like this. I'm a big fan of this class on Koth.
See what's going on.
Oh,
Coming
yeah.
in, gets the drop, the backstab onto Bobo, and a double on making 3 on 2. High five. The spy coming in makes it so simple. We saw them on 5CP pull it out over and over. You know, got the saps. It was all right. But Koth comes in with the triple chain stab. Something out of a main player's wet dream coming in here. Able to get a triple stab in the grand finals here. And the Uber pop, just for the stats, Legacy are on the board.
Yeah, and with the spy sickle, no less. So there's just statues out there of a testament to his play with not only the nice spy timing, and I'm a big fan of spy timings on Koth because Koth is all about time, all about timings. If you're an early spawn and you know your team's trying to 4-man, for example, which was this this instance, but in a case like that, if you can get behind as a spy, that's probably a more potent class to be on for the 4-man than a scout, for example. So
Yeah.
being able to find a time to get behind on spy, especially on Koth, where people aren't really spy checking on Koth like they do on 5CP. I mean, we obviously saw how well this went. The timing got the med kill, but then beyond that, Gungan's own skill is what got the demo and then the trick stab on the soldier as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, again, I think it's just that such a big difference in Koth to 5CP, where in Koth, your life as the team that doesn't have the point matters so much less. You know, switching onto Spy and a 5CP is such a big opportunity cost because even if, you know, you don't get caught and killed instantly, should they decide to get aggressive, you're not in a position to contribute a lot to a fight. There's not a lot of immediate combat strength. Whereas on Koth, you go that if they can't get aggressive, they already have the only objective that matters. You get it, you get the pick, it works out, you don't, you die, you spawn up in 8 seconds and do it again. Or, you know, switch off. But we do have, this was a tactical pause coming out of Mama's Boys. Bobo, the one calling it. Could have just about 30 seconds left on it or so. Going to be talking about what went wrong there. Because even without the spy,
Yeah,
realistically, Legacy still
100%.
probably wins that round.
because the thing about the spy is, okay, we'll just look out for it next time. But they were behind a 1.5 minutes. That's the actual concern for what was going on that round.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to say, oh, we only lost that round because we got changed. That things were going wrong well before that. We move into mid number 3. Dan getting aggressive in his own left house, trying to gank someone potentially coming in. Has just much better presence on these mids we've seen from Legacy. They're really making Mama's Boys punish them. They're going to start though, moving forward and taking that ground themselves.
In the house as well, maybe expecting a shove, trying to punish that. And at the time being, it's just Bomo peeking around in the house. Cap has not converted quite yet. It seems like Mama's Boys was waiting for aggression on point from Legacy, only to shove house in reply. Uber actually gets popped. It's going to be a longer Uber here from Bobo. And not only that, but they find both scouts as well. So at the very least, Legacy are going to have to vacate. The point is going to be flipped in favor of the blue team. And since all of them are alive, they can at least set up some semblance of a forward hold here to try and waste even more time while they have the point.
Exactly. Just whatever they talked about on that mid really working. You know, they were probably waiting. Didn't want people getting caught out early. Zam trying to peek out, going to get nuked by the combined force of Mama's Boys. Looking like the Valley going to probably be the better area to be pushed out of. Speedy scoping that one out now. Going to run into Jay, though, however, as backing up. Maybe not actually close as I thought they were. Jay in a different part of the little house structure, but Speedy definitely jumping through, trying to create that initial space. Jay hit up low, going to jump out, keeps his life. So no frags yet. Both meds sitting on Uber as the Legacy is looking to get forward, probably expecting an exchange coming soon.
Yep, exchange is taken, and immediate counter pop from Bull Guy. Unfortunately, Chris dies during that, but there's some compensation in 2 kills on Sam and Kobe in reply. So yeah, for the time being, I mean, it's looking okay for Mama's Boys as far as the immediate cap is concerned, and it's looking rather good for Mama's Boys in the macro sense of this round. Already being up well over a minute at this point, and doing a good job of just delaying cap, just stalling even longer. On Koth, again, you're unlikely to just completely lock out the other team and just never let them cap the point. But if you can consistently make their efforts to convert point and get cap pressure, consistently make those efforts more difficult than your own efforts to convert it in your favor, then that will very quickly tick up into a time advantage.
Exactly, and it really does feel like we've seen better play from Mama's Boys thus far. You know, outside of that 19-second cap, really feels like they haven't been giving anything up. You know, any kill that Legacy's getting comes at the expense of 2 of their own. They will find Chris there, and Jay still just respawning, so probably the best chance Legacy's had all so far. But the Uber's going to come out, some getting aggro. Can they get the no flash onto Zam? Means he's going to go down. High Five and Slem, though, caught out in the backside. Good damage onto Bobo, too. Doesn't look like they'll be able to convert that one, though. And Lol Guy instead overcommitting Jay off the spawn, catches him out. So Legacy think they have an advantage back into it, end up overcommitting, trying to get Bobo. Lose a lot of players. They may not even end up the cap here.
These are going to be late deaths as well from Gungan and presumably Kobe, although I don't see players looking behind for him. So that is a player with some opportunity right now. However, oh, there goes Jay looking back, so might get spotted. What's important here to note is that Lolgai will be getting Uber in time for overtime, so this isn't like an almost guaranteed loss for them, but they're absolutely going to have their backs against the wall and need to fight pretty hard here for their efforts. Kobe does get picked off behind. That gives the opportunity for Legacy to cap the point. But in doing so, they retroactively delayed Kobe's spawn, so he's going to spawn later. And the immediate recap from Mama's Boys makes you wonder if it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Bobo still already had Uber. You weren't going to hold on to that for long, but a lot of the times when you're losing time on Koth, you're put into this kind of lose-lose situation. Either you cap, delay your own spawners, or you just lose more quickly. And it will be Mama's Boys taking that 3-1 lead, very quickly putting themselves on map point here. Only 4 map wins required on Koth. So should they win this next one, they'll grab a 2-0 lead in this series as a result of being the upper bracket team, starting off with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and it really looks like that tactical pause from Mama's Boys. They figured out something, because that round was one of the strongest ones we've seen from them on this map so far. Curious to see if they pull off a similar mid-fight plan as last time around, kind of waiting out the aggression. It's actually going to be not point aggression, but bombing aggression from Legacy. Sam going to go down, as does Speedy, and Kobe soon to follow. So down 3 for Legacy. They are just going to get out of there. And without a doubt, this is going to be an opportunity for Mama's Boys to set up a forward hold.
Low guy getting out the silver lining here as they'll be able to keep Uber, but Bobo building even faster, has it already. So exchange is always difficult on Bagel. The defending team can play so close to those doors, really force you early, put a lot of pressure in. You can see side playing down Valley, but they choose to go right out of main with it. That's a flying scout into the stratosphere, and both players just immediately denied. Not quite sure by what, but just good defense from the side of Mama's Boys, getting nothing with that Uber. There will be trade kills Jay and Zam both going down. Just no pressure, no presence from Legacy to really find any cap time off of that.
Yeah, I mean, the exchange went well enough for them in the sense that they got through the door and they now have an option to fight for the point. But again, with like messy, scrappy fights where players are trading back and forth, it just strictly favors the team with control of the point. In this case, it's Mama's Boys who have earned another like 30 seconds. That's a sixth of a round off of just that messy post-Uber fight, spamming around, healing players and whatnot. And yet it has materialized in nothing for Legacy. They have cap time, so they only need a little bit more to start the clock ticking in their favor. But the longer that they go without being able to convert that point, the more of an advantage it is for Mama's Boys.
Exactly, and yeah, I mean, that's just the difference with KOF, is that there's always a time pressure to be doing something. There cannot be dead time. Anytime you take to, you know, make sure you have great execution is time against you, unlike on 5CP. Feels like Legacy feeling a little bit uncomfortable with that. You know, either taking too much time to get ready, and it just means that they lose in the long run, or going too quickly, not executing to the level that we're used to seeing from them. As, I mean, they get a lot of cap time here, but it's been 2 minutes into the round, and we've yet to see a cap from them. Finally, just now going over, but they're down 2 minutes, and they have not been looking capable enough to kind of get either enough successful defenses or chain kills onto Babo to even this out.
Fading away Speedy, quite low, is barely able to survive. And Speedy, honestly, all play on. Oh my goodness. I'm surprised. Oh, it's because Lolguy didn't have Uber. That would have by all means been a force if Lolguy had Uber, but he did not. So the game decided to milk for him, and it worked out. And now Babo is alone trying to run away, gets juggled by Speedy and forced. So this is an opportunity for Legacy to get a bit of a foothold in this round. They've burned a minute off of their clock. This Uber ad, if they can get another minute off of that, then we're looking at an even round.
The Sticky's just flying across point, going, may have been a trap actually that takes out High Five, and you're expecting to see a sack wave in here. Jay, and actually going to take out Speedy already in that house side over there. So potential, you know, one less body right now, but you got to get the super out of Lolguy somehow. I think he just took a rocket across point, so already a little bit low. Jay flanking through, getting behind. I imagine he has to have been seen at this point.
Yeah.
Hence Lolguy playing a little bit more forward, but Babo actually got hit quite low on his own. I think there's players on the other side of the map that had been looking for him. They will lose Sai and Zam for it, but Jay, and actually with Mama's Boys capping the point, they flip those spawns, keep them a little longer, and see, we just saw Legacy delay to make sure Speedy got up and wasn't put on an 8-second longer spawn.
Yeah, flipping the point, not getting the force, but getting yourself like 18-ish, 20 seconds. It's not inspirational, but it's honestly fine for Mama's Boys, because again, now that Ubers have evened out, they get to fight on even footing, so long as they get through this forward hold. They are attempting to do so on the concrete side of things. Zam going to be bombing in. Speedy goes down, but will be traded with Slendish. You're going to see a door rotation or just continuing to go through the same one. Bomo and Jay both dying. Okay, and suddenly it's looking like Legacy may be taking the advantage here this round. So I imagine by the time this forward hole is broken, they will have time advantage.
Yep, just ticking over right now. Babo, the exchanges do come out on that side right there in the house. Gungan gonna be the one going down so far. Zam picked up next, so the exchange favoring the side of Mama's Boys, and deep pressure coming in. High Five, though, gonna be taken out before able to get in anywhere near onto Lolguy, but the number is still in favor. Only gonna get even worse with Speedy getting pistoled down. Kobe will be next. Sai and Lolguy forced to flee. Ooh, no, and Lolguy does meet up actually with spawners to heal. Thought he may have been not healing for a bit, but we're coming down to the wire in this one, and reminder that this would be the last round that Mama's Boys needs to move it on into, we're at Sunshine next.
Yeah, so if nothing crazy happens, which crazy things happen all the time, then it's probably going to be an exchange during blue overtime or just single-digit timer for blue. This round really is in anyone's hands depending on how the impending exchange goes. We do have a trap kill there on Speedy, which absolutely is a useful thing to have. for Mama's Boys. Speedy is going to be a relatively quick spawn, so not going to be super influential, but exchange is going through now, and this post-Uber fight will decide the round potentially.
Definitely, yeah. As quick kill onto Jay, Zam, and Speedy, they're going to be the answers, meaning Mama's Boys in favor, and the snowball keeps on rolling. Just Lol Guy up, and Mama's Boys are taking Bagel 4-1. Just like that, they are up 2-0 in the map score. And we move on to Sunshine, where they could very well clinch grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, we were mentioning it before this matchup even started that one of the primary concerns that Mama's Boys maybe had was a mirror of yesterday, where they showed up not as warm and played against a team who just ran hot against Froyotech, actually, in both instances, but then having just a difficult time getting out the gate on that first map. And I think this has clearly shown that's not the case. So on top of the fact that they're not only up 1, but 2 maps because of that upper bracket advantage, things are looking really good. I think that Mama's Boys have a shot to just close this out.
Yeah, I mean, granted, that said, Legacy did look really solid on Sunshine. This is their pick. So I think, you go into this expecting you can win on the other team's map, that's great. But as a lower seed, winning on that first pick, probably not what you're banking on. These 3 maps, I think they're probably hoping they'll have a much better chance with, Sunshine being the best of those, where you really want to kind of pull back some of those rounds, get a little bit more momentum building. And then you take that into the further maps, Gully and Metal, which are Bagel, obviously being a cost, being a little bit more unusual. But now you're back on the standard 5 CP, any momentum there, I think you can hope to try to take it forward.
Yeah, agreed. And I don't remember from because when Legacy played against Froyo yesterday, they won map 1, if I'm correct, right?
Legacy did win. Yes, it was Froyo had
'Cause
won Snakewater map 2.
that would mean that they are now, down a map in the series, when the series is that they have won so far, that really hasn't been the case. They haven't had to make a map comeback, only round comebacks within a map.
Exactly. That said, I think we will be taking a quick break, give the players some time in between the maps to get ready, give us a chance to catch our breaths, some water. So quick break, quick, hit the bathroom, hit the water, hit the snacks, and but don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, the RGL.GG 2025 Philadelphia LAN. We are in the midst of the grand finals matchup between Mama's Boys and Legacy. Mama's Boys taking a convincing 4-1 on Koth Bagel to move up to a 2-0 advantage and match point as we move into CP Sunshine. I'm Alto, Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera. As always, Rumpus, how we feeling moving into potentially the last map of this
Yeah.
season of Invite?
I'm a little worried because TF2 kind of has a history of grand finals being the least climactic series. And I hope that's not the case here because every match we've covered so far has been very exciting, usually remarkably close. But also, we're usually used to the team making things not close in grand finals being Froyotech. Meanwhile, they're out at third, and it is instead Mama's Boys. So, no matter what, it's still a new flavor of things for the people at home and here in the venue. But I don't know. I'm not super confident that Legacy can pull things together. Mama's Boys just seem to be in very working order, and I don't know if Sunshine is going to change things too much.
And I mean, we didn't get it in the lower finals this morning, but I think to your point, unfortunately for Legacy, the people have spoken. Moving up, not sure how well that's in contrast right now, but definitely more votes for Mama's Boys from the people here. I think we're looking roughly, that's going to be, I think that's a 30 for Legacy against a close to 47 for Mama's Boys. So the people have their champion and they're potentially about, and they're ready to be crowned. I mean, Sunshine, I think if there's one map in this series that Legacy could win, it would be this one. We saw them against Froyo earlier on it today. They looked killer on it. Some incredibly sharp play out of them that even through this weekend of them generally being a very solid team, really, I thought was the best we've seen them. But that being said, Mama's Boys is just another beast in terms of how strong they all are individually and as a team.
Yeah, if you are a Legacy fan or you have money riding on it in the channel point redemptions on Twitch, in either case, you can at least tell yourself that that was Bagel, that was the map pick for Mama's Boys. So they're supposed to win on it. Now, granted, they won pretty confidently. There were a couple close rounds. They slipped up one round entirely. But many of them were Mama's Boys being comfortably ahead the whole time, like slipping up maybe a little bit, letting it get a little closer to the end, but like never not in control, it seems. Now, granted, this is 5CP. This is an entirely different game mode. And yeah, there's definitely going to be a different environment here compared to Koth Bagel. But it's still the same teams and still the same players.
Yep. And I mean, first 3 rounds of Bagel, I thought were honestly pretty close. You know, Mama's Boys was playing, they won the first 2, but that second round really could have gone either way. Came down to just one pretty chaotic fight at the end. Third round, that's when was it Kobe or was it Gungan on the spy? I think it was Gungan on the spy coming and getting that insane triple chain stab to really put an exclamation point on that one. Mama's Boys take the tack pause, and since then they have been significantly better. You know, just way less given up. Where the round after that, barely any cap time at all, and then the final round, once again, a little closer, but still never really a shot for Legacy. So the individual skill basis is there, but as you said, that was Koth. The rest of this is 5CP. You know, plenty of times where one team's really good at one game mode and just doesn't have the same chops in another. So I think if you're Legacy, you're banking on that. You're moving into your map, you're moving into the game mode that's the rest of Grand Finals. Shoot as far as you can get. You can come in here, you know, rely on those really solid mids we saw against Froyotech. He gets some momentum, snag that, and then really take it forward. You know, not over yet.
Yeah, true. I would be worried if you're Legacy coming into this expecting to play a similar type of mid as against Froyo. They're not going to have the same levels of success, I think, because Mama's Boys play pretty differently from Froyo, I would say. I mean, as far as like scout aggression is concerned, we don't see scouts just really running in the same way that Banny was. And yeah, I don't know if Bobo is going to be as easy of a kill as Hubert. No disrespect to Hubert, but Bobo here is among the best medics to touch this game. So, like, I don't know. You're going to have difficulties in a way that you didn't have against a team that you were beating, right?
Definitely a point there. I mean, Zam's spoon onto Hubert notwithstanding, it did feel like when Legacy needed a med pick, they were able to find it. And that's obviously more than just Hubert's fault. It's never just a med's fault. But regardless of what the actual cause is, Bobo is not that available to be picked at any point. They have to work a lot harder on these kills, get a lot deeper, take a lot more risks. We saw that on Bagel, where they have an ad Uber, they go in and they just overcommit. Log gets collapsed on in the post fight, and they go from a full ad pick all the way to a much worse situation.
I'm actually curious here how the meds lined up on Bagel. Yeah, Bobo dying fewer times than Lolguy. And Lolguy, remember, on Bagel was a medic who had a perfect game in Grand Finals against Froyotech Season 6 for Witness Gaming. That was actually against Bobo as well. So here they are in the rematch. And Bobo with fewer deaths on Bagel. Now, granted, your team is winning 4-1. But I think in this case, it's fair to say that they're winning 4-1 more so because Bobo is dying so little and not kind of the other way around. Although that is sort of a perpetual question you can have when looking at logs.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I've just been distracted by some of the
no violence just broke
going
out.
on. Yeah, they think that was Jay that just got put in red team jail and driven to end his own life. Fortunately,
Handle it.
you hate to see it. As I think we are just waiting on one more.
Okay.
There
PC
was
crash, we're being told. So configs need to be reconfigured. Oh man, it's gonna be a little bit of time.
I think probably that's for the best. Yeah, we're hearing about 10 minutes. So we may take a quick break here. Make sure we don't exhaust our talking points. Right now, these things have a tendency to drag on a bit. So stay tuned right now, and we'll be back shortly.
that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG Invite Grand Finals here at the Philadelphia LAN. I think all of the technical issues we were experiencing have been fixed. May have been treated to some incredible pyro dodgeball in the meantime
Oh yeah.
between the players with a pretty good setup going on here. Not quite sure what we're witnessing now, but something with teleporters. So Chris has joined the server. We now have 12 people in. Teams are ready to ready up. And reminder that this could potentially be match point, as Sunshine is the third map of the series. And with Mama Boys taking the first, they are up 2-0 overall, thanks to that upper bracket map advantage. So should Legacy be looking to win here, they'll need all three of the remaining maps together. Mama's Boys only need the one. Sunshine, however, is Legacy's pick. They looked great on it earlier today. So I think we should have a real good match in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I think that Legacy are gonna have some fight in them here, but I'd be lying if I said their work wasn't cut out for them. Because again, down 0-2 in the series, they cannot slip up a map anymore, and they're gonna have to win on multiple of Mama's Boys maps if they want to take this series. But we get to find out exactly what's about to happen as we're rolling out here on map 2, sort of 3 in the series. Potential map point for Mama's Boys here in Grand Finals.
Exactly, here on Sunshine. Sai gonna come in through Valley. It looks like Chris coming in through Choke. He has a Speedy jumping forward, hitting Bomo pretty hard. Jay for a bit of a bomb, going to tighten out through the point. However, drops down, get that small pack. Bit of a fade bomb from High Five as well, but great rocket there to deny any forward pressure. And Chris gonna actually be the first one going down. Bomo getting chased out afterwards. And it looks like Legacy's mid prowess on Sunshine continues. They are moving quickly into the second point here, making sure to chase everyone on Mama's Boys back to last. That will be a mid cap and a second right after it.
Yeah, and this is not like Koth in the sense that it's all about time. 5CP all about space, and Legacy now having control of mid and second, they get to do stuff into last. They kind of get to set the pace. So we get to see what Legacy choose to do when they're actually comfortable.
Exactly, yeah, comfortable is something they really, I think comfort was something they were looking for on Bagel, never able to find it. Momo on the engineer, building that gun directly on point. So we've seen a couple of different gun positions thus far over the weekend. I think this one may be new to us on cast, just having it dead on the point, trying to cover all of the angles. Looks like we do see, though, that the method of attack has been decided right now for Legacy going in.
This might be a sap play, in fact. I mean, we'll have to see what Kobe chooses to do here. Declo comes out a little late on the sap. Unfortunately, both soldiers do go down, so the double soldier plus spy play not going to work out in this instance for Legacy. And down 3 means that it should be pretty easy for Mama's Boys to push. Gungan actually going very deep. Finding a kill onto Chris is traded out ultimately, but Lolgai got forced in the meantime.
A directly kind of in that wooden doorway and got popped up, couldn't surf out, will get forced, and that's about as bad as it can get right now for Legacy without just dropping everyone. I mean, you really don't want to have to lose your Uber there. Also felt like just Kobe's eyes a little bigger than his stomach. I think he decloaked, thought he could maybe get the stab, ended up not getting either, delayed on the sap, gun takes out his sackers, and now Mamas is all the momentum they need right now.
Yeah, and I mean, a play like that is not always guaranteed to work. The timing could just not work out, but it's just unfortunate that your first proper sack attempt just turns into disad on mid. And with this disad, it's going to be pretty easy for Mama's Boys to take that space, convert the point. At this point, Lolgai has been building for long enough to get Uber. Kobe's forward spawn got delayed, and actually looks like High Five wanted to go behind there, but going to get shut down by Zam. So any momentum or attempt that Mama's Boys may have had to take advantage of that Kobe pick is now out the window, as it's Legacy's turn to countersack.
Exactly, yeah. High Five being dead, they do pull up the even Ubers as well. So, no real immediate risk of a push being through right now. I don't think they choose to countersack anyone. Just want to make sure everyone is alive. Maybe let, throw the ball into Mama's Boys court, excuse me. See what they do with it. Try to just play defense and be a little bit reactive right now. As Sticky's being shot over the fence into choke. Not going to find anyone. Zam scouting Valley. Also not seeing anyone. I think both teams just waiting for the other to kind of blink first.
At this point, High Five has rolled out again. Everyone on Mama's Boys is very healthy and buffed up. Looks like the combo is rotating over towards Cafe. Relatively normal door to pressure during a sack. And we have a soldier by Valley and a soldier by Choke. Will be High Five trying to get behind through Valley, but gonna get focused down there by Kobe and shut down. It looks like Jay was posted up by Choke, in part to watch it, but also probably ready to bomb in if things were going well for High Five. Was not the case, and based on the positioning, it doesn't look like Legacy are willing to countersack if it's just a single soldier being sent into second.
Yeah, it really feels like they are dead set on waiting to kind of receive Froyo's serve. Froyo, I keep saying Froyo, Mama's Boys serve, as it were.
Froyo to be here, you know?
Both, I think the combo of how much we've said their name and how much we expect them. But 5 minutes into Sunshine, no caps yet. Really outside of some action off of the mid. Not really too many exchanges going back and forth right now. Mainly just a lot of staring contests.
And I'm noticing now I gotta restart the old HUD here to actually get an accurate view of the round timer. Because yeah, 3 minutes as it was showing on my HUD did not feel right. We are less than 2 minutes left, more than halfway there. And yet again, High Five trying to shove behind. Third time is not the charm. I really think Mama's Boys needs to come up with something new. So at this point, minute 30 left. I mean, resetting when you have mid is not as bad as when you have the other team second, but it's still something you'd like to avoid. And especially on 2, you're not like super scared to push into mid. But if there's a reset just accessible, then it's a little more enticing.
Yep. In this time, Jay going to be the one trying in for a sack. Makes it into lower, but he is going to be kind of watched by Kobe. Will go down eventually. See, is anyone else on Mama's Boys getting aggro? No, I mean, I'm very interested to see if the stance from Legacy here is that they're very confident on their mids. So they will, if they don't at least have mid, they feel no obligation to push whatsoever, are fully putting the burden on to Mama's Boys and say, we will stalemate you as many times as it takes, because we think our best way of winning is off of the mid.
Well, also on top of that, I mean, just one soldier being sacked in is probably like the least committal thing a team can possibly do while still sacking. So as Legacy, you almost like don't want to take the bait and counter aggress. Oh, we actually see, I think, a double soldier bomb here on Plat. Finds Speedy. And High Five is living behind in lobby, so now some real pressure being applied, but 13 seconds left. You need cap time. I feel like a play like this kind of needed to happen earlier, unless they were specifically intending to not allow Legacy to get cap time on mid and force the reset. But I don't know. That seemed kind of uninspired as far as sacking is concerned. You're doing it into second. You have mid. You have a cushion with which you can slip up if things go wrong. But you also can fish for positive situations. I mean, we were seeing even the round that Froyo got against Legacy on this same map was won basically with really, really good pressure into second.
Exactly, yeah, but we are coming back now to a second mid. Chris going to be a little bit earlier than Sai, who chooses that Valley rollout. Jay getting aggro towards Cafe, already going to jump out, and the pipes connect onto Gungan from Chris. That lock and load can do so much. Zam coming in next will go down, so, you know, a little bit disappointing for Legacy, who felt like they had all of their eggs in that mid basket, you know, suddenly finding them stepped on, crushed. I don't know how that analogy is supposed to finish, but you play so passive looking for that reset, then lose the mid, and I mean, Lolguy's still alive, so you're not really getting rolled in, but there's good pressure from Mama's Boys players into last, going to kill Speedy and Kobe. Bravo has Uber. They could go for a fast push here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 picks for the time being. Speedy not spawning for another couple seconds here. The bomb in from Jay. Okay, I suppose gets the force. I don't know how much Jay was a direct participant in that, or if Lolguy was kind of looking for an Uber to take. I mean, to what extent that distinction even matters, up to you, because we do see Baba with full ad now. Jay spawning Boma was a little bit of a later death, but still, as a scout, should show up to last relatively speedily. And yeah, opportunity for Mama's Boys to get on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I think that kind of word you used before is really what I'm feeling from Legacy. Uninspired is kind of what I'm seeing. Just, you know, a little bit limp play overall. The Uber does come in from top right for Mama's Boys. Going to be Slem getting right on the point, kind of forcing the soldier bombs in, but
trap.
Yep, the trap finds 2, only the kill onto Zam, and Babo going to be getting caught out as well from that. So full ad for Lolguy. They're just making sure they're clearing all of their lowers, all of their doors, making sure they don't open themselves up for a back cap here, but the second cap should be automatic.
Actually,
or so I say.
Yeah. I don't expect to see Legacy set up on last, although a scout is going into spawn. Yeah, no, he is switching to engineer. Wow, they are setting up on last. Very interesting. I mean, if they waited for the spawners, it would have been about 60 ad rather than full ad, which is still enough to push out a last by any stretch of the imagination. But it's definitely a little sketchier. You get pushed back or stalled for a little bit longer, and suddenly it's closer to 30 ad, and then maybe you end up having to get forced anyway, and then the other team is already at 80. Things could go awry, and this is just a decision being made by Legacy out of an abundance of caution.
I wonder how much this is a strategy to say, like, we're never going to push you and always go for the stalemate. So, like, it's all on you. We're not giving you any openings. You have to pull all of them yourself. I don't know if that's to try to get in the head, because this feels unnatural as some stacks go in, and actually they will get the force onto Lolguy yet again. No damage on him, so not sure exactly what's forcing him. Babo did take a decent amount of damage there.
Uber. I love this.
Here comes the dungeon Uber coming through. Lolguy just psyched, trying to circle it, will go down eventually. The pipe connects, but as it fades, Slem and Chris going down. The wrap from all the other players are fine. They used Lolguy as bait in order to wipe the rest of the team here. Bot mode going in lower, trying to get the back cap, but the good stickies from Saigai prevents a disaster. They will get the lighthouse cap, reset that timer. Stalemate avoided for the time being, but only a 10% ad for Lolguy.
I really liked that aggro Uber with just 3 players because of the abundance of cap time. But rather than draw picks into the Uber and draw picks into the point by trying to bait the cap and threaten to just win, instead they got kind of chasey and ran away from the objective rather than to it. So all things said and done, both meds did trade out. Lol Guy with a little bit of ad and actually positioned towards Valley. Okay, they are playing this Uber advantage. I wonder if they think that it's more or they're bluffing that it's more. But in any case, Babo already at 85%. So just a little bit of stalling here in Valley, and we might see an exchange as 98. Babo quite weak, might want to get a pack, but no, commits through the door. So we are almost certainly going to see an attempted exchange at least.
An Uber popped out first by Mama's Boys. Lol Guy gonna pop second. A little bit longer, but the first pick going over to Gungan. The lock and load connects and takes out that scout. Going to immediately hamstring the fighting capabilities of Legacy, and they are fleeing down that one scout, that one all the difference in the world. So do not want to potentially wipe your giveaway into last. Willing to keep this 0-0 as long as it takes. But big bomb coming in from Jay. Will be high five going down though.
Is Lol Guy gonna get chased?
Down.
Okay, no, Gungan's able to defend him. And actually, Babo died during the chaos as well, so it's just Jay and Chris. Jay getting a pack, gonna be running away here. I mean, both of these combat players from Red are getting buffed, getting tanked. Chris, I don't think, realized, yeah, is able to jump out. Okay, that is a little scary. But everyone on blue getting forwards. It's gonna be a hefty amount of disad, but off the temporary pick advantage, they are fighting mid and able to stop the cap at the very least.
Yeah, they do manage to push that back, but now 65 ad for Lol Guy. Shrinking though, they will use that Uber. Jumping forward is Psy Guy. They will find Bomo, and it's still high five caught behind. He will go down, so the 2 kills, but Uber leapfrogs back in favor of Babo. However, Legacy have capped up mid, and they have a pick advantage, potentially push into second with.
Yeah, oh, and Chris was very close to choke while Valley was not being held, so the flank really applying a lot of pressure there. Could have found the pick, but a nice surf away is going to be very useful to have, because down to demo, this push is so much sketchier. Instead, it's relatively clean. Okay, down goes Bomo to a trap, and that may have been a blind bet, actually. Nonetheless, 2 is still in control here of Mama's Boys. They don't even need to cap it either, since Red never capped. Lol Guy peeking this 75%. I mean, Mama's Boys are definitely indicating that they're playing this evens. They're not really going to do much to punish that slight discrepancy in the Ubers. So looks like things will even out here, and it will be Legacy's turn to try and break this second hold.
Exactly, yeah. So they get the chance now to push in. I mean, we've really only seen them either on Mama's Boys last or on their own, side of the map right here. So looking to see how they choose to approach this. Pressure coming through Cafe. It feels like they just looking to take an exchange. Gungan hit up low though. High five getting aggro in choke on a damage size. Well, he gets popped up. Can they hit the arrow?
Oh.
They cannot. That's a ragdoll for high five.
High five. There's a wall bug right there. It's right there. Just wall bug and you're fine. Oh, Jay's going down as well. This is not looking great for Mama's Boys. Yeah, they're just going to get out of there. No exchange. No funny business. Unfortunate turn of events there. Will be going back to last. But Legacy now have the opportunity to sack into last.
Yep, I mean, really, with Jay still dead, I felt like there was an opportunity to Uber there, and they're all just getting in on it. They're going to find Slem in exchange for Zam already, but I think they're just willing to take that. That said, Speedy and Kobe are in deep on their own right side. Momo on the heavy, going to be putting a lot of pressure, but they collapse in onto Jay. High five, down to only a sliver of health. Going to be taken out. No arrow to be found. So that's 2 dead, 6v4. The heavy is alive, but I think if you're not going now, when will you? Speedy goes in, gets a little bit baited, and then they force the Uber out of Babo as
He
they
gets the force and a kill on the demo. With these numbers, Red is going to just commit, not wait for their spawners. Absolutely makes sense here. Heavy goes down. This is just lining up to be around as it's going now. Yep, Jay is the last one alive. There's an Ubered scout in his face. And Legacy are now leading on their map pick of Sunshine.
Exactly. Yep. Just a really, really well calculated set of plays right there. Keep the pressure up, get onto the heavy, force that Uber out. The kill in the demo, as you said, is just bonus. And at that point, you come in with that full Uber. You know, Jay at the end trying to do something, keeps alternating his rocket targets, but everyone's invulnerable. There's nothing you can do. And Legacy, you know, finally have a foot back into this map with the 1-0 lead as we move into mid.
And it almost looks like a meat mid here, in fact. Going to be the double bomb from Red Soldiers. Chris is a little bit weak, but does not get landed on, so for the time being, he's alive. It's actually going to be Bomo going down, but Speedy and Zam both die from Legacy. Down goes Kobe as well, so picks very firmly in the favor. Oh, everyone wants that air shot on Sai. Picks very firmly in the favor of Mama's Boys, as Lolgai and Gungan just going to run all the way back to last. They saw the writing on the wall relatively early, so they just got out of there. So going to be even Ubers now on Legacy's last. We have seen some stalemate breaking potential on last from Mama's Boys. I mean, they've been ripping those 4-mans. I think last time around, it didn't obviously turn into a round, but they got the force and an edgy pick, I recall.
Exactly, yep. So, but now it's on Mama's Boy's turn to try to push into last. You know, we've seen more than enough, you know, sniper, enough spy tech coming out of the side of Legacy over these past few days. But Mama's Boys, I feel like, have, generally kept things a little bit more stock and standard to see if they'll be able to just try to run some sacks right now. That gun on the point by Gungan, the same one we saw from Bomo before, as the sack's not even going to get anywhere close.
Yeah, Soldier just dying to the death. Bomo almost dying to the death as well, but then just catching the very first pipe shot. Not much of a 2-man there. The attempt was made, but yeah, Sai locking down the door. And not really any countersack, despite it being a double sack. I mean, you're not obligated to countersack. You're kind of just leaving stuff on the table, and that's your choice to make as well.
I'm interested if we'll see this, like, you know, strong committal to getting the stalemate again out of the side of Legacy, because we saw that hesitance before, and anything other than basically a full wipe from the side of Mama's Boys. So should they choose to just maybe sit and turtle up, we may see that. The jump from high 5 gonna not go nearly as fast as he wanted it to. Gets taken up at the level 1, but Bomo now on the sniper reveals himself, finds the pick onto Zam. Gonna rotate over to the upper area. Nope, just kind of rotating back and forth. Also to note, there is an exit telly up for Lolgai should a sack come in.
Defensive sniper here on Kobe, which sniper is arguably a stronger class defensively than offensively when it comes to a stalemate, just because it's easier to hold a door just kind of standing around scoped up, as opposed to having to take more risky peeks, play into spam in a more meaningful way. Yeah, as you were mentioning with the stalemating on last, we have seen a lot of just refusal to even pressure out of last, just taking a double sack and being unflinching about it, which is certainly an exploitable decision. I mean, you can just be playing... Oh, Chris, big peek there, really wanted to get the gun, but with the spam and the sniper going to go down. And yeah, again, like down a demo, still no real reaction from Legacy, which means if Chris was proactively sacking and like having a good chance of getting a force potentially, then you still might not see a reaction out of Legacy. So again, it is an exploitable decision just by being more aggressive and putting more out on the table.
And I feel like any tendency they had is going to be magnified now that they have a round, right? So in some sense, Legacy, as long as they play perfect and never lose a last, as these sacks are not even getting out of the doorway, they run a 4-man right there trying to get anything. That seems to be the margin. That seems to be the margin that Legacy is looking for in terms of pushing out of last, that 4-man down. So they will recap second here, but anything less than that, it feels like they're not willing to move.
And yet, despite the 4-man being basically as bad as a 4-man can be of getting no value, the fact that the Med survived with Uber means that it's even Ubers on mid. Now, granted, 2 players got denied, but a nice headshot there from Bomo is going to take out Speedy. Meanwhile, Zam going down, and suddenly it's just such a great situation. The 4-man that did absolutely nothing just made the other team push out and gave them the opportunity to reset. Another headshot going to pick up Kobe, but Lolgai finishing off high 5. Yet here we've reset. Now this time around, I will say, it did seem that the previous 4-man went on the same side as the gun. Oh, bot mode is just hitting shots. Things are going in the favor of... Oh, Lord, as I say that. No.
But that said, Babo's kept Uber throughout all of this.
Yes.
So this is really, you could really just see this as an elaborate sack. Ooh, but the players coming out will get the force onto Babo on second, not far enough back. Holding that Uber for more than 4 minutes before using it is Babo. So now things are slight ad in favor of Lol Guys. Still camped outside of last is Mama's Boys. But
Yeah,
that
I
ad
mean-
they were potentially looking at is gone, and Gungan on the heavy playing a little bit more forward than you normally see.
We'll see if they... Yeah, it's like not even enough ad at this point, as we're seeing some aggressive sacking into last based on the fact that there was no gun built, and valiant effort there. But if Legacy weren't willing to push out by waiting for a spawner and it being 40 ad, I really don't think that they're going to be pushing out with like 30 ad, which ended up being more like 20. So we are setting up again. And to finish that thought earlier, it seemed like the previous 4-man that resulted in Legacy being able to push back out, they 4-manned into the gun as though they were trying to spam it, but also trying to sack. Where I think just having someone sack to the traps top left and then the rest of the people follow behind, maybe going to be a higher percentage play. Of course, in this situation, they have Bomo Sniper, so that's probably going to be the center of the action at the time being.
And that said, I mean, Sniper here not as easy to play into as a map on, you know, like a Snake Water, where if you want to get aggressive on Bomo's own left side, you're really exposing yourself to a lot of counter pressure.
Yep.
Or Kobe just winning the SVS, who has been an absolute menace
Oh, yeah.
thus far today. I mean, I think he went 3 or 4-0 versus Habib earlier, and not sure if Bomo got one onto him before, but at least even, if not in favor of Kobe right now.
Yeah, I think that Kobe has proven to be probably the best sniper here this weekend. I mean, just based on the results. Okay, we do have some off-class checking. Look at this. Grand Finals, invite teams. Finally, checking off classes with Spy. For those who don't know, Spy disguises, which prioritize a player on that class, can be used to verify if someone's off-classing without having to even see them. So Kobe disguising as Sniper and a Spy repeatedly, just trying to see what class Bomo decided to spawn on, verified that it was Sniper, and chose to counter-snipe himself.
Quite different than when Danny actually did play Spy while defending defense, just to get a stab onto side. Bomo trying to maybe get a shot here. I think he's realizing this probably isn't going to work. Goes in, maybe I can swing a god shot. Worst case, I die. You know,
Yeah.
just come off on something else.
That very much tells me it is a sack for an anticipating either exchange or 4-man or something. Because at this point, 50 seconds left in the round is enough time to play an exchange. It might even be enough time to 4-man and still be able to play an Uber afterwards with spawners. That would definitely cut it a little close. The fact that Babo is committed in lobby makes me think that they're playing more of the exchange route. They're going to have to take out the gun first, and Bomo going down is really not what Mama's Boys wanted to see. This is looking more like a reset, I think.
Definitely at 20 seconds left. Not quite sure we're going to see the here comes in the desperation Uber, but no advantages. They will get the gun.
Okay.
The
Get
way
the NT.
better used.
And
Yeah,
of course.
gun goes down.
10
so
seconds left, though, so they like need cap time. It's still looking good for the defenders.
Yet
Okay,
that
cap
said,
time.
here comes in high five. They're starting
Wait,
to
they're
get it.
gonna kill us,
Slim
the cap
on
time.
point. They're just winning the straight up fight.
Wow.
The kill into Gungan ends up mattering. Mama's Boys tie it up 1-1. And I think we just saw the warning. We're just under 5 minutes away from continuous overtime. So getting that round on the board is going to be big.
Yeah, and I said that was defenders favored for the reason that if there's no cap time when that timer hits 0, there's no overtime, no nothing. It just ends right then and there. It doesn't matter who got what kills. So High Five doing a fantastic job of just basically dying for the cap time. Enough breathing room for his team to get overtime and make the picks actually matter.
And Gungan getting caught out on that Uber as well means that, you know, High Five can do that without really impacting the numbers. He only evens it up instead of putting it behind. Zan trying to get aggro into Cafe, going to be caught out. Bomo will be the exchange. Good damage
Oh
onto High Five as well. So slight numbers in favor of Legacy, but their health not nearly up to snuff. So playing back, trying to get healed up. They want to win this in the long run. And yeah, it looks like with that scout dead, it will signal the retreat for Mama's Boys. Legacy keep up their mid-fight excellence right now, but not as snowballable of an advantage as we've seen in the past.
Yep, pretty even here. Kobe is posted up by Valley. Peeking aggressively, just trying to see what's going on. Going to get chased out by the flank now. And yeah, Legacy with their spawners just going to figure out what they want to do in 2 seconds.
Exactly. Again, we've seen this before. I mean, I think really what we saw that worked for them the time they got their own round is they kind of faked aggression in from Cafe, in from Choke, baited a response out of Mama's Boys, and then were able to kind of capitalize and catch out those people who responded. You know, if you recall, that was when High Five didn't hit the wall bug on the lighthouse to avoid cratering, but it feels like they're trying to start to do that again. A little bit of pressure in from Chokes. He seems to people jump around, but nothing too committal yet.
Still no sack being sent. Looks like the combo of Legacy just trying to pressure Cafe, but Jay and Chris both doing a good job of getting on that door, anticipating that, preventing any real value from being achieved by the combo of Legacy. And looks like they will not exactly rotate out quite yet. They are recommitting to the Cafe plan. 2 minutes 40 seconds left at this point. Gonna be, oh, there goes Jay actually dying on plat. Zamp very weak, could be a pick, but no, it will be Slemnish. And I don't even know what just happened. The doors just got busted. Jay died, and then Slemnish died, and it's a point for Legacy, so hats off to them.
Surprised Jay ended up dying there. I think he tried to jump out and maybe just like whiffed it or something. Got taken up by a long-range scout chip shot, but had, you know, been responding to that aggression, jumped away, but took a little bit too much. They're able to clean up on him, and then Slem as well getting caught out means that they're able to safely take second, move into last. Once again, seems we've seen what Legacy's approach to this will be.
I mean, Kobe just immediately, oh man. Kobe immediately going into what seems to be kind of the preferred stalemate breaking option of these teams this weekend. So the timing is prepared. Are there going to be traps top left? Because players look like they might want to be going there. Side could easily get a pick as a result. Yeah, Kobe is ready to go at basically a moment's notice. Decloak now is going to get the sap off. Bomb in, lands onto Babo, finds the Force with the 3 kills.
And they even get one back on to High Five. Wall guy hit up low, but far enough out and have to worry about getting forced right now, or does
Guy's
he?
committed here.
Yeah, committed a little bit too much. I thought he was backing up Cafe, but they're staying in second, potentially looking to take this Uber, farming some kills, but no, they will posture their way into even getting a kill onto Chris. Kobe will be the exchange, but probably better off if you're Legacy right here.
It's 10 seconds left as well, so we are about to hit overtime. If this push goes well and takes just long enough, then that will be the map for Legacy. Cap time coming in. It's going to be overtime now, so if this push succeeds, then it is the map, but the Heavy is posing a big problem. It's finding kills, and it looks like FOMO will be able to defend on Pudis.
Yep, just clutch enough. Decent amount of cap time right there, but the Heavy stands tall. And now add for Babo. Gonna see Speedy jumping in, just trying to cause a little bit of havoc, I guess. Didn't want to fully commit there once he knew someone was rolling out onto the deck there. As the cap time being contested a little bit, you know that Babo has Uber. I don't think Legacy wants to get themselves caught out here, and they're actually going to stay in, continue the hold on to second, force Mama's Boys back out to last.
I mean, by the time they would have gotten through the doors, it was only like 25 ads, so it's a reasonable decision to play it back on last, albeit a rather uninteresting one for the Twitch chatters at home. But nevertheless, gun has been going up in the pretty consistent spot here on point. Either side of point are pretty common spots. Where it just got placed now is actually a little less common. Honestly serves a very similar purpose to just the left side of point, but something that players aren't going to be as familiar with spamming. So there's that, I suppose.
Just a straight up exchange coming through. They will get the dispenser and the gun, but doesn't seem like they're getting any frags. May just be trying to cycle the Ubers right now, see if they can catch anyone unaware. The repush coming in up top, but Speedy gonna get mulched right off the bat. Kobe hit up low, will be forced to retreat and heal. So no real inroads made in here. We're nearing stalemate territory right now, and I think if you are Mama's Boys, you're more than happy to take that.
I mean, 30 seconds left. You can maybe be worried about a build check. So as Bobo, as long as you're building adequately, and they are hard building now, but there was a 5-6-ish% advantage for Lol Guy. I doubt that comes into play, but that is one of the ways that you would try to kind of salvage this situation, avoid the reset. And it does look like they're going for this type of build check. Yeah, going through just a little bit too late. However, Bobo already having Uber. Gun goes down. It's good cap time, but with 5 seconds left and a longer Uber for the blue team, it's very unlikely this does not reset.
Yep, 2 kills already. Jay hit low, the heavy coming in from Bomo to make it even more. They find one onto Jay, but the stalemate comes through. So it hit me a second ago too. When these two teams played last time, we saw the quick 5-0 and then 2 2-1s back to back. And what's the end score of this map going to be? Yet another 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Mama's Boys probably breathing a sigh of relief at the fact that they were being pushed into with Uber advantage as it was hitting overtime. That could have just been the map.
Yeah, can just end just like that, especially with that push timed up so well. They got the sack right as overtime was like 10 seconds away. You know, you potentially time up that push to get it right as you tick over. But trade's going to be in. Bobo, the first one going down. So I think Lol Guy going to be the immediate attempt to salvage, playing hold up in Cafe, waiting for this pack. And yep, a couple of trade kills going to keep going, but the less people alive, the less likely it is Lol Guy goes down. So Jay just going to jump away. I think maybe stay alive and try to keep harassing the point cappers here.
So
Or try for
honestly,
another
I
kill.
mean, decent enough job of stalling the mid cap, which means you're also stalling the second cap, which means you're giving Bobo more time to build Uber. And in fact, look at this. Mama's Boys are going out to bats. They want to set up disad on second. Because again, if you can slow down the attacking team here, then it's even more likely that you're able to get Uber on last in time. They are not sacking any players. Jay actually almost getting caught, but able to get out nonetheless. And now 60% for Bobo. Not going to be enough to have Uber, but in the post, if they can defend long enough, then that Uber might come into play.
Yep, the soldiers being invaded in right now. First kill coming over onto High Five, and that is Sunshine. 2-1 in favor of Legacy, getting their own map here in Grand Final. Still a long road to climb, but they've taken the first step.
Yeah, and we have a series on our hands. This is not just going to be the 3-0 sweep. It is now a 2-1 game. And as far as the actual played maps is concerned, we're tied up. Each team have taken their own map pick.
I mean, 2-1 seeming to be the magic number between these two teams as to what the final score is, but it will be Gully Wash up next, which we did see the 2-1 in favor of Legacy against Froyotech, but I do think we're going to take a quick break for just a few minutes as the teams switch maps. Give us a quick time to catch our own breath, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
to Guess the Division. Today I have a very special guest. Let's go ahead and get on stage. Kegaman! Kegaman!
Hi. Hi.
Nice to meet you, Kega. Go ahead and take a seat. Put on the headset. There you are. Just diving headfirst. Yee. Just diving headfirst into this Guess the Division. You must be very excited.
E.
Yee.
Yeah.
I mean, that just says it all.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead and dive into our first clip?
Yep.
Let's go ahead and do the first clip.
Yo, man. CP Steel. It's fucking massive.
It is massive.
So you can tell everyone is on the cap. There's no one on the power, aka heaven. Like, you should probably have a soldier and a heavy on the power, which is their biggest mistake for the blue team to do so. But they have the teleporter, so yeah.
That's something.
So it could be like below main, so like.
Do you want to go ahead and
below
take
in-
another watch at the clip?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take
definitely.
another look.
So yeah, they took the teleport after they respawned. So yeah, you can tell that the soldier is near wrist bone, and yeah, that is the biggest mistake of the blue team because they do not put two people to stop the Delman who on the other team, while the blue team tried to capture the final point. So
you're
it-
viewing some mistakes in these teams.
the blue team definitely did mistake. They the power should stay near the combo, but the heavy and the shoulder should take the power, aka heaven.
Yeah.
So it seemed like it's below main, so it definitely AM level or like low IM.
Low IM or main?
So yeah, it below main. So
Below main.
It below main. So it
Newcomer or IM?
amateur or low IM.
Okay.
That I'm thinking of between.
Do you have a final answer? We can only have one division. If you had to just throw a dart at a division, which one would
high
it be?
main? So main.
You're going to say main.
Yeah. No. Amateur.
Amateur?
Yeah, amateur. Why you keep saying main and into main? And
Final
amateur?
answer?
High AM.
You should have listened to your gut. It was main. Even the highest level of players make the mistakes.
Wow, I just stick to main, saying main.
I mean, middle of the road, but
Yeah. Wow.
I mean,
Wow. I think I guess it's just the time ticking down, so you want to full body the point instead of having two people away from the point so they can lock down that element. So, wow.
but you still get a point because you're only one division off. But would you like to guess the player?
I do not know a lot of them. I did not do the research at all. So, is it current season or previous season? But I know that it would be like season 21 because that Delman did a lot. So,
I believe it's from a few different seasons.
from a different season.
It's a few different seasons.
I just go and guess the div.
Yeah.
I just guess.
Just going to
only
take
on-
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the player is Danmar 33 in Maine.
A normal god infinity does shit on other people. Wow.
Yeah.
Man, I need to do more religion stuff of doing crack cocaine. Man, I'm so out of touch, but I know that they still remain main and they perform really well, even though they have done season 20 of Advance. So what they did is they moved down to the season 21 to do main, but they are restricted off. So, wow, I'm actually disappointed in myself.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry there, Anomagone Infinity people.
It's just the first clip, Kega man. You can definitely redeem yourself. Not like you're doing bad at all. But let's go ahead and go to clip
And I
number
need to eat
2.
food.
Gonna be a demo man on product. What are you watching here?
He just joined the area. When he know where a lot of people are at, both them. But the earlier part, he was inside concrete, just in case if someone went to tap on them afterwards. So he deal with the concrete people first, but no one is there. But it kind of delayed the opposing team was in. So he directly go to the people on right side because a lot of people. When a lot of people are there, he's going to do good damage. I know he got sniped, but he did his duty to make it first even more delayed.
Yeah, so you're seeing some game sense then. How would you describe the mechanics? Like his
Just gotta
aim.
be at the right area and avoid sniper sideline. I noticed he died to the sniper thing at the end. However, he did his duty of being a menace to the opposing team.
Yeah, sometimes it's worth it. Would you like to see it once more, or how confident are you?
One more play.
Of course.
Yeah, he kind of would take what happened. He scared them off. Like even after the Uber ended, I think they're sniper and heavy on cliff. So yeah, I guess everyone are more of a hugger on the right side. I would say intermediate.
So, intermediate amount of skill in the intermediate division.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, I've got to tell you, unfortunately, it's not intermediate. However, it is advanced.
That totally makes.
How so? What do you kind of see in retrospect?
I assume in 9. Is 9 or one like that? I know 9 does Delman.
The player is Zebra without an E.
Oh, Zebra, the Home Depot esports dude.
Was he on the Home Depot Esports?
Home Depot Zebra, like Z.
ZBRA.
Yeah, without an E.
Yeah.
Oh, it's basically Home Depot esports. I assume.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gifting too much, but at least I gain the experience. Maybe next time for 2026, I could try to do it again. But I'm being like 29-year-old guy, but beat me there.
I mean, I think everybody here would love to see Home Depot Esports again. The revival of the Kega
But
Pyro.
my God, Home Depot esports people, nice. Team I'm really promoting.
Oh,
But I gifted so hard, unfortunately. But I'd like to see old people still doing stuff while I'm just finding my place again. But yeah,
very nice. Would you like to go ahead and see clip number 3? Let's get started.
Bio Asheville.
And flanking.
Flanking. Rated.
Gets the
Mini
pack.
sentry, that okay. Just play Minecraft. So intermediate.
I think it's intermediate. How come? I mean, you seem very confident, especially only watching it once.
He was all over the place. Like Bio really don't stick to the domain match or below main unless they really do it. But if that play is above main, then he try to make a play, but no, smart people exist.
I mean, sometimes you see that in Invite, players trying to innovate, but then again, in lower divisions, You kind of see
Yeah,
those
I think it's
clusters.
below main to be it.
You think it's intermediate?
Yeah, because that person did not take head or try to suicide so they can spawn faster. But they have a delay there which can put them in the future pushing.
Yeah, so you're seeing kind of those missed,
Yeah.
core gameplay mechanics of Pyro.
Yeah.
Well, I have news for you, Kega. It's actually invite.
This fantasy edition.
You guessed it correctly. I mean, you didn't get the the
Good
vision,
boy, fantasy
but
edition. Try to do fucking funny, but no.
I mean, you're rolling your eyes at that, like, oh, invite, really? It must be Spanish Inquisition. I mean,
Fantasy edition. Yeah, he's going to do that shit.
is he that kind of pyro?
That is the only invite pile that will messed up somehow.
I mean, sometimes it works,
But
though.
hey, he been leading the team, so his brain kind of let go. But yet he have real life stuff. We have real life stuff. For me, I just computer stuff. But you have an actual job. I don't, and that's the most important thing there. It's good to get actual income. Don't be like me.
I don't think you're allowed to say the J word on this.
Hmm?
The job. I don't think you can say job. It might be offensive.
In the era that is really devastating. So, well, you can find any way to make money instead of having a actual position. Yeah.
All right. And that reminds me, you guys can subscribe with Twitch Prime right down I'm kidding. How would you like to view clip number 4? Let's do it.
Soldier, spam the gun. Okay, spam gun is dealt with.
Demo, the med.
Soldier was still lingering in the apartment. So that is something like that.
Dealing with fire there. What did you see that time?
I would like a replay.
You would like a replay? I will give you a replay.
Okay, gun was way down. You know what's bad about the red team? They did not drop down. Like they uber faded. Everyone still linger around on the high ground. So if the cart is being down like that, you have to drop down to the cart. Upper is irrelevant because yeah, that what happened there.
So you think they were overstaying their welcome?
They was stagnating. They was like they are willing to die after the Uber ended. So what they should have done is that they have to drop down before the Uber ended or while they have some Uber within them because the soldier don't die. So that means hey, we caught the drop down like up doing upper hold is irrelevant because the cart is really up close to the cart. So I guess it I am again, I guess.
You're
Because
gonna
they
say
did
I
not
am?
drop down. I am.
Is that your final answer? All right. Well, the actual answer is newcomer. You spotted those, those blunders that they had. They overstayed their welcome in apartments.
Mm.
And it
Man,
ended up being newcomer.
Why I keep thinking it's like intermediate.
I mean, it's the
Good
safe
God.
middle road, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of like you can't really miss the middle until you miss the middle somehow.
Yeah. But would you like to guess the player?
Titan? Is it Titan?
It is not. It is Parsi Mizuhashi.
Posse? The medic player Posse?
Parsi Parsee Mizuhashi.
I know that person does medic. I know that person does medic. Yeah.
You
Wow.
You think they might have switched to medic wise?
Well, when you play soldier and medic, you can clearly understand. Look at Solo Bowl. He's always up at medic and soldier and Highlander. When you look at like people like who understand soldier, they can do well as medic
Yeah, kind of getting different perspectives.
because positioning and knowing if if they are soldier and they want to go after the medic, and since that soldier play no or play medic, they should probably know how to avoid the soldier bomb and survive as much as possible and have trust in their team.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Good point. Good point. Let's go ahead and move over to clip number 5.
Pyro being on court right now. Nice reflex. Oh, this is technically a microwave. You gotta keep the pyro alive. I assume their team may die, so it just they respawn a little bit faster. No, just don't chase. Don't chase. You are chasing for the spy. Yeah, I need that replay again.
We will definitely replay it.
hmm
Obviously, you noticed the air blast in the beginning. 1, 2.
Okay, like everyone want to clap on his team heavy, so the pyro have to play card duty. I know that everyone died, but when the spy like like they cloak and want to decloak near the card on disguise, then like yeah, they're going to add more time to the block or make the defender mess up because they have a spy decloak and cap it on disguise.
Yeah. So you kind of see a lot of impressive plays like the double air shot, air blast, but you're kind
Yeah,
of sensing
but
a couple
he
things
did his
that are off.
duty, but at the end, they did really good execution of have to stay on the court, but staying near the court, it pretty much just in case because the spy is still alive there. He could be anywhere. Plus, if he was to stay on court with a few people coming out from big door, then he will be completely got, get woohooed.
Yeah.
Just like in the Sims. I do not play the Sims. I only play My Sims on the Wii.
I hear it's a good game, but would you like to go ahead and guess the division, or would you like
I'm
one
going
more?
for the middle again.
You're gonna go for the middle. Just
I am.
consistent. Which one? I am.
Yeah. Going for the middle, I am.
Unfortunately, it is not I am. It is actually invite.
Or at least invite players have the balls to stick around and stuff like that. Or just try to chase for kills so they can respawn because they have a late death. But man, I know I do not have a lot of experience with knowing how they do it because I've been out of the league for a while. I'm slowly getting back to get into the Highlander team, so that will happen there.
Yeah, it could have been two different things. If it was a
But
lower
it's
division,
nice
it
to
could be
see
chasing it.
how other people play in general.
Yeah, and it could be like, hey, I have trust in my team because they're so good. I'm gonna go ahead and clear the
Yeah,
flank.
they are. Yeah, they're like chase or just play your role. Either chase or do the role because if you get aggro and get a late pick on the other team, then they will delay their push or delay their defending.
Yeah. So, if you had to guess one player in invite, who would it be that this player is?
I I cannot say Spanish inclination for the meme, so it cannot be him.
I mean, you're correct. That's not him. It is Thick from Invite.
Well, he has a thick ass to commit to that part.
Are you saying he plays a thick pyro?
He have a really thick butt to commit to that play.
All right. Well, he I mean, I don't have much more to say on that. Except, would you like to go ahead and go to our last clip, though?
Yes.
Let's start clip number 6. Same map.
No one turn around. No one turn around.
Got the Ure, and he's got the red tape recorder.
Well, red tape recorder is good against mini sentry because every mini sentry engineer want their gun dead so they can build another one. But if it's being downgraded, deconstruct at a slow rate, while their teammate do not kill that gun, that engineer main source of damage outside of the shotgun is disabled for a while.
Yeah, and you can't self-destruct it either.
But using a Ure is boss play because comma cluster, you can't hear the backstab, you cannot hear the scream. So you gotta rely on your teammate that turn around. Why? Even though you do not hear the backstab sound. So yeah, so definitely.
So you're saying they should be communicating it anyways?
They have to communicate even though you get headshot and backstabbed. Because way to communicate where they are. Like dying is okay, but dying at the wrong time or a lot of time is kind of like bad. So dying is okay, but when other people die after you or they die before you, then that is technically the communication for of not willing to say it or like just be quiet and say what needs to be said. But yet every comm
Yeah.
will be clustered as hell.
Now, keeping that in mind, are you pretty confident in what division it might be, or would you like another look?
Well, you can use the Euro anyway. Unless you use the Ocean 7 spy set where decloak volume is decreased, slight decloak stuff, but the sound have been decloaked massively. So you can own with it, and like Halo Skyo, for example, there. However, you're nowadays like it will just consume your ammo, your cloak meter unless you're inside spawn.
Yeah. So would you say that like a higher or upper player user would
I
keep
would
that in
just
mind?
go for the middle again.
You're gonna go for the middle. You're gonna keep trying?
Yeah, intermediate.
Intermediate? Well, it is amateur.
Close enough.
Almost.
At least I aim for the middle to be close to the low point of that division.
Very, very wise. Now, regarding the player, do you have any clue who it might be?
Nah. Nah.
No?
Nah. Yeah.
Well, it is actually French Fry from Amateur.
French fry?
French Fry is his name.
Wow. Wow. I swear, I assume it's the same. Is it the French fry with the gray cat profile pitch?
I'm not totally sure, but I'm sure there's not that many people called French Fry in RGL.
Does that person have the gray cat profile pic? That is the person I know years ago. I did unadded them. Back then, I know they live in Nevada. That I know.
It may be, but I'm not totally sure. But thank you so much, Kega Man. That is our last clip.
I mess up a lot, but my God, Spanish Intermission on Asheville.
I mean,
But it's okay, everyone know. So I know. I mess up a lot, but that's good to see people I'm really aware of does the gaming.
yeah, you did really well. I mean,
I just don't do an analyst. I guess wrongly. I do not predict quickly, but at least I got 1 point. That what truly count.
you gotta say you had at least 2 points.
That on fairness on who?
You got, I believe the first clip, you guessed within one division of it, so that actually gives you a point. And then for the last one, amateur is within one division of your guess, so you got 1 point
So
there
I'm
as well.
pretty much close. Much close.
Yeah, you basically won, if I had to say.
Yeah, I look forward to do this again if I'm able to go back to Philly on 2026. But not really sure as a 29-year-old dude. I'm 28.
Oh, that's not that old, trust me. But yes,
There
Kega,
are
thank
some
you.
older gamers.
Listen, you're young in heart.
Yes, that's why I keep myself on the ground. Have my entrance.
I think it's called chiropractic. But thank you so much, Kega, for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Nice having you. Thank you so much for
Dolphin with
coming.
a really lovely handlebar.
Nice to meet you too. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good one.
I can.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes. The RGL.GG Philadelphia LAN. We are in the middle of grand finals where we are in grand finals between Legacy and Mama's Boys. Mama Boys are up 2-1, which had been a 2-0 lead before Legacy came back, managed to grab a hard-fought win on Sunshine. We are now on CP Gully Wash. The teams are live right now. I am also Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera. Rumpus, let you take it away.
Yeah, so we might be seeing. Okay, yes. So for reference here, the crowd is very excited for what they don't realize is going to be a last stalemate. So the teams did ready up out of turn. Production reset the map, but they gentlemen's agreement to reset the scenario. The mid was both men surviving, and it was Mama's Boys winning the mid. So they have agreed to set up just the standard situation here. No rounds were scored, nothing super crazy with big implications, so basically didn't miss anything. But yeah, that is why Gungan is on engineer off the rip.
Moreover, why they haven't shown up for mid, which probably be pretty confusing otherwise, but good sportsmanship between the teams. Gun has been built up. He'll be on that pyro. Go look for some shutter denial, but basically pretty much a straight mid to last, except that Long Guy Living means that both teams have Ubers. Will be an even exchange.
And you do see immediately a scout going into water, which one of those quirks of Gully Wash. You get to pressure the map itself as the attacking team during the pressure opportunities, but it usually draws positioning kind of like what Zam is doing now by playing on the ring as a soldier. Really deny any cap pressure attempts, and Kobe actually on Pyro is not playing with the gun to reflect away spam, but seeking a fight against the player in water. A very Kobe-esque decision to make as the gun actually does go down. The scout tries to commit through water, gets juggled with no value, and that almost looks and smells like a sniper sack. We'll see if Bobo decides to come up as an off class, but only one player got sent in the sack here.
Yeah, and truthfully, I thought more just actually managed to perfectly time that's Kobe's pyro rotating out from lower. Got a lot of cap time. I thought there was a potential threat of a cap just coming in out of nowhere as the gun went down with it, but maybe wasn't realizing that. Tried to commit to get a frag, got popped up and killed, but Momo has now respawned. Going to be he can find an angle.
Okay, nice little trap there in water from Sai. So of course, when water is such an attractive option, if you have the timing to set up a trap there, that you can really account for something like that. Finding the kill on a high five, and Bomo's sniper has been identified as well. I will mention that the gun, which is a very important part of a last hold, not only here on Gully Wash, but other maps as well, has been going down pretty easily to what is the lock and load. I mean, in ETF2L, when they gave one of their reasons for banning it as it's too good at taking out sentry guns, a lot of people laughed at that, kind of mocked it, because it's not usually the aspect of the gun that people have trouble with. But it is undeniably good at taking out these sentry guns in last for Uber advantages into last or even Ubers.
And right, if you've been watching the past 2 days, you'll have seen so many Ubers into lasts like Snakewater failed because the entire Uber is spent getting the gun, gives the defensive team more than enough time to rotate through spawn, come out on the other side, and then, you know, you're basically at an even 66 after that Uber. If you can get the gun done ahead of time, it means your Uber's going to be spent focusing on frags rather than on building.
Yep, and it looks like it'll be high five getting into water. I think eating some sticky trap damage, needs a bow before doing too much here. And Bomo with an aggro peek from River actually goes down, and now it's high five stuck in water. Taking the 1v1, finds a trade with Zam. Very textbook. Soldiers just trading. But, I don't think we'll see much of a counter sack from Legacy here as Jay goes into water now.
And I mean, last map, we saw a very strong reluctance from Legacy to get forward and actually push out, really only waiting until it was a guaranteed recap. Plum trying to run in, but that is Bomo in Secret gonna get caught out regardless, so nothing really to worry about there. That may just be enough numbers. I see Sai getting aggro in Twitter, but again, yeah, no attempt to push out even with the 2 dead.
Yeah.
On Sunshine, they were basically waiting until they had 4 down as a minimum before they tried to push out. It looks like we may just see the stalemate.
Yeah, with 8 seconds left, exchange is attempted here on the Pyro. I mean, Pyro is just such a great exchange class. The gun does go down. 1 second left to get some cap time. They actually get some, so it's overtime, but the 2 kills for it, that is a lot of cap time, but again, 3 kills, I expect this to still reset.
Yep, standing on it to make it go back faster. Chris gonna get picked off and no one near it. Yep, we will see the stalemate right off the rip. So nothing really that we've missed thus far. We'll go into the second mid, first one on stream, really. As it's kind of like the match starting all over again for real.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, these teams agreed to the circumstances, so it would have been fair, but now it feels like the hands are really clean, right? Because if immediately, like, Bomo got a headshot drop onto Lol Guy, for example, it would feel a little like, eh. Anyway, yeah, you have Sai Guy going very low early on.
We'll get an arrow to Soldier. High five, though, just getting caught out on the point. Kobe will be the trade. Bomo coming back, though, so Frag in favor right now of Legacy by quite a bit. You know, that mid that they lost didn't happen on stream, so for our sake, it didn't happen. They continue that excellence. Bobo getting chased all the way back into last, and it'll be a mid to last this time in favor of Legacy.
And now Shu on the other foot, so we're going to see probably a similar type of last hold setup. Bomo is spawned on Sniper at the moment and going for a River peak timing. If you're one of those earlier spawns, then you can be set up River with a fully charged shot ready, potentially. It's a long sight line, so it's an area that a soldier is likely to clear or something. You might just get a cheeky kill.
Exactly, gonna see, we do see Slem on the Engineer, and it will be Bomo on the Pyro, so very similar setup right now. That gun in basically the same spot. We've seen thus far Legacy has been very fond of the off classes coming into last, particularly the Spy. Remains to be seen what they choose to do right now. No one has even gotten the opportunity to sack yet, although I think we have someone down in water. Gotta get a little sneaky with it.
Actually, the pistol spam from Kobe in main. Oh man, he's just barely able to get out of there. Jay was about to pick up that kill. Gun does go down to what seems like just spam from River and Shutter. Jay, the scout on point, is getting fought. Gungan does go down. Jay very weak, might trade out, but that's 3 kills now for Mama's Boys. And I see that Gungan just traded for an unusual. I wonder if he's going to put that on right now.
Yeah, I think that's a, I think it's a demo hat, so probably not. Would be concerned if that went through a strontium stovepipe, one of the robo hats, an unusual pawn. Interesting that that's what's going on right now, but you know, no actual push out after the 3-man sack coming in from Legacy. You know, positioning remains as is. Hey, he's just in, just I think waddled in through lower with no gun up. They will find Jay and Kobe as a trade. Zam hitting the fade bomb right there will back out as some of the pressure into lobby now coming out, but I don't think they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy aren't on high ground necessarily, so it's like peekable, but in reality, not really. And yeah, those 3 picks they had earlier did not turn into a point conversion, losing both their demo and another player on top of that. Enough to make them call that push off. Ooh, Jay with an aggro peek here finds the spy. Definitely not the luckiest day for Kobe there. So at this point, probably stuck on this class. Spy is clearly a class that relies a lot on the element of surprise. So when you are well aware that a spy is here, you need to really, really coordinate with your team to distract to get any type of value.
And just getting in position is going to really be the difficult part here for Spy. Everyone built up on that deck means it's super easy to spy check some long
point
run-ups
play,
as
okay.
well. Yep, just going for some cap time, going to bait in some plays. Zam and Jay going to be the
Right back on it.
going
That's a
down as
lot of
well.
cap time.
It is. They do lose 3 for it, though. We saw 3 wasn't enough to push out before, but I think this time with the spy going down, they have no fear of a potential back cap. So they're going to look up, take some lobby control. Both teams still have Uber, though, and I think with Psy staying alive, they are a little concerned about running through these shutters, you know, willy-nilly. So still just staying up in last.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised at all to see an exchange play here. I mean, not only because there's 35 seconds left on the round timer, but there's so much cap time that it's a nice little advantage to have. You have a player in secret in the combo going in water, finding a kill as well. Backstab onto high five. Exchanged on point, and it's down 2 going to be in this post. Okay, Kobe does go down. There is a heavy in secret posted up near point. Still a lot of cap time. Heavy's peeking now so much. Player goes down. It's just up to Chris. Didn't realize that there was a player behind the point still. Looking at everyone in front, and the point just gets capped out from under his nose.
I think that's something we haven't yet seen from them. The spy 2 lives in a row. Don't think they were expecting that. Leads off with a kill, draws a lot of pressure down onto the lower ground, and just keeps the position the Legacy needs. So they are now up 1-0 on the back of that spy play. Into another mid here, and it's going to be Psy getting nuked off the soldiers for Mama's Boys. Just going crazy with 3 kills. Babo will go down. So a nice salvage there. Lol guy, however, part of the full wipe. 2 survivors. You know, silver lining is that it should be slight ad actually for Legacy, but a really strong mid coming out from Mama's Boys.
I expect this to even out on seconds in all likelihood, just because not only did Legacy see it was ×3 on mid, meaning that there's no presence on 2, but also you're med spawning a little bit sooner. You're going to be able to show up to second very easily by the time the other team is able to do too much. Ooh. I'm actually looking at bow mode here, realizing that people are very fond of this today, it seems.
Feels like it's a little bit contagious, you know. Feels bad when it happens to you. You want to flip that around, put it on the enemy team.
That is a tempting demo pick.
judicious.
Oh, and this is nice because this type of play. Oh, wow.
Stab
man, the
speed.
whip stab.
Recognizes something stinky's going on. The spy play does not work out. That said, though, that small ad they had only results in their spy kill. Babo has Uber now, gonna pop through. The midpoint does get capped. Then will be the first one going down. Lots of low health is actually on the side of Mama's Boy, so not able to chase too far. There's a back cap
Kobe
going on
with
from
back
Kobe
cap.
right now, and I think Boma will be able to catch that, try to interrupt it, but they're gonna need to stop the mid if they want it to work, and they can. And that's going to be the mid going over. Lol guy getting caught out as well. Jay with the pickaxe wins the melee fight on to Speedy. But Kobe coming in from behind. The janitor gets 2. Jay next in the sights and will line him up for Zam. So point does get capped by Mama's Boys. They will get the spawns coming, which could be good, but cap them already starting to come over.
Yeah, and the rollout from Big Door from the red team looks like maybe... Okay, no one gets denied from blue, but Chris dying here in choke is absolutely not going to enable Mama's Boys to fight this. Oh, but there's no spot Big Door either.
Kobe.
Look at how many players are
Kobe's
just
in
through.
so
I mean, Kobe
deep.
is already in river.
Top.
And this is maybe even going to be a wrap play. Nope, it will be Mama's Boys recommitting back. Babo getting landed on, but surviving. Okay, that's 2 kills for 2.
Babo down to 100 right now. Bit of a stand-up. The captain's coming over, though. It's going to force Mama's Boys to start blocking that. If of them up top, the 2 scouts doing their best. And Sai left alone in Big Door side. Going to go down. That is the fight for Mama's Boys. We appreciate Legacy willing to take the space and willing to dry fight it, but leave their demo hung out to dry. The mid going to go in back, excuse me, to Mama's Boys. And they're still pushing.
And this time around, they're going to be pushing the other team's Big Door since Sai was dead at the time. It's going to be a 1v1 in lobby that Bomo will win. That is a pick advantage and unable to... Oh, actually, I was about to say unable to spawn Camp Sai, but that is not the case at all. Now there's 2 blue players in lobby as the Uber exchange was happening on point. The red team trying to back up, but finding a kill on the way out. Zam trying to leave. Okay, some momentum into last here, potentially. They do have to leave a player to cap, but nonetheless, we do see Slemnish going into water, and I imagine we're going to see some point pressure soon.
The cap time started to come across. Everyone forced to drop down into that low ground. One pipe lands onto Gungan. He is dead. It's going to be Lolguy getting in on the fragging action before he goes down to the lock-in mode as well. Kobe trying to salvage anything he can, but goes down. Sai, the lone man, buying time, and Speedy just gets nuked spawning out. The pipes onto Babo, gonna look good in the logs, but not enough to stop Mama's Boys from tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, just crazy chaotic fight on there on last. And Homo as well had to contend with the Speedy spawner, but basic are just 2-shot him out of the air. It may have been like technically more shots than that, but Speedy was dealt with quickly, and yeah. Nice, scrappy last push there from Mama's Boys.
We have yet another mid. Jay just getting in deep into elbow, but high five. Caught out Lolguy, going to be the first one going down, though. The scouts take him out. Babo, however, going to be the target of a chase. Kobe coming in from behind with Speedy, trapping him out in second. More collapsing in from choke. Babo forced the kite behind. It's only the scout. Slem cannot do enough to defend. They will both go down. Mid getting capped up, second to follow shortly after. Lolguy, no one to heal right now, so may end up with roughly even Ubers. 10-ish, 15-ish ad you're going to be looking at?
Yeah, that's going to be tough to play into last. I wonder how they're going to take advantage of the higher perceived ad, because this should be bigger ad than it actually is. Oh, you know what? I'm being told here there is a special little medigun there on Babo, and I believe Lolguy as well. Interesting matchup to say the least. So this is going to be very hit or miss from either team. Having a sentry gun is going to be very nice on last, so Bomo is building that at the moment. Jay trying to peek Shutter, but it looks like it might be a free peek for the demo. Probably Launchpad, but maybe Shutter.
Yep, now both teams have it. Another stab onto high five. Crits finds Chris, and that's a quick round. The crits works much better on the offense than the defense, and it is a 2-1 now for Legacy.
Yeah, and that was a round enabled off the fact that that was such a late death from Babo. I mean, him and Slemnish had to do so much to try and survive the 3v2, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you can send too many resources to kill the other team's med.
Exactly, yeah, I mean, they got them net early, but you trade enough classes for it. You end up losing the mid, lose the round. Easy trades, Kobe for Jay right now, but Sam's going to go down next. So Scout kill going to be the difference right now. Bomo and high five hit up low, but Speedy trapped lower means the mid going in favor of Mama's Boys. Going to take that look to move forward. Lolguy staying alive, building a little bit better than Babo even. So we'll see evens coming into last. But Mama's Boys really hoping they're going to be able to tie up this round score.
Even Ubers here. Speedy's going to be spawning before anything can really happen. Looking like some river pressure. Nice place to spam out this gun from. Pretty standard gun position at that. Slemnish and high five both in water. It is Kobe looking back, trying to contest the water players. Bobo actually going down on the other side of the map.
Kobe will die to the explosive blast, missing the reflect as Slem still playing in the water. High five, maybe thinking about joining and getting an arrow. They're really focusing on that lower pressure, but Zam coming around, catches Slem, I think waiting for an arrow. Really heads up play right there. High five gonna go down next. Zam gets rid of both of them. They're just willing already, you know, I think take the time, let it tick off. Mama's boys playing up closer to second, really.
So Bomo is rolling out here again. Last time around, we saw a reset from this position, and to be honest, we didn't see particularly inspired sacking plays from Mama's boys, considering this is Gully Wash and you have a diversity of options with what you want to do. I mean, even like Pyro going water is something that is arguably viable on this map.
Agreed, yeah. As there's a lot of ways you could try to get creative with pushing in here. Looks like Bomo's choosing to stay lobby side right now.
No one's on the ring.
Run into him, and yeah, no one on the ring means a little bit of free cap time for Slum, but hit up low. Doesn't want to commit to any fight. Probably going to back up towards river, wait for an arrow. That's exactly what will happen. The recommit into lower now. I think they're just giving Bomo time to try to find something.
Yeah, so far, no headshots or anything like that. Okay, it is Zam taking the 1v1 versus Slemnish. Oh, man. 2 players traded out for 3, favoring Mama's boys. However, they do have this sniper, which is definitely not a good class to have in a time like this. However, getting a nice headshot there onto Kobe is nice. No pyro in the equation. Does get shut down by the engineer. Not a 1v1 you see every day. Nor is this the engineer fighting the soldier behind point.
I was excited we might have gotten to see an engineer Uber, but no, we'll see the pistol kill and the Frontier Justice onto Jay. Gungan's engineer fragging out right now.
Right, at this point, minute and 30 left. And Bomo coming back up again. Honestly, didn't really work last time, and the picks that were traded out maybe favored a post fight with a scout rather than a sniper, but we'll see. I mean, you're just a headshot away from big things, and just like that, Zam first to fall, and that is one of the players who would be playing on ring. So now Speedy is required to play the ring if you want a soldier up there.
Uber used
Meaning
out
other
into
cores.
river
Ooh,
aggressively.
yeah.
That's going to be just enough to really get it out. I think they just wanted to make it a pretty poor Uber on the offensive side, and they're able to do that. Chris caught in as well. Saiga going to go down, but more frags in favor of Legacy right now. Low health points, though, as they're collapsing into the point. It's so low, it's just high five up, but the flare shot from Kobe, I think that's 4 for the Pyro.
Yeah.
Really showing his multi-class ability. Cleans them up right there. Gets the reflect kill, the flare shot. He's finding everything, every kill icon he can.
Yeah, not only finding a kill on the medic and demo, but clutching up against the last player alive in high five. And Legacy choosing not to do anything with that. I mean, they don't have Uber. You're 20 seconds away from a reset, so just taking the reset makes some sense. But there is a lot of cap time, so they are opening themselves up to some shenanigans.
Yep, they try to keep that pressure up, but 2 seconds left. There is some cap time, so it won't end immediately. But Legacy standing on it. Yeah, no, the Uber's going to get popped out, though. That should make them simple. And another stalemate we see. And not exactly the most exciting of strategies. If you get pushed back to last, wait out the 4 minutes, go back to mid. But for Legacy, it seems to be working.
Yeah, and I'm hoping after the second reset, Mama's boys do something to adjust, because that pacing that they were playing just wasn't getting enough good sacks in before the inevitable reset. But nevertheless, we are looking at another mid.
Yep, as we come into it, it's been pretty even on the mids thus far. Good damage onto the soldiers thus far. Zam going to be the first one falling. Gungan going to be next, but 2 answered right back. Kobe, though, the difference as we stand. Speedy going to fall right after Lol Guy and Psy Guy. 2 guys making it back into last. And Rumpus, I'm afraid we may be seeing another 4-minute stalemate here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're Mama's Boys, you're happy to be here again because you just have more opportunity to cook. No off classes yet, so it seems to be pretty normal stuff. I mean, their pressure has been, I don't want to say fruitful, but it's been stirring the pot, right? Like, trading players here and there, getting cap time opportunities. I will say, I think that their lobby pressure could be a lot, like, more applied, I suppose. Especially when Speedy's the only soldier forced onto ring. I mean, Shutter and Launchpad were completely not watched. Like you said, speaking of Launchpad, finding a trap kill there on a Bomo. I hope that was not just a sniper sack, because I don't want to say in like a 3 minutes and a half that we're going to be seeing another reset because of the slow pacing, but he is going for it again.
And I mean, we are a little bit more than 5 minutes away from overtime starting. So I think if you're Legacy, you're kind of incentivized to just sit here and wait for that. You know, try to get around off of a mid. Can be pretty difficult to clear out all the space needed on Gully. Back cap's always a threat. So 4 minutes off the clock, you get closer to overtime where you're going to be favored over the other team. We can kind of understand the logic there. Nope. Bomo choosing his weapon of choice right now to try to create an opening right now.
This is actually a particularly passive sentry gun as well, watching the point. Not the entirety of point, you can still corner cap it, but notably not next to the medic. Not something that's very easily spammable from River, which has been Mama's Boy's go-to to spam this gun, but also not really adequately protecting Lol Guy. You're really trusting Kobe to do a lot
Uber
there.
end.
As we do
The
see
Uber
the
comes
exchange
out,
in
yeah.
lobby. Mamo goes down.
And yep, they're going to find Slem as well, Speedy to trade, but you keep those numbers up. Kobe getting forward with that scorch shot into lobby, forcing Jay out through Shutter.
Yeah, I
And
also
I mean,
missed what Jay is on here, which is a very powerful unlock that might come into play.
Yep, you can tell what that is off of his health right now. A little bit higher than it normally is. So I think that's a good adaptation to what Legacy is doing here. Just really making the most of that timer. You know, something that against a team more willing to push out, you may not think is worth it. But you're playing passive enough. There's a good chance to be able to come into use right now.
So a funny gimmick, I think, of Gully Watch, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure the banners, they obviously have a range horizontally, but I think they go pretty high up vertically. So a soldier popping a banner in water might just be safe while affecting everyone in the rest of the point. Not sure on that, but that would be a funny strat. As we do see the exchange come out, so presumably the banner's built. Counter pop from Lol Guy, longer Uber, but Babo gets caught on the retreat as...
That's an offensive heavy, though, coming into the last right here. They've started to get some cap time. The heavy's putting a lot of pressure from River, but not enough of an offensive threat. Enough of the team are already dead. He will get cleaned up.
And there wasn't a banner ready either. Jay did survive, so that is an asset here at least. 30 disat, more like 20 disat, is to some degree counteracted by that unlock. But you do have to play it well, and teams are probably not super used to playing with it because it's not something you often practice with.
Yep, just getting the timing for those post-Uber refights right there. But we have seen movement push out from last on to second. Lol Guy sitting on about 30 ad as well. Remains to be seen if they're going to be actively looking to push out with this, or just again kind of waiting to receive Mama Boy's push, see if they can counter it and, you know, hit the riposte, try to bait them into making a poor play.
Yeah, it looks like some aggression choke here. Just trying to rip some lock and load pipes, some rockets, make something happen. I imagine Jay is also trying to farm some damage still. We do have Bomo rolling out here as well. And this actually is a nice timing because if the red team knows that Jay is on banner, then any slowness from the blue team is just going to be chalked up to, they're trying to build that first. Not really going to suspect other strategies that might, oh man. As I say that.
He's getting frisky with it.
I'm pretty sure they know. Yeah.
The banner comes out, though, from Big Door. The spy finds nothing. Caught out immediately. But Jay jumping up with that banner, just gonna, you know, keep his life, but not really find too much. So I feel like a lot of eggs in that basket, not really going to have much of an impact. I mean, the extra health, passive health is nice, but I think you'd rather have gunboats for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know about that either, because usually banner is something that you see be the most effective in post Ubers. Because if you pop the banner and it's just an Uber exchange, then the Uber and the banner's happening at the same time. You don't really have that extra advantage over the other team.
Bomo on Sniper does pick up Zam. J will be the trade right there. So managing to stay even with the numbers. I mean, I think there's definitely some impatience setting in on the side of Mama's Boys with these off classes consistently being used. They're trying new things. Kobe, though,
Okay,
finds Bomo, and the Uber's popped out through Big Door. It's going to be a better Uber, though, on the side of Mama's Boys. Everyone now trying to keep their lives. Gungan caught up in the middle of it will survive. Sam's jumped a little bit slow to launch, but Bobo caught out. That's going to be the probable fight win right now. The soldiers doing their best to clean up, but all of this damage is sticking. Great long-range rocket from Zam to take out Chris. The remaining Mama's Boys players really just zoned out of choke right now with no buffs. Pushing through would be dangerous.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be Bomo trying to get into forwards for what I imagine is, this class. And I don't know, it seems just, for lack of a better word, kind of sloppy from Mama's Boys. I mean, you are sniping into second on Gully Wash from Big Door, and somehow you're still caught to an exchange. Like, that is one of the main ways that a team is going to deal with that kind of play, and they're still not ready for it.
High Five gets caught out as well. I think they've probably seen the sniper at this point. Definitely now, if not already. They're walking in. They get pressure on the shutter. They can't push. This should be a free second really coming in. And I mentioned this on the Sunshine, but you got to wonder if it's not the kind of refusal to push out, playing so passive, forcing these stalemates, is a tool to get in their heads, make them feel like, okay, I got to do something drastic to change it up. Now you're on a little bit of a tilt. You're down rounds. You're playing Perma Sniper. You're more on Engineer in this case, as Bomo is. Feels like he hasn't been on Scout in a few minutes.
So Gun is being attempted to be constructed. I don't know the grammar there, but does go down nonetheless. And bomb in now from Zam, getting hard floated by the heavy. A little bit of cap pressure is going to bring these players out. Looks like the Scout's still behind point. Kobe just running around quite weak, so probably not going to be winning any fights. Let's go down. A little bit of a staggered death there. I don't know if we'll see a counter sack.
Doesn't look like it. Everyone's far enough back. There's not really any room, but we have hit overtime. So win limit set to 3.
Yes.
1 round required for Legacy, 2 for Mama's Boys. The Mama's Boys win this, they will win the full season. Should Legacy win this, we'll take it to, we're going to Snakewater, I think? Metalworks last, I believe, as the last map of the season.
Want to see what this first beat is looking like. Because again, stakes are now very high that we have officially entered the overtime. And the team with mid here, pressuring into last, is the team leading round. So one slip up for Mama's Boys, and it is going to be a tied series.
Dead, gonna catch Psy Guy on Launchpad, should stall any aggression. I mean, I think Mama's Boy is going to be very keen to take that page out of the Legacy playbook, to sit up, post up, wait for that stalemate, if they're not going to put any real pressure on them. Kobe not opting for the spy this time, has been ought to do.
Scout made it to water, and I'm sure that did get spotted, but there doesn't seem to be a strong reaction from the soldiers on ring quite yet. Sniper is actively peeking river. Good lord. I don't know how that door was open for that, but I don't think that Babo was ever in the sight line, so no foul. Oh man, high five shoving lobby during that. Finds a pick. Does survive. Okay, Gunkin goes down.
Yeah, the 2 picks there, but again, I think these two, especially now with their backs against the wall here, you'd rather not risk, fumbling the second repush. You can just, wait another minute and a half. Legacy have proven it's a good tactic. So, no real pressure on the side of Mama's Boys to push out here. Ready to just play the clock.
A minute left, so we might start
development
seeing
now.
those drastic options. And I'm curious to see what Gungan tries to pull off here, because with a Pyro, a sap play is going to be a little bit less effective. Those bombs are going to get denied by the Pyro. As Kobe actually goes down.
Yep, wondering if it is going to be an attempt for, you know, the sap and sack as we've seen thus far. So if Kobe continues to, will come back up on the scout. Yep, so we're going to leave it here. Gungan coming in, goes in, cannot get the sap. Is enough for the gun to go down, I guess. So kind of the same thing. Ultimately, they get the gun in exchange for the spy, but nothing really to push off. With 20 seconds left, imagine we're going to see something of a desperation Uber coming through very shortly.
I think we're going to see these guys on mid in a moment here. I don't even know if Legacy, I mean, you may as well go for it because you can basically take a free push if you take the timing right. The other team can't push out and cap. Only 2 seconds left. They don't even do that. It will just immediately reset here. We're going to another mid.
We're doing it. Another mid. Props to Baba remembering the top Uber for the logs before the stalemate comes in. Well,
Yes.
not quite doing the same thing. As we will reset again, and one of these teams will try, I think, to get an ad off the mid. Hopefully mid to last. Needs to be seen.
Gonna be immediate fade bombs from both soldiers early on. Looks like it's Zam underneath the other team's side. Might be going up drop down, might not, but that is a threat for the time being. Kobe and Jay gonna trade out, and high five, very aggressive, doesn't die. The drop down play is made. Babo 10 HP is able to survive, is just ducking for cover, trying to dodge stickies, does go down. Sai finding that pick, but it's just Sai Guy and Lol Guy against two combat players who don't want it. They'd rather play the disad on mid. It's going to be Chris trapping up Choke, but the immediate refight here from Big Door going to meet up with at least some spawners and force out these two players that have no heals.
Yep, and they will be, as you said, forced back. That mid can only last so long into full disad. Babo really building quite slowly as well. I think ended up on a pretty separate respawn timer. You would have thought you'd be closer to 40 by now, given that death timer with the rest of the team, but only on 30. So Big Door looking to be the push of choice for Legacy. Grouping up right there, not too much of a defense. Holding up top, Jay also waiting above Choke. But
lobby shove.
aggro into lobby. Yeah, Boma will have spotted this, knows the medics behind them right now, and will get taken out. So dangerous positioning as they're looking to potentially
I like
wrap
this.
the mid.
Trade out the kills. They are unfortunately like caught to the Uber, but 89%. I mean, I've seen miracles.
Babo, yep,
And this
has
guy wasn't
Uber now
top
going
again.
to top.
That was more than 89. That I misread that number.
98. Yeah, but they're
Okay,
just
yeah.
trying to stall this. They will get the kill onto Speedy, but they're still missing numbers. Some of the spawners coming in right now, though, and somehow, some way, we've seen a stabilize here from Mama's Boys. Really just kiting that to the extreme anywhere, anyhow it takes. But Bobo coming through Choke, gonna get taken out. Jay as well, not allowed to touch the ground, and at 64, maybe enough for a dry push.
Yeah, Mama's Boys wanted more there, and they definitely bit off more than they could chew. So now they're back to last, and this 20 disad to Lol Guy that otherwise probably wasn't that playable, like maybe they can transition into second. If it goes very, very well, it could be the game.
And I mean, just with how rare good opportunities have been, they're going for it immediately. Gun still at level 2, but the cap time coming through quite a lot. All of Mama's Boys forced to drop into it right now. Frags trading back and forth in favor of Legacy. Babo at 97 cannot get the Uber. Legacy up 3-2-1, taking Gully Wash. We are 2-2 here in Grand Finals, and we are moving on to map 4, Metalworks.
Yeah, and notably, I mean, that was Mama's Boys pick. Now, we have seen Mama's Boys pick a map into Legacy only to get rolled on it yesterday on Granary, but I don't know. They were looking just sloppy, as I was saying earlier. Like, so many times where they had an opportunity to really cook into Gully Wash last, which again is one of those lasts you can really do anything you want. It's a sandbox in a sense, but they just kind of tried some of the same stuff, or at least the same enough stuff to where it was not so drastically different. Didn't end up working out very well, and they really could have used some of those rounds from breaking last, and they just weren't able to get them.
Exactly. We do have a switch over to Metalworks. I think so long as the players are good, we should be good to continue the cast. No break in the action, I'm thinking, as everyone's getting in. I think everyone's eager to get this started. And yeah, this is Legacy's map pick. I mean, you are pretty far down in the pool at this point. Not too many options, so hard to think you're going to be super confident on this one. But I think it must have been between this or one other map that they get to pick. As just waiting on Slem, it looks like, to get in who server. Team's ready up immediately. We're ready to go. I mean, this is it. You know, one last map to decide all of this season. Such a close fight between all three of these top teams. Global Clan really even having a really great match against Froyo. We didn't get to see that on CAF, but a phenomenal playoffs right now.
And I didn't actually have that high of hopes for this grand finals just after the first map, because Mama's Boys were just looking really good on it. However, in the following maps, it's kind of not so much. I mean, losing Sunshine and then losing Gully Wash. Now it's, yeah, as you said, game 5 tied up. This is going to be the last map we have of this season. And one of these teams is going to walk away with the gold trophy.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, just a phenomenal series of games played by these teams. I think we've had, other than the initial Mama's Boys versus Global Clan matchup, I think all of these matches have gone the full distance. No, I'm sorry. Froyo versus Legacy this morning when they were 2 maps. Felt like it was 3 due to that 75-minute snake water that we saw. But just incredible back and forth all across the board.
Yeah, at this point, not quite everyone in the server quite yet, but I don't know. What are your expectations for what we're seeing on Metalworks? Because momentum is definitely going for Legacy. They just won on Mama's Boys map pick, but I don't know. They still have to win.
I'm concerned about the mental of FOMO in this case. I think we saw that with that 4 minutes of consecutive off-classing outside of last. I think Legacy's playing in a way that's probably incredibly frustrating to deal with. They say, yeah, no, just take as many spins as you want in our last. You know, we'll just keep resetting you back to mid, and then we'll snowball you in, take a round, and then do it again. You know, feels like pulling teeth sometimes, I think. So I'm concerned about Mama's Boys in that case. Further, I think that we've seen just the mid play throughout this entire weekend to generally be favored to Legacy. And I think they're getting better and better at actually converting those round wins. So I think for Mama's Boys, it's really got to start on the mid fights, have those be solid, make sure that you're able to then force Legacy back. They're showing, you know, that they're passive enough, right? But they're not really going to threaten you for a couple of pushes. You have your time, set things up. You can build a banner if you want. You know, who knows, maybe buff banner comes out if you're just dealing with this degree of passivity, right? Try the spy. We saw an offensive heavy until last. Try to do something. I think Metalworks is maybe not as quite as off-class friendly, but it's still a pretty short distance going all the way into the point. So you can make things happen. They can play out fast. And
I think
they just got to find some way to break the hole.
a silver lining there is that the previous times we've seen Mama's Boys here on Metalworks this weekend, they had definitely more creative options for breaking blast. I mean, I remember seeing a J high 5 double high bomb through main without a spy, without a sap, none of that. Just jumped over the gun's turning rate and were able to get a force that way. Metalworks is a last that is probably easier to justify 4-mans into, as it's a last that's harder to push out of with picks than a map like Gully Wash, where you can kind of just go river and bully out the other team with positioning. In Metalworks, there's still tight choke points you have to get through, and that number advantage can be somewhat counteracted if there's an Uber exchange just being shoved in your face.
where the teams are really just, making sure they are fully tuned up for this. This is what you play for. Everything comes down to this one map. The full season. Mama Boys coming with a 13-1 record, almost went undefeated, had that brief blip to Froyo right in the last week of play, whereas Legacy coming in, I think a lot of people assumed they'd be the 3rd seed, managed to slip into 2nd thanks to their strong play against Froyo all season. 4-0 against them in matches, maybe a 1st. I can't imagine anyone's ever pulled that off against Froyo in the season. But they've both fought so hard to be here, and I think we're just waiting on Slam.
Could be going at any moment here. How's the crowd feeling right now? Who you guys feeling? Mama's Boys? Oh, not much for Mama's Boys, huh? Let me try that again. Mama's Boys? Wow, that is one person. Okay, 2 people. Legacy? Okay, a little more for Legacy.
I think the depth of emotion for those rooting for Mama's Boys is a little higher.
Yeah.
But the numbers, I guess he said, and we do have people did speak previously, pulling up our handy dandy chart again if this stops wrinkling in on me. Mama's Boys up about 40 to 25 or so, 40 to 30 in the votes that were taken ahead of time. Crowd hasn't been wrong so far, but should Legacy take this, it would be an upset then in every sense of the word.
Yeah, I don't think that many people expected Legacy to be grand finalists. I think that seeing how strong they were post-roster change in the season, people probably expected a top 3 out of them. But they have definitely met expectations and exceeded them, and put themselves within 1 map of winning RGL invite.
Absolutely, yeah. Would be, I think probably it would have to be one of the bigger upsets in recent memory. That they come out to witness. I think a lot of teams having them, a lot of people I think having them pinned as the 3rd best team coming in. To is maybe not even the 3rd best team coming into the season. 3rd best around playoffs probably. But one of the bigger success stories. Slem has joined the server, so we're all 12 in, hoping we get ready soon and we can just get into it.
And yeah, it's been an exciting season. And I gotta say, I know it's not over yet, but in retrospect, we have seen enough games to know that this ended up being a very exciting playoffs with close games throughout the entire bracket. I mean, round 1, we had close matches. I mean, even the Froyo versus Global Clan match that was casted on Essentials ended up being a nail-biter, to my surprise at the very least. And I'm very happy to see the Grand Finals going to the final map, Legacy taking some momentum with them as well.
I think what also would be pretty surprising is that should Mama's Boys win this, we'll have gone through the entire playoffs without a single upset happening. And yet, in spite of that, it may be the most satisfied I think I would have ever felt, given the lack of any seed upsets.
Yeah, it is weird when you have an expectation for a team to win and they win. They can still be in a fantastic fashion, in an exciting fashion. Again, don't know who's going to win here. And I really thought that Mama's Boys would be stronger favorites going into this. I really thought it was going to be a 3-0 even, but after the Sunshine game, I thought they would close it out. Now after Gully Wash, not sure what I believe anymore.
I think ultimately I have to feel like, this is a little bit more Mama's Boys favorite than the previous maps were, at least. I think a lot of the kind of weirder things, the spies coming in, the pyro on blast getting really aggressive, is probably more suited to Gully Wash and Metalwork, which to me is always like the very no frills map. Great for the 6s classes, not great for that many others. So I think, you may see a little bit less gimmick coming in. I question if the spy will be as effective as it was on Gully Wash. I think High Five maybe missing out on the spy instinct. Some of the other players here that have played Highlander, it feels like they have had, getting stabbed a couple times. But it's just so hard to tell with these. I mean, I think to me, my gut feeling is that if Legacy, like I said, this continues the mid dominance, they're going to be slight favorites to win it. But we've seen that Mama's Boys have been able to contest them on those mids. And if they should keep doing that on Metalworks, so that they can find either a demo or a scout that's really isolated, focusing down, could be theirs for the taking.
Obviously, before readying up for the last map of your playoffs and grand finals, you want to make sure everything is actually functional. But can be going at any moment now. And yeah, when we know it's going to take time, that's why we send it to breaks, because at the talking points, they're getting exhausted.
Yeah. I think you're hoping to beat him by now. Just taking a brief look at the logs from that gully, and I mean, a 35-minute gully, 1-4, Lol guy only 4 deaths, the Babo's 9. 2 and 4 as well, you know, always getting in on the fragging act. Lol guy's gonna have some kind of kills to his name. Just really, really solid play from him there. I mean, otherwise, stats are really, I think, Psy 17 and 9 versus
going live here.
But we are live. Final map of season 18 invite here at the Philadelphia LAN. Legacy versus Mama's Boys. There is nothing else. Winner takes all and is the champions. Let's get into it.
Immediate early presence on the point from Mama's Boys. It's going to be Speedy over towards Choke, and actually the late walk up from Legacy here actually converts into a Gungan death, so they are just going to get out. Ooh, is Kobe caught? Kobe is caught. No scouts now on the red team. Okay. Things might be heating up a little bit. Lol guy going to be much more vulnerable to soldier bombs without reliable hit scan to deny those.
Slightly better building from Babo as well. Will not end up build checking Lol guy right here. Gungan having already respawned and back up with the team.
Ooh, Speedy
Kobe's
goes down.
next, but yeah, Speedy just caught out, and good trap that onto Jay equalizes the frags, but
Kobe
the pressure
could
enough.
make this crazy though. This is a weird timing from him. Misses the shot. Okay.
Yeah, that's something where you could easily see someone walking into that, just not expecting the sniper in that exact spot. But they do manage to see him play safely. If he sticks on it, moving into last, as Gungan goes on to engineer.
I'm groaning at the class
boy.
selection from Mama's Boys, but I don't know. Sniper really is just a hit or miss class in the most literal sense, and all it takes is 1 or 2 really nice shots to absolutely take a round single-handedly. Well, that being said, Kobe has proven to be a very potent counter sniper, so we'll see what FOMO can achieve.
So I'm not sure where you're supposed to get an angle in on offense. It was like, yeah, you could maybe fly peek something, try to go for a quick scope. And that's exactly what may be happening right now. Getting in deep right there may have had a potential angle onto something valuable, but does not hit the shot. I mean, other than that, and that was only because they were able to force Sam off of the roof. But feels like you just don't have the options that you might on another last point.
For a peek through me, just hoping to maybe get a pick on that soldier right side, which makes sense as FOMO's combo is right side. So if that soldier does end up getting headshot, he can immediately take space through that door. Does not happen, however, and it will be a rotation over towards Shutter. I'm sure someone will peek this for FOMO in a moment. Once that angle is lined up, doesn't seem like anyone is peeking the angle at the time. Soldier might be jumping in between. It's opened, but at this point, I should reload my HUD to see what the route timer's at. Oh,
As we say that,
format.
the exchanges come out, they managed to get the counter snipe onto Bomo, as well as a number of other kills coming across right now. 6 versus 3, but Babo has not yet popped. Only going to use that Uber right now. Around will get the kill onto Zam, but doesn't look like anyone else right there. So fighting out on second, cap time starting to come through. Lol guy has been hit up low and does get on the board as he's ought to do. Crossbow onto Chris, takes out that demo. The cap goes across right as high five. Coming in, finds a pick onto Kobe.
will be traded out right there. Jay on a sliver of health gets healed up, and the cap going to go right back across. So resetting that timer, if you're Mama's Boys, you're probably pretty grateful about that, honestly, rather than the prospect of yet another stalemate.
Every time one of these four-mans turns out okay for the attacking team, I'm gonna bring it up because not only do I like seeing kind of that pace, but even though Mama's Boys got forced while backing up, didn't really get the greatest Uber, it was kind of a sketchy fight on 2. Here we are reset to even Ubers on last again. They basically just won themselves 4 extra minutes of sacking just for pulling off that one play.
Yep, and I mean, especially in a game like this one, considering what Mama's Boys has been, or Legacy, excuse me, has been doing in regards to the stalemates, that time must feel especially valuable. Like, yes, we didn't let them stalemate. You know, we were able to pull that off, and you know, more time to kind of figure out what's going on.
Okay.
The looks like a pretty standard.
Low guy's
Low
so
guy
weak.
hit up low. Oh,
The
the
peak.
steal to hold on to that Uber.
Wow. I don't know if that was an active decision from Lowell Guy to milk that scout when he was that weak, or if he just didn't register that Bomo was peeking that door in time. Either way, very, very close to a drop from Lowell Guy. And absolutely no response from Legacy. No peek, no sack, no nothing.
Feels like after the previous SVS incident, the rifle's been taken away from Bomo here. As once again, they look to find some kind of opening in this defense. Gun staying at level 2 for now, better at denying jumpers. A lot of pressure coming in close, and actually, I think Sam probably just got an eye of Slim on that sniper. Definitely has now, if not before, jumping forward, trying to force him back. So, element of surprise lost, and Kobe on the sniper this time will find high 5. So, continuing to prove himself as maybe the best sniper here in playoffs.
Yeah, this Kobe peak. Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little bit obvious. Jay is not born yesterday. He knows exactly that Kobe's like, I'll take the peak at least. Yeah, we're not going to counter sack. I'm on sniper, but I'll peek the one door I'm going to peek. Man, bomb in from Jay goes quite high. Gets some damage on Lowell Guy, but does go down. And I gotta say, these high bombs from these soldiers through main are getting a surprising amount of damage on Lowell Guy for how little pressure is required and how little coordination is required.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to dodge it, and remaining here, Kobe as well. They're going to meet each other.
Hero
Starting
shot.
to move over to the left side of defense right now, but yep, losing that sniper, can't imagine they're going to really be looking to commit to anything in a 5v6.
All right, minute left now. So that hero shot from Slemnish very much indicates, hey, I'm trying to get off this class for the impending play. 54 seconds left. I mean, the combo is posted up like they want to exchange. Unfortunately, Bomo goes down, so it will just transition into a sack. A lot of cap time actually there from Jay, and they do get the force. So, yeah, in prime position here for stirring up the pot, making some things happen. Babo with full Uber advantage. It's looking like at worst, only 2 players are going to get denied on mid. If that, it's close, they do.
Yep, so going to be hard to snowball in here. Babo's ad especially, you know, contributing to that. We'll have to see now. Chris getting hit up low. Not sure if that was just jumping forward. I think it was. As, you know, you can't imagine the defense is going to be too committed here. Jump coming forward. I think they really just want to make sure they can force the Uber out of Babo back into last. But I mean, we've been here for a while. Yep, Uber jumping forward. Chris getting, blocking them out of Shutter. They're going to lose 2 already, though. Even up on the Sweeney and Kobe, but for an ad Uber, you'd like to have had better results.
Ooh, and as well during this, yeah, Chris does get spotted and killed, unfortunately. Low guy quite weak, though, catching a pipe. Unfortunate push there. I mean, there were picks under point, but, I mean, they are talented players, so they were able to trade out rather than just feed, as the bomb in here from a high 5 gets dealt with very side. It's going to be Uber advantage for Lowell Guy pushing into mid.
Yep, just going to make it even easier with that soldier dead. Try to, I think, just find the timing onto them as they walk out of lower, but unable to pull it out. You know, Babo still on 60, so there's the possibility they use into second here if they want to keep the momentum up, but that window is small and getting smaller by the moment.
And now, off of some good play after that 4-man sack, Legacy are in control. They got mid.
Yep, even Ubers will even up notice it get aggressive in the second right now. I think finally kind of feel like they have a chance in this round after being sitting on the left. Big high bomb coming through, going to just fade back out. No foul. Zam though, there's some harm and some foul getting rocketed by Jay. Will go down, takes back, forces everyone else on Legacy back towards one.
Yep, even Uber still only the one sack. Chris was caught in alley. Oh no. Went there alone, trying to set up some traps, presumably, but Kobe a little too, or excuse me, that was Gunkin, I believe, too fast on the re-aggression. And look at the space being taken off of that demo kill as well. Kobe shoving through underpass, might even find a kill, does find a trade actually. Speaking of, there's an Uber exchange happening near the point. Bombing onto Psy Guy. Oh, but Bobo goes down.
Psy Guy finding their target right there. And Gungan cleaning up the rest of the team. Chris going to be next. I think the spawners are such, it may be difficult to see a snowball. We'll see. But a lot of players dead. Lol Guy sitting on a decently sized ad right now as we hit 10 minutes into the round. Looks like, yep, we will see Legacy wait up and try to play this ad. 35%. Big enough window that, you know, we've seen them cap before.
Yeah, and that early spam there from Jay was enough to discourage any peeks into last, which could have been a little sketchy. The spawn waves were not super favorable for Mama's Boys. But now everyone's alive. They're building Uber. They are setting up as good of a disad hole as they can. And I'd like to see a gun pyro setup here. Definitely a potent strategy on Metalworks in particular. And one that you may as well try, right?
But here comes the Uber coming in from the side. Chris gets caught out immediately. A lot of cap time already. Kills only in favor of Legacy. Uber finally popped out from Babo. He has it, but it's just him and Slim. Speedy kiting back towards spawn behind. Going to be down. But this is a pyro, not a scout. Not quite the fragging potential, and it's only a matter of time before Legacy take the first round here on the map that decides it all.
Absolutely, and we saw last time around they were leading rounds. They didn't slip up at all. So looking like Mama's Boys, who some people, well, the people in the venue at least voted were the favorites to win this series, are now for the first time ever behind in this series.
Exactly, and it would be a reverse sweep. I mean, thanks to that map ad over the one map won by Mama's Boys, you could be looking at a potential 2-0, 2-2-3. Really good presence right now by Legacy on this mid. Jay gonna be caught out early. Bomo gonna be next, and that is a solid win. Bobo staying alive right now, so no real snowball potential into last. But alley pressure coming in, high bomb from one of the soldiers going to fade out, but second to be secured. We'll be looking at even Ubers on last.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see the setup be built. Sentry gun going up just now. Looks like Legacy want to do something quick before that gun is built. Level 1 now. Kobe unfortunately goes down while peeking, so that's probably going to temper the aggression. Curious to see if Kobe decides to snipe here or not. It's yet to be decided, but can. And he does not.
He is not sleeping, so remains to be seen now since this even Ubers
actually
will do.
Hasn't decided yet. Asking the team, hey, what are we feeling, guys? Okay, well, I'll do a little bit of this. Still haven't decided. What do we want, guys? Oh, I wonder if this is a play to try and counter off-class checking. Nope, he's committed on scout.
We'll
Never mind.
go out. It's taking a while, but you know they know they've got time. No, you know they're not gonna push out off of the. Hey, we haven't seen a player in a while that's known to go spy. So,
Chris going quite low. And yeah, that was kind of like a minute just burned for deliberation purposes. So, gonna be even less time for Legacy to make something happen here on last.
Exit Kelly set up as well from Momo on the engineer. Could any sacks come in? Gungan getting bet on will go down. 2 revenges for Chris and high five off of that Gungan clearly having consecutive kills on them.
But yeah, you know, without with stock classes, it just doesn't feel like a true legacy last.
Yeah, and notably still no off-class checking from Slemnish here, which I'm not sure the reason why. In fact, I suspect there isn't a reason why. It's going to be left lobby here, getting both soldiers buffed up. They are stacked on top of each other. A little synchronized swimming here.
Oh
They
yes,
both
you love
bob
to
in.
see it. Immediate
Wow.
force. And
That
Bobo
is
gets
incredible.
skyboxed off of something right there, but that is the sack you're looking for. I mean, hand in hand,
Uh-huh.
literally holding hands in on the sack together. Really cute,
Exact
really gorgeous
same
sack.
bomb, exact same rockets. Bobo just taking both rockets at the same time. And just a double soldier sack out of the blue was enough to get the force.
Doing long walks on the beach, standing on top of each other in Metalworks lobby, and forcing Bobo.
There are not traps on point right now, which absolutely scares me. It tells me Chris is playing for, okay, found the pick. Okay, that is exactly what he needed to get there. Chris still gets popped, and somehow Chris is still caught and dies. Oh, man.
This gun gonna go down as well. Captain starting high five in a good spot, but can't deny it. Cap goes right across. 2-0 for Legacy. They are putting themselves in a fantastic position to pull out the reverse sweep, and yep, perfect time for attack pause from Bomo.
And I mean, in the last round that got scored, Chris died quite early on. I didn't actually see what happened, so I didn't, bring it up. But here, I mean, he was making a risky decision in not trapping the point to try and get a pick trap on the team entrant, which worked out. So no harm, no foul. But then he still lingered on bridge completely alone. Meanwhile, his combo is holding right side with gun pyro, and he's just caught to the Uber.
Feel like I'm pretty sure he got caught on the last time too. So just risky plays from him. I mean, those traps are good, but got to keep your life there in order to defend the point. They're able to get in, get those kills, kill the gun, start the caps, and high five sitting there just didn't get in time to block it. And now, I mean, we have how much time left? We're exactly just about halfway through until overtime, 15 minutes down. And Mama's boys are just not finding, any sort of momentum here. Even when they get to last, it feels like just no chance. Legacy's not giving them any opportunities, no ad pushes, which I think may be ultimately the point of this insane passivity when they're on their own last is never bungle the secondary push, never give them ad, and stalemate them if you need to get back to mid.
Yeah, I would like to see, for Mama's Boys at least, before just going for the immediate four-man. We are resuming here. Rather than just immediately go for something like that, maybe work your way to it. Honestly, a three-man could be good enough. And if you keep a spam class around, you can threaten a exchange on the counter aggression. You have options.
Chris getting in the low ground, hit up low already, will get an arrow. Wall guy taking some damage as well, but the presence, I think, favoring Legacy just a tad right now. Good damage onto Kobe, gonna force him back. See if they choose to take advantage of the scout temporarily being out of the fight. They do not. Continually just players on Legacy getting hit low, getting back up. Bobo this time, though, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's actually going to be Red retreating. Interestingly enough, actually, because the health wasn't that bad. They just didn't like what they saw, so fair enough. It's going to be even Ubers here on second. Now, Metalwork second is a point that very easy to high bomb soldiers through alley, threaten to land on players, threaten to fade back, go behind, all sorts of things. So usually alley is the primary source of bombing and aggression. Doesn't have to be the only one, but very common choice.
Exactly, yeah, but I mean, really no pressure alley at all. As I say that, Roman will start to scope it out, catches some stickies there. Left to surprise anyone looking to walk up on to a little ledge there. Now we're starting to see them rotate over. Them jumping forward will get the information, so it's not a surprise. High five coming in, trying to get one of those high bombs, but as you said, fades back. They're really just testing each other out. But Bomo, though, catching Kobe, that must have been in-house somewhere, I would imagine.
Yeah, caught underpass. And, ooh, Sam's actually a little aggro there. Oh, but high five dies to the trap, so unfortunate there. I mean, it is still even numbers. Honestly, Mama's Boys could have continued pressuring if they wanted to. Clearly, they want to play things safe. They've been on their side of the map a lot recently. Kind of just want to relish the opportunity to set the pace.
Exactly, and I think for Legacy, though, they're getting pretty comfortable just sitting, staying pat, watching the time burn down, you know, doodling in their sketchbook perhaps all the meanwhile, as they've really been showing, you know, it really feels like they're saying, giving Mama's Boys every opportunity to say, beat us. You know, really come in and beat us. We're not going to give you any opening, even if it means we're losing some potential openings as well, because they're up 2-0. The ball's not in their court. They're happy to sit here, burn the time down, make sure that overtime goes to 2-0.
He just ran in alone. House trying to take a 1v1 with Jay. Unfortunately, it turned into a 2v1. Bomo showing up. Yet again, high five going down is going to neutralize the picks, and the bombs in to Ali from the red team are going to get the force. They have enough positioning that it's probably going to be a counter pop. It's just a matter of, okay, it's not going to be a counter pop yet. Jay is going down as well. Full milk from Low Guy, not even losing players with it. And now it's going to be Uber advantage into mid for Legacy.
Coming up from that valley side, like I started to get some spam in. Gonna look to really just kind of bully out Mama's Boys here without needing to use this Uber. The ideal scenario. Bobo, I think, catches a hype. Really that should signal it. Heals cannot support the current positioning when he needs to run back and regen some. So the mid going over. Legacy, once again, you know, perfectly playing the passive game. Lose the mid. Mama's Boys tries to take an opportunity. They manage to counter it.
They're taking it fast. They are taking it fast. This is kind of the only play you can take with this type of ad margin if you want to not just let it even out. They only get a pick onto Jay. Just something, but not that much more than nothing. As the counter pop comes out, Low Guy's completely caught. Players are shoving to last. 2 players to last. This is a real threat.
Him and Kobe. There's a potential of a back cap right here. Gonna be high five coming in, but he's got the 2v1. God. They just missed the back cappers, and Legacy in grand finals just keep their eyes on the prize. 3-0. Turn a disaster into a triumph, and they are putting themselves more and more in favor of becoming the season 18 champions.
Yeah, and they're kind of looking like the favorites at this point. I mean, a play like that, just shoving 2 players behind, there should be a faster reaction from Mama's Boys, but they're just not on top of it.
Just that killer instinct we saw. I mean, not quite as insane as the play on Sunshine and Froyotech, but right after that, Slem gets himself caught out, and that's going to signal the back out that Scout kills such a crucial one to find without needing to trade for it. Mid's going to be theirs, and I mean, I have to imagine Mama's Boys are feeling some kind of wind taken out of their sails after that one.
I mean, it's just deflating, right? To have a round lost like that, only to be back in the same position. Well, yeah, this is the same position. Even Ubers, I suppose, this time around. But look at the space being taken here by Legacy. They're just on point, pressuring the cap. 3 blue players on the ground. They do find both of Legacy's scouts, however. That's a real opportunity. Bomb into Alley. A lot of damage on Sai. Low Guy's trying to get out of there, but look at the full wrap from the blue combo. They know that they have the picks here. They know that they have a winning fight. They are trying to force a favorable fight, and they seem to be doing that. We'll see what the post crew looks like, but the kills coming in. Yeah, there goes Low Guy. This is looking great. But no, Sai Guy finds Bobo.
Yep, just stayed behind, embedded into their own valley. Will get the kill onto Bobo, and then high five as well. His lock and load pipes are deadly, and I think this may still end up a fight win. Maybe even not. Everyone's so hurt with no medic. Despite having the numbers, they're forced back because 1 scout could be enough to clean them all up.
Yeah, and this is just seeming like a case of players getting unaccounted for or getting lost in the chaos or whatever you want to call it. Whether it's 2 players shoving behind to last without a proper response in time, or it's a demo who is by all means caught to the fight, just kind of sitting there and then being able to 2-pipe the medic in the post.
That's maybe the risk of when you run these wrap plays where it makes sense to get forward. It's a good play on paper, but you need to be sharp in your execution to make sure you're not just leaving someone behind that you assume either got dealt with or wasn't there in the first place because you never saw them. You've got to be good at counting here. They're pushing this aggression into a second cap. Bobo now up on the Uber, but too late to contest. And I mean, if Legacy goes up 4-0 here, I mean, you're asking the world of Mama's Boys to come back, and we only have
Bomb immediately. Bobo, it doesn't have a good, no good surf there. It does end up using a little bit of nerves potentially, because maybe within the kind of range of reactability. I don't know if that rocket was coming out.
Chris jumped forward and got dead on, sent him aside. That was a spooky moment, almost lost his own life. They will get the second cap back, but it is the full ad now for Lol Guy, and it feels like Legacy have just been getting better and better as this map has gone on.
Absolutely, and look at this dungeon. Uber finds the pick into Jay, but doesn't seem to be getting any other kills at the moment. We might see some aggression into last, but with some good spam, probably going to get dealt with. Bomb in from Speedy. Does fade back, but Zam and Speedy both going down. A kill there for Bobo. And it's going to be 3 plus the ad. We're definitely expecting a Mama's Boy push, and we're probably expecting it to go pretty well.
Yep, really not too much to contest right there. I think not the worst thought. Maybe try to get a little aggro until last before they can get the gun up, before you really need to worry about a full hold, but they're prepared for it. They end up losing their 3 and then getting kicked back to the mid. But again, I mean, we're, maybe 6 or 7 minutes away from overtime. There's so much pressure on Mama's Boys to start getting rounds back now.
Yeah, absolutely. And they actually call off the push. Lol Guy was only at 80%. That was very much takeable. I think Mama's Boys just kind of assumed that Lol Guy had Uber, that it wasn't worth it, that they were going to be too slow. Which maybe on paper it was, but the numbers I saw in my HUD showed that there was an opportunity still there.
Absolutely, and now we settle back in here. I mean, we've seen a lot of that alley pressure be successful for Legacy in the past. Kobe already dancing around there, drawing out some attention, but good pipe going to run into him, force it back. Gonna get packed, gonna get buffed up. And it's just, if you're Legacy, you're so happy to do anything. You can kind of mess around, push, get prod a little bit, and what's the worst thing that happens? They roll you back, and now you're only up 3-1?
Absolutely. We've seen some alley pressure now. They are really working their way up. If this was Mama's Boys taking that amount of space, they would have already been bombed to high hell. Nice shot there from Jay onto Zam. The counter aggression is coming out. Chris shoving alley. Forced back a little bit here now. But combo presence in-house from Mama's Boys. Jay is sacking in, does not find the kill. Multiple very weak players there on Legacy, but not enough to convert into a meaningful kill.
Yep, just time waiting to go tick down. We saw the 5-minute warning until overtime as well. So bomb now coming in, not going to land onto Bobo, but I think that Speedy just playing behind in lobby, getting some good damage down before he speeds up. Likely not going to be anything worth the push.
Oh my god.
But, high five from behind, finds Lol Guy, but the pipes from Saiga going to even things out right away. So still the numbers disad. Now they're trying to get in on Bobo. They are not able to get the force, and just high five activating. Backs against the wall, able to pull that big drop onto Lol Guy, who's basically otherwise been flawless this match.
Yeah, so as Mama's Boys, you don't need to literally convert this into a round. In fact, I don't even think it is enough ad to do so. But you need this opportunity to not be completely wasted, right? You need to feel like you got something good out of this drop. Because so far, they are behind 3 rounds. You need some semblance of momentum. You need stuff to go correctly when they're supposed to.
You need to know that, yeah, we can push them in, because how many attempts at last have they had?
This is ad into last, too.
If Gungan's getting that gun up, I mean, it's only going to be level 2 right now. The Uber comes in, taking it right to spawn. Gun is already dead,
just
but
free for cap pressure.
Wide.
Okay, they get kills.
Behind. Kills coming across right now. Gungan on the heavy, going to be the main focus for all of this aggro. Sai as well,
Getting bombed.
still
It's
alive,
looking
but
good.
the cap time is enough. And Mama's boys find themselves a round for all of that time, able to get the point they've been looking for. Still an uphill battle for them, but they've shown they can cap.
You've gotten on the board. That's the first step. There are probably going to be 3 more steps for them to win this game, considering we're going into overtime, just over 2.5 minutes here. But we're looking at a new mid, and it's very easy to brush off what just happened as Legacy. It's just one drop. Just don't drop next time. But Mama's boys, maybe you're feeling yourself.
Yep, gonna help. And I mean, there is Chris getting the snipe onto Duncan right off the bat. Should likely signal the retreat. Everyone else very low on the side of Legacy. Jay jumping forward, patches side with a rocket. Will trade out, but the mid is long gone in favor of Mama's boys. And you know, a little bit of heat could be all they need. Good bomb coming in from Speedy. Finds Chris. Almost got Babo. So a bit of a consolation prize. You would have loved to have gotten the medic if you were on Legacy there. Keep either the ad or at least get the force, but the demo's all you're going to have to settle for.
Yeah, I thought Babo was done for there. He just rounded the corner perfectly. Kept his cool, ice in his veins. Preserved the state of even Ubers. He's actually in house here. Probably just buffing flank while the rest of the players roll out. I expect they're going to pressure alley because, again, it's just such a common place to pressure. Much, much easier to kind of... Oh, we have a technical pause.
Yep, from someone on the side of Mama's boys. So, I mean, I think, and Dolphin, maybe correct me if we're right here, but during technical pauses, the teams aren't allowed to discuss current state of the game? Or, right, so there's not actually anything to talk about here for the teams, assuming this is, in fact, a technical. Would assume so due to the exclamation point tech coming through right there as we'll look to see what is going on, but not time to talk about things. The players are quiet on stage. So, you know, the momentum is, I think, shifting finally into Mama's boys' favor. But the question is if it's too little too late because we are a minute 30 from overtime starting.
Yeah, I don't see a round getting scored in that time. So we are going to be seeing a game to 4. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's impossible for Legacy to get a 4th round in the next minute and 30. So I think without a doubt, we'll be seeing 1st to 4 here. Yeah, I mean, you can say there's some momentum for Mama's boys just off the fact that the last 2 team interactions has gone their favor. But, like, I feel like they need to string things together in a consistent manner to really say, like, okay, we're in the driver's seat. And notably as well, with what it looks like they're about to do to try to break second, I don't want to just be the hater. I'm just some bad player. I'm not telling invite players how to play. But as someone who's been watching all these matches, I just can't help but notice what has worked and what hasn't.
And I mean, even it feels like when it works as it should, it doesn't give you the goal you wanted. I cannot think of a time we've seen a team cap last in any off-class other than Spy. And I mean, it's primarily been Legacy doing that. It's been the only ones to even do that. And, you know, from yesterday's games, we know they've had enough tries to kind of lab it out, find what works, gotten better at the sap and sack as things have gone on, started to get some backstabs in there too. But from really anyone else does not feel like it's worth it.
Now, I will mention Metalwork second is honestly a great spy point. Because you get to decloak behind the shutter. You kind of can't be seen from there, and you walk through the shutter, and you're immediately where most medics are going to stand. You combine that with a soldier high bomb from alley, which is extremely easy for a soldier to get in the air from alley. And what is the med going to do? Spy check as the soldier's bombing them? No, most medics are going to be staring at that bomb and walking into a backstab.
Highlander medics are asked to do that frequently. Bit of personal suffering in that one, but no, that's exactly what, to your point, it puts a lot of pressure. You have to both be, you know, have the wherewithal to spy check during a sack in 6s, which is not what most people are going to do.
Yeah, but especially not on 2. Like, people are not going to spy check on 2.
And even so, then you need to worry about the bomb coming in. You're not looking at the soldier. You know, it's difficult to stack there. Maybe you have a sixth sense for when those rockets are going to come in, and you can try to hit a serve there. But it's much easier to shoot those rockets kite out when you can see where the soldier's coming.
Yeah. So we did have a repause here. Bobo was having some issues with stuttering. I think he needed a restart, which notably means that he disconnected from the server. I imagine that things aren't going to play out where Lol Guy's just gifted full ad here. We'll see how they choose to reproduce this situation if that is needed. 3.5 minutes on the round timer. I mean, not that round timer makes that much of a difference into seconds compared to last.
Dolphin, do we have the plugin that preserves medic user charge if they were to disconnect and reconnect on the pause? Okay. We do have that. So when
does that
Bobo
work with
reconnects, it
Interesting.
should. It should is what we're hitting.
Didn't
So
know
when
that.
Bobo reconnects, he should maintain the Uber he had when he disconnected. Should hopefully stop any need to really reset things.
The
Account for
power
that
of
here.
technology.
Indeed, we are living in the 21st century.
Yeah. We just need the projectile plugin. I'm tired of my scouts blocking my stickies just because we're chasing the same thing in an Uber.
Would be nice, but people might say that it's game design. I don't know what I'd say to those people, but it probably wouldn't be the kindest word I've ever said. We need that, and we need something that can override map railings blocking.
See, that's something that the Sixes community is kind of fixed because we just do refresh versions of maps. Like, I'm pretty sure this is, Metalworks F5, so this is not going to be the exact same Metalworks version as you play in your pubs. Okay, so apparently we are going to reproduce manually this type of situation. Bobo is going to be rejoining and manually building this Uber. There's probably going to be some discrepancy in the round timer, but so be it.
Yeah, I think they'd rather trade that with not having Uber. A little disappointed we don't have the plugin working as is, but hopefully it means we should be getting live, and that we may be seeing any action as the teams are will likely just be sitting passive, waiting for the Uber to come through for Bobo to help recreate where we were at previous.
Yeah, and I'm curious. So actually, that reminds me. It was not an invite game. It may have been in advanced or main. It was a position pretty similar to this on Metalworks second, where a team, their medic disconnected or something, or there was a config error and they had to reproduce even Ubers on second. But point being, the teams agreed to just set up even Ubers on second. And the team that was attacking decided to take the time where both medics were building to get a spy into position, which is pretty dirty, I would say. You're not expecting a team to, A, be playing an off-class immediately. Paused here. You're not expecting that off-class immediately, but you're also not expecting a team to take advantage of that building time to set up a play, right?
It definitely feels against the spirit of the rules, even if not the letter necessarily. Around whatever that is. So, we're having a bit of a stalemate here. Everyone on Mama's Boys building up this Uber on mid. And overtime
Weird.
just a minute away, so will likely get us there a little bit closer. Should be a win limit of 4 coming in here once that occurs. So we'll need 3 rounds from Mama's Boys, 1 from Legacy. And here it comes.
Yeah, Bomo actually switching off and back. I'm not sure if that was for an actual reason or just to kind of reset the timings accurately, not feel like he's taking advantage in some manner. But yeah, Babo now getting Uber. Might start to see things happen. And another tech pause. Love to see it here on this final map of Grand Finals.
Yep, as things are really getting down to the wire, I think everyone just wants to make sure that, you know, gameplay is as it should be. Nothing's going to interrupt that.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've had such a good
set of games thus far. I would be ashamed to see some weird, server technicality end up, impacting the final results.
As much as losing sucks, it's so much better to lose to your opponents rather than to some outside influence. So if it takes extra time to make sure you're actually losing to your opponents rather than something else, then I definitely sympathize. It gives Twitch chat
Definitely.
time to spam their dumb little copy pastas.
How could you say that to them?
And it gives me time to tab
How
out
could,
and start looking at chat.
how could you say that to them on mic is what I should have said. See what type is going in there.
I'll drop a wide duck ass. It's always a good one.
I can't believe he's shit posting during the finals cast. Dolphins getting in on it too. Yes, I'm
Yep.
so I'm the one outside of that. We have any word, Dolphin, on what's going on here?
Okay.
Thinks
Still stuttering
seems
issue, apparently.
like the same issue, yeah, with the stuttering from before.
Well, otherwise things have went relatively smoothly, right? We're always going to have tech pauses and tack pauses and stuff here and there, but a little ill-timed here.
Felt like we had been fairly good on it until this point, and now just these last 10 minutes or so have really started to come in.
Yeah, nonetheless, exciting series. I'm happy to see, at the very least, so far, Mama's Boys have been able to get on the board. So it would have been a tiny bit anticlimactic if it were a 4-0 or a 5-0. Would have been impressive for Legacy because I didn't expect that at all, but would have been a little bitter.
I want to check what was the. So worth noting too that it was just about 24 hours ago, really, that Legacy lost to Mama's Boys on Metalworks 1-2. 2-1 kind of being the score of most of their games, felt like. But already, we can see an improvement from yesterday with these 3 rounds. The one in favor, overtime going to tick in soon, if not already. So 4 is going to be the magic number for this last map. But just continuous improvement really has kind of been the theme of them for me.
Absolutely. I mean, aside from that, LAN's not over yet, obviously, but it is winding down. I mean, we're on the last map guaranteed here and about to enter overtime in this last map. But it has absolutely been a stunner.
As I said, maybe even more surprising considering that this may be potentially the only actual upset in terms of seeds. Feels like there's been many more surprising results, especially of how the matches have turned out, where, even if Froyo is beating Global Clan in lower bracket, I think the fact that Froyo ended up in lower bracket at all is surprising. The fact that that match went as long as it did, with Granary going over to Global Clan and Sultry taking so long to finish. Legacy continuing their unbeaten streak against Froyo this season with 4-0. So many kind of noteworthy results.
I got to say, as someone who attended last year, this time around, things are definitely more avian. There's a lot of ducks sitting around duck hats. I mean, Slemnish as well is representing. It's definitely nice vibes here in the venue.
Yeah, I thought I misheard you when you said that at first. I'm like,
yeah, what the
you
hell
mean
is
that? But no.
avian?
No, that's exactly what he meant in terms of birds. They are quite all around the place. We may have even gotten yelled at by the venue staff about having too many ducks hidden in random corners of the venue, but I think things are still too early here.
You're figuring stuff out.
Yep.
We get to chat.
On that note, actually, Dolphin, do you think we could possibly take a small break here? I think I've seen some of the players head off the stage, so maybe another few minutes. Selfishly, I'd like a moment too. depart
Fair
from the
enough.
desk. So stick around, keep up the chat spam. We love you all, and hopefully this won't take too much longer.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, am I on right now? Okay, cool. Hey, folks, I've just been given word. It's going to need to be a computer swap. So we're looking at a roughly 20-minute break. So see you then.
way that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me, but I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes. We have returned to the grand finals here at the RGL.GG Philly LAN. You have waited long enough. We are ready up already in the server of this last match between Legacy and Mama's Boys. We come into it after quite a long delay. The teams have agreed to take a second half approach, so the round score will remain 3-1 in favor of Legacy. Win limit of 4, however, they will be restarting the mid. So if Legacy at any point caps last, it is over. They are the season 18 champs. And coming in, it looks like they may actually be agreeing to recreate it. I think Mama's Boys had mid before, and it looks like they'll be gentlemen and recreate that same situation.
True. So I was hoping to see the mid, obviously, like, doesn't favor Mama's Boys to have your medics PC have issues, and then you just have to fight for mid again. But yeah, we're going to see basically the exact same setup. Everything is going here.
Yep, and we shall see. So it restarts with Mama's Boys having mid control, both teams with Uber, the 6v6 coming in. We've been seeing the alley pressure as the main way teams have tried to find a way into second, but Bomo coming in from lower, looking to play footsies with some of the players on Mama's Boys. He will be spotted and spammed out, though, so the element of surprise on that is lost.
Yeah, and that is the sniper identified, which is honestly half the battle. We're going to have to see what Bomo can pull off. Gungan actually challenging it, getting headshot. Very weak. Exchange getting taken. Finds a pick onto the demo in the meantime. That's basically exactly what you would want to do against a team with a sniper. Take the exchange and find a kill with it.
Yep, and with those numbers, it remains to be seen if they're feeling kind of courageous enough to push out here. The time has things in a little bit of an odd scenario, as you'd have to imagine. We will eventually still have that kind of infinite overtime rule, even if the clock doesn't say so. Legacy will need to cap once more to win. They cannot win on time.
Absolutely, and they need multiple rounds to even tie it up. So at the very least, we'll see a 4-3 game, or anywhere from 1 to 3 for Mama's Boys, with Legacy getting their 4th.
But seemingly even taking that Uber exchange, you know, just they've been playing passive this entire time, willing to commit to it, really forcing Mama's Boys to show the initiative here, letting them play counter. Momo alone on alley right now, gonna be spotted out though. They start getting the spam off for another failed attempt at a pick.
And at this point, timer is ticking. We're now halfway through the round timer. We're seeing some aggression here from Chris, actually. Underpass getting spammed out a lot, getting juggled up, and dying.
Bomo finally connecting.
Yeah, that's
Lands
something
that.
at least, but it honestly just resets, if anything. Okay, Bomo by alley. Draws out a bomb. It's going to go underpass, getting spammed out. Yeah, I mean, Legacy are just playing well against the sniper. Don't know how much value Bomo is going to get. I'm saying that to try to caster Curse, initiate a cool sniper play, by the way.
Being over to alley right now, hasn't found much success here yet. Bam coming in, I don't think they know yet, but probably may have spotted him. He takes a shot, backs off anyway, rotating back into lower, trying to play footsie. And you really want to try to get a pick here. The damage onto the wall guy, maybe if you want to the demo, see if you can open that up, but everyone on Legacy has remained quite elusive.
Yeah, Bomo trying to maybe take a hero shot there, but ends up backing up, does not commit to it. And at this point, only 45 seconds left in the round. So this sniper has gotten, what, 1, 2 kills? I guess a kill and a headshot. And that's kind of all. I mean, on a point like Metalworks 2, where it's very easy. Okay, exchange comes out, 30 seconds left.
Maybe hoping that in the chaos of this, the bomb though coming in from alley will be faded. Momo staying back. Doing high five, try to get aggro lower, get some good damage onto Kobe, and the chip will come in to finish him off. That said though, still in 5v6, so pressure coming in.
Works
The
out,
rest
yeah.
of Legacy, yep, forced to back off. They continue, they make the sniper work here, able to keep them pushed far enough back that they don't want to risk keeping into those sight lines.
Yeah, notably High Five there living on literally 1 HP. So down 2 now. That's Bomo and High Five. Speedy does die for it. Low guy was quite weak there. I wonder if that was a pipe or just spam or what. We'll see if the sniper comes out yet again. But this slight breathing room is going to afford Legacy the opportunity to set up their sentry gun and really make this last hold a tough nut to crack.
Like, it will remain. I mean, I struggle to think if we've seen this class in particular impact the last push that much. I'm skeptical of it. I mean, if you think we can make it work, he's the one in invite, but with, I remain unconvinced.
To see. Just some spam in the lobby. Trying to see. It looks like a shutter peek is maybe incoming. Yeah, gonna be opened up here. Kobe was in the sight line there on Scout. But unfortunately, the shot does not connect.
Maybe that will reveal that he has stayed on it, so I'm holding the shutter open. Well, maybe making him think he's there when he is actually rotating. Try to mess up their sense of timing a little bit, but oh, okay. Dolphin telling us there was a sticky jamming the door open as the double sacks come in. Wall guy holding on to that Uber, the M2 of steel, refusing to use that even when, there's a lot of pressure onto him.
That is absolutely ballsy. And I mean, honestly, ripping that same sack again might just work the same, or work better next time around and actually get the force. But even if it doesn't, sending just one extra player is probably enough to get the force. As Kobe losing what might be the first SVS of the entire tournament.
Yep, and that is Jay coming in deep right around the sentry gun. Finds the kill onto Gungan. They're going to keep coming in. Wall guy managing to keep his Uber in spawn. So the sack not going to find the medic. The gun staying alive as well. Good play coming out of Mama's Boys, but Legacy just ready for it, keeping the med away from the sacks.
Still on Sniper here, and Bomo being the only combat player alive on Sniper. Maybe, well, Sniper sucks to push into, so probably doesn't encourage Legacy, but they at least have that information. And honestly, I think if the gun went down earlier during that pressure, and point pressure might draw out Low Guy a little more.
Again,
like
just
the three
another
man, so much damage.
He refuses to pop. I mean, another sub 40 HP, sack coming in. Kobe picking up a kill on the sackers as well right there, winning the SVS. You might win one. And this is interesting.
Yeah, so having seen that type of play work so well twice. Oh, actually, I see exactly what is being said here. Interesting.
Yes.
So this is definitely an exchange play. It's the type of class you like in a post-Uber fight, where it's, similar to defensively, it's just a problem that needs to be dealt with, or you just lose the fight. Gun does go down. It's going to be quite a milk here from Lil Guy, and might not even have to use it all. Certainly doesn't have to use it all, and at this point, basically all of Mama's Boys are out. Except for Bomo, who gets headshot. And now it is full ad for Legacy. And
I think they're just going to take the stalemate here. No real attempt to push out. They're very happy to take it back to mid. Been maybe their most consistent way of getting space, getting pressure, getting time. So 2 seconds left. They see the desperation jumps come in. No one's even going to die, though. We will see the stalemate. A little disappointed we don't get to see the heavy do anything. But your Legacy, you are happy to take it back to mid.
I feel like having those double soldier sacks with the occasional sniper ended up dying in one of them get consistently over 100 damage on the medic. Is that not a thread you should be pulling on? Because I feel like dealing 100 damage to a medic in last is something you should be happy to do over and over again.
Yeah, but big jump from Zam coming in, gonna hit high 5 low, goes down, but there's so much pressure right now. Bomo as well, dodging for his life, and despite losing the player, they have the presence. Gonna take time to get healed back up. Maybe we can test this, but the mid goes in favor of Legacy. Question now is if they'll be able to keep it.
Yeah, with this pick, Mama's Boy should be able to refight. Oh, Low Guy's so weak as well. 95. waiting for the pack. It does spawn, is able to get that. And there's a bit of a refight here. Exchange actually being taken on point.
Build
Bobo
check.
not having
Bobo.
views at all. Is he going to drop his demo? Does not need to make that decision at all. Gungan and Speedy both going down. On the other side of the map, high five, making a big play, but not finding the kill. It will still be 90 ad for Mama's Boys into second. Ooh, and they might find a kill on Kobe here too.
They go down. They do get the debt kill onto Slam, but Zam also going to be traded out. Just the two guys, Lol and Sai, being forced to back out from second, get set up on last with the rest of the team. Gungan already up on engineer.
And you have to question if you're Mama's Boys, do you want to go before your spawner? Well, we know they aren't. But if you go before your spawner shows up, you know you don't have to deal with gun pirate. It's just a gun. They decide to take it slower. They are peeking through main. Zam actually going down to a pipe. And this Uber can be popped whenever, but at this point, Lol Guy at 90%. They have played this Uber as evens. They took the opportunity to peek for a good sack, despite it being more than enough ad to just pop into last.
Be interesting to see what happens here. So it looks like Bomo had his off-class privileges temporarily revoked in favor of the person who I think has I believe is one Highlander on Sniper. Just went for the peak there, believe he got spotted. So element of surprise lost right there. But yeah, Slem having played against him in Highlander, I can confirm he is a demon on Sniper. See if he'll have better success than Bomo. But peaks a little bit too aggro into Zam, will be forced back. Lucky to keep his life.
High five, peek in the left side, might get punished for that. No, able to duck around the corner safely. Slemnish not quite healthy yet. Kobe is counter sniping over in closet. And that's a brutal sightline to deal with defensively as well. Because, you know, I've mentioned yesterday that Shutter on Metalworks, pretty easy to peek against stickies, kind of hard to get the debt right. But against the sniper, it becomes brutal as we see not only Kobe winning the SBS, but an attempted double soldier peek from the left side ends up in high five going down.
I mean, it seems it doesn't matter who Mama's Boys runs out. Kobe is, well, not quite undefeated. Bomo took one against him, but incredibly high SVS rate.
Still evens at this point, 2 minutes left. No off classes, so I just want to see Mama's Boys do the 3-man, do the double soldier through main that has been working. Kobe taking a deep peek. Oh man, it's actually an exchange. With 2 minutes left, they find a kill and the gun. It's going to be a longer Uber for the red team. Someone has disconnected.
Great flash on
I wonder if we're about to see a tech pause. Here's Gungan rejoining. They have 3 kills. This is going well.
Yep, it's only Psy Guy and Lol Guy up right now. They're both going to go down, and that is going to be the cap coming through. I think we'll have to see if they have anything to say about Gungan disconnecting there. Not sure if that happened before or after his death. The gun definitely had already been down, though. However, looks like we're not seeing anything come up. So, yep, the score is 3-2 in favor of Legacy with that win limit of 4. Getting a little bit closer is Mama's Boys as we move into another mid.
And what feels like maybe, 45 minutes later, we're actually seeing a mid fight here.
Yeah, been quite some time, as the last one was a bit of a bait due to the gentleman's agreement to let Mama's Boys play where they last held off. Kobe getting hurt and will be forced to heal up, as Bobo going to be now taking some spam coming in, forced to get the pack in Valley. The aggression from Jay coming in, but gonna be punished. Can Speedy take him out? He can. Will have to trade for it, as the pressure now from Legacy should help them cap this mid.
Chris wanted to maybe peek that a little bit, get a sticky off, but Metalworks can be tough like that. If a team is able to fully get on top of the point and lock out the doors, then you really don't have a good refight. It's pretty much the case there. And even Uber's here now. Lol Guy eating what I assume is a sticky. Gonna go grab a pack before they begin their pressure.
And now I think the alley pressure, once again, has worked really well for Legacy when they're in this position. We're going to have to see how aggressive they want to take it. No sniper this time, like what we saw from Mama's Boys in the same spot that been trying to work Bomo over and over again. But yep, the alley pressure coming in, Speedy going in for the bomb, gonna get behind into lobby. They have him embedded there. That's gonna be causing some havoc. But Jay finding Zam may put the brakes on this. Good bomb and the drop from Speedy on to Bomo.
This is now really, really bad for Mama's Boys. They're starting a back cap on mid, actually. This is not the worst play ever. I mean, Bomo might be dead behind, and you like to have scouts as an asset on last to off class. The late death on the demo is not great. This is not looking too hot for Mama's Boys with the delayed deaths. Oh no, and down goes high five as well.
Caught out. The
They're
Caps
already in
coming
last.
into second. They're on last. They have the Uber right now. They're just going to start the cap time. It's going to force everyone to come in. Uber popped off. Slem already dead. Yep, that is Jay. The game could be carried here, and it will be Legacy working their way all the way back from lower bracket to defeat Mama's Boys 3-2, the reverse sweep, and they are your season 18 invite champions.
I mean, it's on record on stream. I had them counted out. I had them counted out after losing Bagel. Even after winning Sunshine, I'm like, I'm sure Mama's Boys will come back. But no, this team showed that they are the best North American team here in RGL this season.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's much doubt you can say to that. The way that they're able to play the game mode to its fullest, they're able to run the off classes. How many spy plays did we see work out today that no one else was able to finish? Kobe shutting down all of the snipers. Lolga, we've said it once, we'll say it again. I think pretty easy now to officially crown him the best medic in North America at this point.
Oh,
Just an
yes.
insane player. I mean, you mentioned if you're able to get 100 damage onto the medic in these sacks, that's something great. But when that medic is Lolga, you don't need 100 damage. You need 140 and then plus another instance if you really want to get him to fourth. Just an insane lock-in and a great performance all around. I mean, Legacy comes in. They got the second seed. I don't think people may have been thinking, oh, well, that's just a regular season, variance. Froyo show up in playoffs like always. And Legacy were the ones who've shown up time and time again.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, too, that this was with a map disadvantage, meaning that of the 4 maps that got played, they won 3 of them.
Yep, and the only one they lose is Bagel, the Koth map on the 5 CPs. They're undefeated, and they lost Metalworks 2-1 last night. Two Mama's Boys come back, win this one 4-2. I mean, whatever they had for dinner last night, whatever they had for breakfast this morning, clearly helping them out as the team has just done nothing but grow and evolve really over these past 36 hours.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about LAN MVPs. I think the LAN MVP sniper is not that ambiguous. It's probably going to be Kobe.
Absolutely.
Just seem to provide the most value. But who do you think is the MVP of this tournament?
If not having had access to their comms, if from what I've heard about Lol's guy's ability to comm, I think it's got to be him. I mean, I think statistically he's doing a phenomenal job in every game. And I'd say it's probably between him and Kobe. I think you got to say if the common abilities are there, I think I got to go Lol guy because so many of those, infuriating last holds work up because Lol guy's not getting forced on these sacks.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, and for separate reasons as well, because this is a team that Lol guy hasn't, this core has not been a Lol guy team before, and Lol guy has one invite on not only a Witness Gaming team, not only like a G6, but now on Legacy. All different teams with different rosters, and he's shown that he is a consistent factor of winning invite with completely new players.
That said, I think we are going to cut it over to the main stage as it looks like we are ready to present. Not yet. Never mind. We have a little bit more time. Never mind. We are ready. So throwing it over to the main stage, we have the team of Legacy ready to receive their prize for winning. And there it is, the big check.
All right.
It is my pleasure
The process
to
check
introduce to
for
you the
Legacy
winner of RGL
coming
Philly
through the
LAN.
bracket.
Legacy,
Truly a
there's so-
phenomenal performance. Of that prize pool going over to them. Dolphin, can we get a read on the number? I'm not sure it's too clear on stream. There we go.
All right, so walk me through this LAN, because this was like the longest LAN ever, I think, for you guys as well. You had a really close first round against Froyo. That's the upper bracket finals. You start off really high, kind of tapered off, Lower bracket finals against Froyo, really close again. And then you come into this, it's like literally a 5-hour game, granted with a lot of pauses. How do you keep your mental? Like, how did you guys just keep going with all this?
Well, I'd like to say Bagel was a wash. We knew we had no chance, to be honest. We just needed to play it. We didn't have a ban. But we knew on 5CP we had an actual chance. And I just know I was motivated for the boys who haven't won yet. So that's basically it.
Who here hasn't won Invite before? Okay, there you go. Oh, there you go. All right. So, are you going to run it back next season?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Well, still, congratulations, all of you. What are you going to do with your winnings?
That's them.
What are you guys going to do?
I'm going to Disneyland.
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know yet. I'll pay for my plane ticket.
Yeah, we're going to Disneyland, so.
All right, a lot of good answers. We've been here for a while, so I'm not going to keep you guys up here. I think you guys are all ready to go, relax. The MVP, by the way, I was informed, is Lol Guy. So congratulations. There's the MVP and the first place. Congratulations, guys. Like, incredibly hard fought. You guys earned it. Congratulations. Is there anything that you guys want to say? Yeah, shout outs.
First, I want to thank my team. We played so well for only playing 2 weeks together with this roster. I played with Gungan season 11, and it's incredible to see him grow, and being able to win a LAN with him is amazing. Shout out to everyone else who hasn't won before. Everyone, I'm so impressed with everyone because the big names are on the stage, like Banny, Habib, and everyone on this other team. But maybe a team that maybe was underestimated in the past was able to come and win. So I'm really proud of that.
Yeah. Shout out these guys, of course. Love always playing with new people. And shout out my parents, my family, just watching at home. Shout out Soapy Meister. Shout out Soapy Meister.
Shout out to the Cozy Brothers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, shout out to the Cozy Bros. Me, Speedy, Gungan, and Zam have been playing together for a while. We actually got 5th at the Denver LAN, so this is lit. And just shout out to family back home that were watching, and all the supporters.
Yeah, shout out to the team for taking me in, giving me a good home. Shout out to, of course, the Cozy Brothers and everyone who's made me better as a player, which I think has been Sai, Lolguy, and Banny. Those 3 have made me really skyrocket in how good I was. So shout out to them. And then shout out to my mom and brother watching at home.
Just shout out the boys right here. That's it. Yeah, just the boys.
All right, I think with that, we're going to give you your medals. All right, from everybody here at RGL, everybody here watching, thank you guys so much for supporting. Thank you guys for another good RGL season. Great RGL LAN. It's been a wonderful experience, I know, for everybody here. I hope to see you all next season. Have a good night.
In this post fight, Speedy getting in, trying to find Hubert in cafe. One rocket gets the second, assassinated in the middle of his own team. Speedy really pulling.
Now, Froyo are just kind of. That's definitely a disadvantage to have. But the players behind, look at that, Speedy and Choke finding Logan. Hubert goes down. It's gonna be a full wipe for Froyo. It's looking like Habib kill on the cross, and Laz is next to go. Kobe did die in the meantime. Danny's on heavy. Down goes Patty. No soldiers for Froyotech. It's just a matter of Danny can focus down on heavy time. Hubert gets forced by Speedy, and at this point, Legacy could just fake me if they want to. The whole guy gets out. It's still pretty ad, but no! I could honestly hope for there. Guy is quite weak on the retreat, but has a play.
Getting lobby control as the safety cap goes through. This we'll have to see if they decide to go into last with this. They still have a yes, they are. I'm seeing some jumpers coming up on the spawn, but he goes down. They will have a great rocket out of. Back cap though, Kobe trying, gets the kill underneath, but will get taken out. That's the cap but Froyo now dominates, but a lot more pressure. Logan nuked out already. Many players incredibly deep into Froyo's second already. It's only going to be a 1-for-1 for now, but Guy collapsed upon in the meantime. Manny getting in deep, gonna find him and Duncan. Kobe gonna go down as he's going to try to end up popping, find a kill on the Speedy. This is not looking good at all for Legacy. Yep, Gungan's coming in, that flamethrower not going to do too much. Guy going down at him and collapse upon. Speedy now coming in, gets the force out of Hubert. Guy leading from his life, wanting to keep this Hubert. They're able to escape and not do anything else. That'll be a pretty success for Sam. Yeah, and this is usually at the very last. Legacy, they might want to use a Uber. Osai actually gets robbed. Okay, Uber's still preserved here, and honestly, this guy is broke. Down 3 for Legacy, they might want to use a Uber. Osai actually gets robbed. Okay, Uber's still preserved here, and honestly, this is a decision that a medic can make. Tactic. Oh wow, Logan. Finding the kill on the Kobe, but notably, Guy knows the risk. Players that you're dropping are often the ones protecting you. In this case, it's worked out quite well for Guy. We're now coming up through Cheese. Laz caught out behind as well. Great touch from the side to help pick him out. But these are getting further in. Guy with some med-on-med violence takes out Hubert. The violence takes out Hubert. The cap coming through. Froyo's only 2 up. They will get spawners in shortly. But Speedy already bombing in. Gonna be creating some havoc. Cap will be nothing but a breeze. And Legacy keeping this round seesaw going. I'm love
talking about earlier was actually just Gungan making his job easy.
Nothing I love more as a medic than not needing to, play how many rockets will this soldier get off of me before my team kills him, but it remains at 0. But a good rocket going. Hubert trying to milk it, and Gungan coming in will be able to force this Guy now waiting for his life. But Laz into the waiting arms of Laz on mid will find the med kill right there. Froyo now
behind, tasked with a 2v1. Does not work out. And that That was such a well-played aggression from Legacy. Bomb in actually from Laz. Turns into an exchange. Not too often you see a mid last so long that the medics get Ubers, but Logan dies during the exchange. So down a demo at the very least for Froyotech. And down Hubert, things are going so poorly. At least they find the low guy pick, but suddenly...
Okay, if we push forward, we've got a 65. But with the Ubers coming up, you know, that time delay is enough to speed back up. Now they're the ones overextended. A little bit too deep, and oh, the pipes coming in from side. We'll find Patty, but it's otherwise a rout for Froyotech. Wall guy will
from Wall guy. Froyo are looking to refight this. At this point, whichever picks go in favor of one team or the other is really going to decide this fight. Ends up being trade. It is a 2v2, but the team with more combat players are able to focus down Vandy. Hubert, of course, not able to apply any meaningful damage in
the other scout, but we saw some damage coming across there. So we'll focus them. The fight kitchen will be able to clean up Laz and survive. But otherwise frag in favor of Froyo.
3-man for Froyo. Valiant effort, in all honesty. I mean, they got the gun relatively well for their chances here. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the time. 3 picks. Legacy are trying to push out a Laz. Down goes Laz. Vandy quite weak on the retreat, able to catch a bow. So he's going to find the force on the Hubert. And Speedy living as well. Sam does go down, but Froyo are shoving both scouts behind. This is Dissad, and at the moment, Gunga is healing with the scouts quite well without having to use Uber. Guy does end up using him. I think that may have been a force. Actually, all things considered, this is now looking kind of bad for them. Well, no, they should complete it. They know that it was slayed out there. But never mind, Vandy's ready to go for a play. And right on Lolguy, pistol out, bomb in as well. Laz, Lolguy stuck in the corner, does not use. So much trust, not use. So much trust in his teammates. To be fair, Laz had just shot a rocket, so he has a little bit of time to react before he can even shoot another one, at which point you can be like, okay, another rocket might come out now, but still, what a close attempt. Lolguy dropping! Their right side. And find a trade with Speedy and Laz. Counterbound from Patty on the height. Does get bomb in time from Sam. Patty very low. And he get focused down by Kobe in time. He does. Unable to catch the low before Kobe collects that kill. Kobe is very aggro, trying to find a med kill, but unfortunately just goes down. And Gungan
right now, NG, as you said, the SVS win for Kobe onto the team would open up this right side right now. Go a little bit aggressive, but it will be Laz finding the kill onto Kobe, trying to get a little shot herself out there.
I mean, this is really anyone's post. Actually, no, I know kills quite yet. We have to wait for the post to release. Laz does bomb in. Down goes Van, down goes Laz.
Half time. Just Hubert.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think that's how Legacy drafted up that spy play. So, you know, I think how Legacy goes kind of off the camera last year. It's a great sack though coming in from Patty. The air shot from side, you know, feels great, but ultimately they use that Hubert and an ad back in favor of Hubert.
Yeah, Froyo isn't playing.
Froyo is walking in. Hubert hit low, will force that Hubert out. Wall guy on 95, and I think he is safe in spawn, so we'll pop it right back immediately. Frag already in favor of Legacy, and they're going to be able to clean more up as well. Going to be Saiga getting popped up, but Logan goes down eventually. It is a 2-for-4.
They find Saiga, but Hubert is caught to the counter pop. At this point, as long as Legacy don't just lose a bunch of combat players right now, then they should be fine. Smart players are weak. It is anyone's game. Bomb in now on Lolguy. Somehow Lolguy is alive. Somehow Lolguy survived. And he's going to get a good rest. Might be the last hit of not only this map, but this series. Yeah, we're taking a ton of damage and catching another rocket. Zam with a nice direct there. And that's going to open up a window for Mont to try and hold last year.
5 of LAN, fellas.
To find a demo kill during that. They do find a series, but in the post, anything can happen. Froyo down an extra player, and everyone is committed. It's down 4 for Froyo. Potentially soon to be 5 with Patch stuck on Bad. And keep in mind, 2 never got capped. A nice fight.
Speedy in deep onto the truck will get Hubert to force. The cap time already coming through, and Patty gets taken out. Hobie will be the first trade. Lolguy still holding on to Uber. He's not even near. That was a 4-man. That fooled Froyo, and that fooled us.
I love, wow, what a debt. And Logan in a crater as well. Wait a minute.
Hobie, no way. No way. This can't, okay, thank you. That could not lead to anything. We refuse to accept that's how this match ends. And I mean, it felt like maybe a little fast on the pacing from Legacy. He's gonna find Duncan pulled out as last. Yeah, he finds all guys. I think he just got in, straight through the front door, facing out, low HP everywhere on the side of Legacy. Sam's gonna go and try to get some damage, but as long as Hubert stays alive, that can be healed out. Toby still deep on some undercover agent work right there. Toby still deep on some undercover agent work right there. He's trying to get back caps onto mid, fighting Laz, but I think Laz is getting that 1v1 ban coming in to assist. So that stalls any potential second cap for a mid. Enough to get spawners up. Yep, gets the headshot in. Gonna be switching off. Sam will be the grip so far. Only 1-for-1. Logan assassinated by Kobe on the left side. Hubert as well down by Dungeon. This isn't quite an easy defense. Lolguy hits the serve as Patty comes in. Danny, the only survivor, getting chased out by Kobe.
And also hardly matters. Kobe actually died there. He shoved the flank in the meantime. There is some damage, but yeah, looks like
Hoover coming out from Lolguy. The beam is still alive behind Sam. Finally takes him out. Takes some borrowed time right there. They will move forward. Hubert will win on the second.
Actually, Logan going down is the no demo is the most for Froyo. When Hubert is full committed, goes down. This is at the very least. Oh wait, is that the beat going to last? It is the beat going to last. Can't.
Not there fast
Cannot
enough.
get it in time. Said, considering the fact that it's an Uber advantage for Lolguy.
They're just gonna keep tapping up and speeding forward. They know they've got a scout behind them. It looks like they're now gonna dedicate resources to find him, and find him they do. He's just gonna take the immediate 2-shot onto Kobe though and run away. Sam not willing to chase. The difference maker right there. Felt like we've been waiting for someone to go somewhere. That said though, Khabib and Danny teaming up to get a number of kills. And pressure coming in from the V on the Lolguy from behind. Logan coming in, lands the pipe. The taunt coming out from Habib. The drop on the Hubert, not enough. Still, Froyo still manages to win the fight. Great head support on the front window. Get pressure in onto Lolguy. Speedy. Gonna find only a respawn timer. They get the kill on Habib finally, but Laz will avenge him. Cap time just now starting up. And Lolguy only starting to build, so we're looking at a here. But just Lolguy now getting into last, still hasn't used. They have the inside track and the guns down here. The Froyo combo is caught behind right now. They're just going to get sandwiched. Kobe not exactly the most threatening player on Sniper, but they will find Hubert right there. Froyo possessed by...
there might be a fight now. Kills in the last.
Kobe, the only one dead. I mean, in comes the soldiers on to start things off.
Soldiers are committing. Scouts committing.
Not long. Laz gonna get taken out next. Just a scout and a soldier right here, but not enough players. And Lolguy got caught out as well inside. Can't make it in. So not going to get the find him. I think Laz and Petty both getting in deep, but will not find that Petty.
Forward and the back as well.
Kobe gets the back cap. Wow. That, but it's going to be that from the wall on Hubert. Add the players in the end.
Halftime is ready, however, Duncan going down. Might be followed up. Down is followed up by Sam 9. How it goes. So the point will go in the favor of Thomas' place to start. Jacob is behind that. Bombing the medic. Oh my god, it's the rocket. And just
been seeing that thus far. Halftime is good right now for Legacy, but it's actually out side one players up for Legacy. And the cap is that small timers are
Here in group stages, something we see, of course, in live stages, but talk it is especially useful just as a means of stopping a team's efforts. At the point, unfortunately, at the post-Froyo exchange, not going to go so well for Thomas Brooks as they do those picks do get traded out, so we might see a more even fight here after. Nevertheless, it will be 4 kills for the
great rocket coming in on the High five goes out to further. High five passes on the spawn, and they're going to be leveraging that pressure.